watching the sentencing of Timothy Ferriter. That case is about, it's called the Boy in the Box trial, where essentially Timothy Ferriter and his wife adopted a child and, well, unfortunately mistreated the child while he was growing up. And so they have both been arrested. Now, the wife hasn't had her trial yet, but the husband right here, he's already had his trial. Verdict was found guilty, and today we're going to do the sentencing for him. But before we do the sentencing, or before we watch the sentencing, I don't know, do sentencing. Before we watch the sentencing for Timothy Ferriter, I do want to watch the Kaitlin Armstrong closing arguments. Kaitlin Armstrong is another crazy, man, that's also another crazy one as well. But we've been covering Kaitlin Armstrong. She is a yoga instructor who is accused of murdering her boyfriend's lover. It's supposed to be like a jealous love triangle sort of thing. But the interesting with Kaitlin Armstrong is that this woman, you know, she went over to Costa Rica using her sister's passport. She got plastic surgery. She dyed her hair, hoping to change her appearance. But she's a yoga instructor. So you know what she brought with her to Costa Rica? She bought her yoga mat. So, you know, investigators were looking for her in Costa Rica. Obviously, they're going to hit up all the yoga studios and stuff like that. But they eventually did find her. They dragged her ass back to the U.S. And, well, a couple weeks before her trial started, she also tried escaping again on foot. And so her trial is already happening right now. I want to listen to the closing arguments. And I listened to bits and pieces of the closing arguments. And it was really funny because, you know, as always, the defense team, they're going to put up a, you know, alternate theories that it could be someone else, you know, trying to raise reasonable doubt in the juror's mind. And, you know, the theories that they float out there are really interesting. I want to watch with you guys because I was giggling a little bit. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Mariah, it's good to see you here again. Hi, you're here early. Hello, hello. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, this is already loaded. Okay, good. We're here. All right. I wasn't sure if it was on. All right, guys. But yeah, Timothy Ferriter's sentencing starts at 1:30 Eastern time. And right now it's like around like 12:30 for them. So we're going to watch the Kaitlin Armstrong closing arguments first. And it is just interesting. We did listen to the opening statements and the audio was horrible. It was just atrocious. But their closing arguments, audio was good. They have it all set up. I don't know what they did, but it sounds great. So I'm glad that we're not going to be sitting here and suffering like last time. But let's let's see, forward, right around. I think we're right around here. Okay. I'm going to have it sped up just a tiny bit. And also the video for the opening. Did this break off? Oh no. The video for the opening statements for the Charlie Adelson trial, I posted that yesterday. So if you guys haven't watched it yet, it's already up. Or if you watched the live stream, great. And oh my God, hold on a second. It just like came off. What's going on here? How do I put this back on? Give me a second. Oh no. Okay, we're screwing this in. Hello? All right, screw it in. Just give me a second. Now I don't remember what I was saying. What was I saying? The audio was not good for this one. I don't remember. Oh gosh. Yeah, you know, I think they're gonna have the verdict today for Kaitlin Armstrong. I don't think they're gonna be deliberating for long, man. I do not think they're gonna be deliberating for a long time. Hi, Paul. How are you doing today? How's it going? All right, y'all. So we're gonna listen to the closing arguments for Kaitlin Armstrong. Her trial was not live streamed, but the judge did agree to live stream the opening statements, closing, and I believe probably the verdict as well. So that's why we didn't get a chance to cover this trial because I wanted to watch this trial live, but I didn't know that they were going to cover it. I was like, no, but it's okay. At least we got opening and closing. All right, let's start with the opening statements. Let's see. We'll start at 1.5 and see how it is. I have the audio on like blast right now. Should be good. Oh man, this is the lawyer right here. Do you guys remember this lawyer when he was doing his opening statements and the state prosecutor kept like interjecting and he was getting so pissed. It was so funny just seeing the two of them. I bet you like the fire between them were probably just blazing during the trial. Both very fiery. Got the judge right there.
On behalf of myself, my colleagues, Gene here and Guillermo, I would like to thank you for your time and for your attention. And I know a lot of you guys are taking notes, and I appreciate that. I know it's been a long process, but I appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. But I remember I told you in the opening statement, we'd be presenting 40 witnesses to you, and I think we had about 38. And in the opening statement, I gave you an outline of where I was going. And that's what I want to talk about right here.
Yep.
Now, in the opening statement, the defense called the defendant, Kaitlin Armstrong, a shrinking violet. It's not me. I don't call names. They called her a shrinking violet. Now, paragraph 12 in your charge talks about all the evidence comes from here. This is your shrinking
It's all
violet.
good and known.
This is what the evidence showed you.
I do all types of different content.
January 12th.
What's that noise?
4 months before Mo Wilson was killed and taken from us. Now, I also told you in opening statements, and I used my hands, that the last thing that Mo Wilson did on this earth on May 11th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m. was scream in terror.
No, I am not. So this is going to be the surveillance footage from the neighbor's house.
And that evidence came from Mr. Donnelly's audio from his camera, G4 camera.
Oh, no, actually, hold on a second. It wasn't the neighbor's house. It was actually the homeowner's house. They were renting it out to the woman, and she had a friend over who was the victim.
From this witness stand, I was true to my word. I brought the evidence to you. And I also told you on that tape, heard 2 shots. And there was a 4 or 5 second pause. I told you in opening.
Hi, Chantal.
To you, pursuant to paragraph 12, evidence from the witness stand, that she stood over her. This young lady over here, the defendant, Kaitlin Armstrong, I told you she stood over her after she shot her in the head twice and put another bullet right in her heart.
She wanted to make sure she was dead.
That third bullet was right in her heart. And she also testified that because of the exit wound, she was up against something. I submit to you, she was up against the floor. 2 to the head, and she was laying on the floor, probably already dead. And for good measure, the defendant walked up to her and put another bullet right in the heart.
Isn't that crazy? Is she a yoga instructor too? Like, what kind of yoga instructor is this? Hi, Spring Thunder. How are you doing today? Torrigen, hello, hello.
And I also told you that 19 days before this trial, she escaped from the sheriff's department.
Oh, boy.
Now, I'm going to tell you the irony of this. We picked this jury on October 30th. We started our evidence on November the 1st, Dia de las Muertas, the Day of the Dead, November the 1st. It's a day that the Mexican-American culture celebrate those who have gone before them. We started this evidence on the Day of the Dead. So you see from this video here? You see her?
Look at her run. Look at her go. Look at her go.
She's not just running from the sheriff's department. No, sir. That's 19 days before this trial. She's running from you, and 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 she's running from all of you on the back row. Because you are a jury of her peers. Everybody deserves their day in court. And she got hers.
I can't wait for y'all to listen to the defense closing arguments. Oh my God, they have an explanation for everything. Why she decided to go to Costa Rica, why the DNA was here, why she was running that day. Like, guys, I was baffled, okay?
And you can see from this video, she didn't want to face you.
Yep,
now,
she didn't
the
want to
offense
go.
charged in this case is murder.
She
We're going
wanted
to
to
go this really
run.
quick because it's in your charge. Murder. These are the elements that we have to prove to you. That the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused the death of an individual or intends to cause serious bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to skip through this part right here.
Part, which is knowingly. A person acted up is individuals or doubt or any
Hold on over the definitions.
What that means is this. Some can believe that it's knowingly, and some can believe that she just committed an act clearly dangerous to human life. As long as you all believe that the defendant on May 11th caused the death of Anna Mariah Wilson. So, this is what the state has to prove, right here. On or about May 11th. I think we've got a lot of evidence about what date happened. In Travis County, Texas. We talked about, through detectives, that this happened in Travis County. That the defendant, Kaitlin Armstrong, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anna Mariah Wilson or intended to cause serious bodily injury and committed an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Anna Maria Wilson with the firearm. I believe the state has met that burden.
Also, the defense, they arrested recently. Oh, sorry, the prosecutor, the state arrested recently, I believe. Wonder how long the defense went up for it. How many people they had up there to testify?
I think we proved all them elements, and I believe we have proved them beyond a reasonable doubt. So, if you remember, doing an opening statement, the defense showed you a little mountain we had to climb. I'll submit never.
Well.
And at the end of 3.5 hours, he said, and I quote from Mr. Gonzalez, "No, I'm not here to contest his findings." That's 4 hours of my life we'll never get back. That's it, not my words. It may be funny, but those are his words. I'm not here to contest his finding or to say that it's not a match. Now, they asked Steve Aston several times,
This is the
why
expert
did you not
witness.
exclude all other guns in the world? No one else in the world had a 6-hour P365 and left their DNA at the scene. Nobody else in the world fit that description. No one else in the world was angry that your boyfriend was out with Mo Wilson. Just her. No one else in the world had their Jeep circling 1708B Maple for an hour before you heard that 915 shot. No.
Yeah, so before the death of the victim was on a date with Kaitlin Armstrong's boyfriend. And who was stalking them? Who was stalking their date? It was Kaitlin Armstrong. She was following them with her Jeep. She followed them to one of the locations that they were at. I don't know if it was the swimming or the burger place or maybe both. And then at some point she followed them to where the victim was dropped off.
No one else in the world matched that description.
Hi, Alma. Good guy, Steve.
When you got nothing, you pick on the detective and you talk to him about where you didn't look. Not the mountain of evidence that we have. You try to distract you from that. And finally, no one else in the world left the scene of the murder in Kaitlin Armstrong's Jeep that was parked in that alley from 8:40 p.m., 2 minutes after the murder. We don't need no one else in the world to make these facts that came from that chair true. These are not my words. These are facts that came from the witness chair. No one else in the world fits this criteria. So did you check every gun in the world? That's called a rabbit hole they want you to go down. Only Kaitlin Armstrong, the defendant, fits these facts that was presented to you through that witness chair. Now, let's talk about her best friends, one of them. One of them says she's a friend, one of them says she's a best friend. She told Jacqueline Chastain about the gun a month after it was purchased. Nicole Mertz said, "I've never seen her that upset before, and that's why I remember." Never
That's
seen her
her friend.
upset. These are her friends.
Mm-hmm.
We called them, but they were her friends. You heard them. Don't let anybody recharacterize the relationship. Those two ladies got on the stands and said, "We are her friends," and one of them said, "She's my best friend."
Oh, was the defense trying to say oh, you know what? These women, they weren't that close. They're not best friends. Nah, they're acquaintances.
And we know Kaitlin called Mo Wilson to confront her about Kate. We know that from the cell phone calls. We don't know exactly what she said, so I'm not going to put that out there. But we know she called her. And we know Colin texted her and said, "WTF," and we all know what that means. And what's even more chilling is that when the defendant's two best friends heard that Mo Wilson was dead, they called the police, unsolicited, and they said, "You better check her out. You better look at her."
Damn.
Now, they both testified that.
Those are some good people right there.
No, I didn't take that serious in January. But then when they backed up and put it together about how angry she was, about her shaking to the point where she had never seen that angry before. If anybody knows you, your best friend knows you. Now, let me get up and say he's not our best friend. But guess what? Did anybody sit right here and contradict Chastain and Mertz's testimony that they were her friend and her best friend? No. So that's the evidence that you have to work with. Her best friend called the police on her. Now let's talk about these surveillance videos. You heard a lot of talk about surveillance videos didn't cover the stairs to Cash's house.
Hi, Amanda.
No. Generally, people have surveillance cameras to protect their own property. The lady in the alley, she had a camera in the front and the back of her house. Her camera wasn't to figure out who might go up Cash's stairs and kill her best friend, Mo Wilson. Her camera was for her own protection. It was on 18th Street, north. And to the east, On Maple, there was a couple of cameras. And those cameras pointed to the front of those people's house and their porches for their protection, not in the alley. Once again, they want you to look somewhere where the evidence is not. And when she left, you didn't see the Jeep.
Hey, Shirley. Yeah, I am. So I thought like my right lung was hurting, but then I realized it's actually my back muscle that I must have like messed up when I was working out. Because every time I cough, it felt like my chest was hurting, but it was just actually my back muscle that's like messed up. So I guess that's a relief. But yeah, we're feeling better, you know, just like lingering coughs just can be annoying.
The reason you didn't see the Jeep is she left south in the alley. The camera was north and east. Remember further north, the camera caught the motorcycle going by? There was no camera. Now, I'm not suggesting that she knew that at all. I don't believe she did. Because if she did, I don't believe she'd been circling in that Jeep the whole time.
She just got lucky.
Catch her leaving. The GPS, that Jeep put her there.
I wonder what her Jeep was.
Let's talk about this black Jeep. Remember initially when the 3 or 4 video people came up here? And I want you to split your mind down the middle. On the left side, all this noise I'm talking up here, they're going to be talking. On the right side, I want you to think about section 12 of your charge and what came from this witness statement. Now, initially, when those video people came about, you remember the cross-examination? Do you know how many black Jeeps?
So the Jeep is the vehicle that Kaitlin Armstrong, she owns a black Jeep. The motorcycle that they're going to refer to is her boyfriend's motorcycle, and that was a motorcycle that he used to pick up his date with his lover, just to clarify.
Jeeps in Austin? Do you know how many black Jeeps in the neighborhood? How do you know it's that black Jeep? How do you know it's a Jeep? Aren't there a lot of black SUVs? Well, the minute Daniel Portnoy comes up and takes that GPS out of her Jeep, and we see her at CarMax in her Jeep, now they switch gears to how do you know she was driving her Jeep? You see the rabbit holes they're going to try to send you down? First, it wasn't her Jeep.
And then also, after the murder happened, she took her car to CarMax. She sold it, got the cash, flew over to her sister. I think her sister lived in like New York or something like that. Used her sister's passport to fly to Costa Rica. Now, what I want to know is was the sister in on this as well? Is the sister going to get in charge with like aiding and abetting? Or was the sister, you know, did she just have like, was Kaitlin Armstrong just visiting her and then like she stole her passport? Like, I want to know what happened with that. I wish we could, I don't know if the sister ever testified or anything like that. Probably not.
And we got proof that it was her Jeep. And now she wasn't driving the Jeep. Now, I want you to look at your picture on the screen and think about one thing. At 9:17, track 100 of that Jeep, 2 minutes after that murder, just a few feet down the alley.
Hey, Rod. What's up? How are you doing today? Thank you so much for the 111. Hello, hello. How's your day going, Rod? Thank you. This guy's hard to understand. You think so?
Track 100 starts at 9:17. Now, this is not a true picture of 9:55 p.m. at night. I just wanted to show you this because you see Colin Strickland in that garage right there?
Oh, no, I can't see.
That's exactly where he said he was at 9:55 p.m. or somewhere around that time when Kaitlin Armstrong, the defendant, drove up from murdering Mo Wilson in that black Jeep. The same black Jeep that for my first 10 witnesses wasn't a black Jeep, wasn't her Jeep. And then the second set of witnesses, she wasn't in the Jeep. That same black Jeep that she was not in, drove up.
I'm going to give you guys a spoiler alert. The defense, they're going to entertain and say, you know what? It could have been Colin Strickland. He could have been the one that murdered Mo Wilson, the woman that he had just gone on a date with. So y'all gonna hear some interesting theories. Hi, Alice, late as well. Hello. It's okay. You're not that late. I think we're only in for, I don't know, we've only been live for about like 15 minutes. You're good. Good morning. Just started at work. How's work been?
And like Colin testified, he was in the driveway with the garage up when she showed up at 9:55. That takes away all these phantom people. You remember all that talk about how many people went to the house for this, that, and the other? Rabbit holes. Go back to section 12 in this chair. Did you give any testimony that anybody was driving that black Jeep, her black Jeep, with her phone? Now, Ms. Mazak, who did a wonderful job, all those text messages, all those things, they came back and made her say, Caitlin's phone, not Kaitlin with her phone. To imply that someone may have stolen her Jeep, stolen her phone, and the geolocation, put them in the same place. So whoever stole her Jeep and stole her phone, they was running side by side. But check this out. Whoever stole her phone and was in her Jeep sent somebody a text message with her home address from that phone that they stole that was not in her possession.
Dude, I bet you the prosecutor is having so much fun right now just dismantling the defense's Crazy, crazy claims and theories. This must be so fun for him. Like, he must be having a good time right now, just making these people feel like, you know, you guys are like, I can't believe you guys came up with these theories.
If you believe that. And that same person who had Kaitlin Armstrong to Defendant's phone sent Kaitlin Strickland a text message about a lawsuit that they had going on with some real estate issues.
Oh, no.
So if she didn't have her phone, whoever stole her Jeep and her phone was also interested in her lawsuit and where she lived. If you believe that. And there's no
Wait, can you elaborate on that? Anyone else feel Colin is sus, though? I think Caitlin's 100% guilty, but the timing of his weird text message to Kaitlin bugs me. Wait, can you elaborate on that? You mean like how he texted her after the date? Or is this like a different text message thing? Because I know like after he dropped off Mo Wilson, he drove off for a little bit on his motorcycle and then kind of pulled over, texted her about like dinner or something like, oh, hey, sorry, you know, like I dropped off flowers and blah, blah, blah. And like, what do you want for dinner?
Phone was also interested in her lawsuit and where she lived. If you believe that.
Damn.
There's no evidence to suggest that it was anybody other than her.
Damn.
And finally, that same phone says she had to run errands earlier, and she texted Colin saying Feeny, which I think means finished. So whoever had her phone, if it wasn't her, they were finished running their errands just like she was. See, the more I talk, the more ridiculous it gets. That it wasn't her with that Jeep and that phone.
Oh, no. Hey, Maverick. Good morning. Hello, hello. How are you? He texted her like 1 minute before Kaitlin arrived, I believed. Wait, what do you think is shady about that? I don't know. It could have been like the code because it was weird. But like, why would Colin want to have Mo Wilson murdered though? What would he gain from that?
Now, they talked about Pam Mazak, that GPS, they asked her 3 or 4 times, is GPS more accurate than CDR data? She said yes. Now, remember when Portnoy was there, they kept talking about how GPS wasn't accurate. 2 days later, Mazak get there. Now, GPS is more accurate than CDR, isn't it? We agree, it's accurate, because it puts her Jeep at the scene, puts it at 8:40, has it leaving about 9:17, and has it driving up at home at 9:50. Her Jeep, her GPS, pulled out her car at CarMax, and the DNA on the bike puts her at the scene. Proof that Kaitlin was there when Mo Wilson was shot. Gunshots at 9:15. Jeep parked in the alley, leaves after the gunshots. Caitlin's DNA on the bike.
Damn.
Shell casings that matched the gun, and like Detective Ramirez said, it was personal. So she shot her in the heart after she's all on the ground, based on the exit of that bullet.
So apparently, I guess, after the murder, Kaitlin Armstrong decides to take Mo Wilson's bike. Maybe in her head, she's like, oh, let me make it look like it was a robbery. I'm going to steal this like high-end bike. So she takes Mo Wilson's bike, but dumps it, I think like, what was it, like only like 60 yards or something like that away from the house. And they were able to find it. They were able to recover it. And that's how they found her DNA on there. Like, oh my God, what was she thinking? Like, she obviously wasn't thinking, but damn, like, what? So dumb, man. Just so dumb. Oh, how was Scarlet Nexus? How is it? I don't think I've heard of that game before. Kaylee made him agree to it, but I don't think it's totally tinfoil hat. I just don't. Listen, I don't like Colin Strickland either, okay? There's something about him. Like, I've only seen very limited amount of footage of him, but I saw footage of him, like, elbowing this videographer, and then another videographer, like, fell back, and, like, he didn't even help him out or anything. He just, like, walked around him, and, like, he, like, pushed someone else. Like, I don't know, man. That guy's, like, very aggressive. But I don't know if maybe news outlets have been very aggressive towards him, and that's why he was just like acting like really like physical and salty like that. Like, I don't know, man. I just thought it was wild. Like, I was like, this guy seems kind of a douche, but you know, again, we have very limited footage.
Now, when the defense expert got up there, he said 3 times, and I'm like, whoa.
Oh, out of
DNA
spite.
who was there. I agree. That's their expert, not ours. Our expert, more cautious, talking about the ratio. He said DNA tells us who was there, and I agree. She was there. We'll go to this evidence real quickly. The video evidence shows us that Kaitlin was circling 1708 maybe about an hour. Shows us her Jeep in the alley 1 minute before Mo unlocked the door. Cell phone corroborates the GPS. Has all those personal messages. DNA evidence, Dr. Caliphate talks about tertiary and quaternary or whatever the 4th level is transferred, never seen it. And the evidence from Samantha Perkins that it's 224 billion times more likely that the DNA included Kaitlin Armstrong as opposed to somebody else. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about their third profile.
And Kaitlin Armstrong never hung out with Mo Wilson, so how would her DNA get on that bike handle?
Could have been anybody. Could have been a mechanic. Could have been an airport person. It could have been anybody's DNA. So don't let them go down that rabbit hole, and that's the real killer. Some kind of grassy knoll theory. Because you know what that doesn't explain? That third person DNA? It doesn't explain Kaitlin Armstrong's DNA on that bike.
Yep.
That's what it doesn't. Unless she took somebody with her. So don't go down the rabbit hole. Because there's no evidence that any third person did that, and look at all the other evidence and just use your common sense. Steve Aston, very confident that Kaitlin Armstrong 6-hour P365 is the gun that killed Mo Wilson. And the GPS has a circling for an hour before, tracks her the whole time. Undisputed from the witness stand.
Hey, what's up, Kaitlin? Good morning. Yeah, we got some trials, some court stuff going on. She tracked him on a runner app, so basically the same. Oh, I thought she tracked Mo Wilson on the runners app, because I thought the runners app shows you like your trail when you do your biking stuff. And then for Colin Strickland, I mean, she had access to like his, like, they have like a business iPad that had his like iCloud in there. So she saw like the text messages and stuff like that. And I would assume they might have Find Friends. I think Colin, though, I think he like, did he turn off his phone that day or something so that he ran out of batteries? I don't know. Because there must have been a way where he like, he must have shut off his phone somehow, or like maybe put it on airplane mode or something. Oh, I don't know. I like vaguely remember that, but I'm not really quite sure. I really wish they streamed this trial live.
I talked about this. You didn't see her exit route because she went a different way than where the cameras was.
That's Mo Wilson right there, the victim.
Mid-South. This is a race that she had just won, one of her recent races. Mo Wilson is a 25-year-old prodigy. Everybody in the cycling community that testified kind of shook their head about how good she was, and she was new at it. A prodigy. Taken from Matt and Mr. and Miss Wilson at the age of 25.
Yeah, so young, man.
Kaitlin Cash over there on the front row. When I talked to her, call me Cash. Kaitlin killed my friend. That's why we call her Cash. Kaitlin with a secret. Poor thing don't even like her own name anymore.
Aww. Kaitlin Cash is the name of Mo Wilson's friend. She was also the person that Mo Wilson was staying at, and this is where it happened. It happened at her place.
She pumped her friend's heart over 100 times. You heard it on the 911 call. For 10 minutes until the first responders got there. Not knowing she'd probably been dead for 45 minutes. Then she runs to Costa Rica, had plastic surgery, on the beach teaching yoga, while the Wilsons are trying to pick up the pieces. The state has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think we climbed past that mountain and climbed Mount Everest. Overwhelming. Now, they're about to get up here and send you down a bunch of rabbit holes.
Yep, they're about to. He knows.
I ask you to do me one favor.
What's up, Moondog?
The tools of her prodigy. She's about to set the world on fire. So don't do me a favor. Do Mo Wilson a favor. And I got one last thing to say to you. Get your notepad. Write a line down the middle of it. You don't have a notepad, use a notepad in your brain. And when they get up here, do something for me, but do it for Mo. When they say something and sing it out a rabbit hole, write it on the left side. If it's proven from the evidence share, pursuant to paragraph 12 of your charge, write it on the right side of your paper. And we've been here a long time, but we ain't got to stay much longer, because when you get to the back, I submit you that when you separate the left side of the paper from the right side of the paper, it's going to be blank, and we can get out here pretty quickly and find her guilty of shooting Mo Wilson in the heart and in the head and taking away this prodigy at the age of 25. Don't think about closure. Don't think about none of that. Don't think about the community. That's not your burden. Your burden is to follow the law. I only ask you to do one thing. Justice for Mo Wilson. The state has met its burden. I'm asking you to find her guilty. And don't let her run like she'll have to do 19 days before this trial. Thank you.
So the poll says, how long do you think jury would deliberate for Kaitlin Armstrong trial? 62% of you guys said verdict today. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking verdict today, 62%. We have 25% with verdict tomorrow, 12% with will take longer. You know, I was going to ask like, oh, you know, do we think guilty, not guilty? But we didn't really get to watch the trial. We just got to listen to opening statement, closing, and then like hear some like news coverage about this. But hey, Morton, what's up? How are you doing today? How's it going? We sped it up because usually I speed it up. But if you guys want me to slow it down, sometimes I do. But I prefer to listen sped up. And also we have another trial, or not another trial, but we got another event happening in about 20 minutes with the Timothy Ferriter sentencing. We're going to watch that one live. So we might like go back and forth between this one and the other one. All right. Y'all get ready for the defense now. Here comes the defense. It's going to be interesting.
Morning, folks. The state bears the burden of proof, and so the district attorney speaks first. Morning, folks.
Hi.
state bears the burden of proof. And so the district attorney speaks first in opening and closing argument, and then they speak last. My name is Mr. Kofer. It's a privilege to represent Kaitlin Armstrong. I'll visit with you a little bit, and then my colleague, Mr. Purrier, will visit with you. When we sit down, Mr. Gonzalez will have the opportunity to speak with you. 1 year, 4 months, and 12 days. That is how long Kaitlin Armstrong has asserted her innocence.
Oh,
And
God.
from day one, she asked for this trial. She asked for you to hear this case. You have all done extraordinary work.
Wait, if she asked for this trial, if she asked for this, why would she run away to Costa Rica? And then why would she run away 19 days before the trial was supposed to start? It's already not making sense. Sarah Boone. Yeah, Sarah Boone has her trial scheduled in about a month, but I mean, it might get pushed, but we'll see.
This is a difficult case. It is an emotional case. It could appear to be an easy case. For those 1 year, 4 months, and 12 days, Kaitlin Armstrong has been trapped in a nightmare of circumstantial evidence. How do you go about disproving a negative? The government has presented you the government's case. To meet the government's burden, there is a lot of sizzle. There's not much stake. It's a case based on assumptions, it's based on confirmation bias, and a lack of direct evidence. Let us talk about the case against Kaitlin Armstrong. It starts with jealousy. Jealousy is suspicion of someone's unfaithfulness in a relationship. And jealousy is a type of insecurity. We know that Colin Strickland fostered insecurity, and he has become the new poster child for Peter Pan syndrome in Austin, Texas. So what
Peter
is
Pan
the
syndrome?
evidence that Kaitlin Armstrong
Oh, Peter Pan syndrome, where like you want to be a child and not grow up?
is a jealous psycho? Colin was not honest with Kaitlin about his special friend in Colorado.
Nope.
And Kaitlin allegedly sent him a photograph of that friend. The implication being, number one, perhaps she had been looking at his phone, and number two, that she's crazy and jealous because when he was sneaking off to Colorado to meet up with the person sending him inappropriate photographs, she had the temerity to not like it. Kaitlin called Mariah Wilson once in October 2021. The text messages introduced into evidence show you that she had immediately before been in conversation through those messages with Colin about the location of her helmet. Probably it wasn't a phone call about the helmet. Let's be real. Probably it was a phone call, something to the extent of, by the by, Colin Strickland is a little bit of an ass, and I live with him. Is that so unreasonable? Is that insane? Kaitlin also had the chutzpah to send Colin a snarky text message when there was an Instagram story of Colin in a photograph with Mariah Wilson, undisputed. Kaitlin texted, "Give my regards to Mo." That doesn't make a murderer. It's possible that Kaitlin viewed Colin's text messages, undoubtedly. Just as Colin testified from the witness stand that Colin had done the exact same thing in past relationships. You 14, and the 12 of you who will decide this case, are a relatively unique species in Travis County. You are a diverse jury. You are a diverse jury of age, of gender, of experiences, and of race. That is uncommon in this county. I want you to bring that diversity of life experience into your deliberations. I want you to look at this assembled audience. And I want you to wonder, because generations are different. This morning, someone advised me of a new app the kids are on, Flip. Hadn't heard of it until this morning. Young people communicate a little bit differently. But I would bet you every penny that I am worth that at least one of you has looked at your partner's text messages at some point. And I would bet you everything that I'm worth, and him, that that's true of a number of people that are in this audience. The younger they are, the more common it is. Because jealousy is a fundamentally human emotion. Because it is about lack of trust in a relationship. But we know what Mr. Strickland shared with us about Kaitlin Armstrong. That in October of 2021, when Colin Strickland was having his short relationship with Mariah Wilson, that Kaitlin Armstrong was on dating apps. That Kaitlin Armstrong was dating other people. We know.
I also want to point out, Kaitlin Armstrong must be livid because I think how the news and how Colin Strickland has presented Kaitlin Armstrong so far was that she was an on-again, off-again girlfriend. I think she was just straight up his girlfriend. Like, they did have, like, a momentary, like, break where they were broken up for, like, a week or two or something like that. But I think she was, like, his girlfriend. But the fact that she's here, like, on again, off again, like, it makes it sound like they're not very even that serious. But she must be livid. I don't know, man. She seems like the type of person.
That Colin Strickland told you
Namaste.
that at the cyclocross events in Bentonville, Arkansas, in January of 2022, that Kaitlin didn't appear to him jealous in any way. Nothing remarkable about her behavior to him. And in fact, we know that he shared that, yes, he'd had a long-standing sexual relationship with professional cyclist and woman, Amy Rockwell. and that Kaitlin was friends with Amity Rockwell, that Kaitlin had never expressed anything approaching jealousy or negative emotions about Amity Rockwell.
You did it?
Mariah Wilson was not the first cycling woman in Colin's life. Colin hid his relationship with Mariah Wilson into 2022. He did that because he didn't want to be honest about it. He doesn't like emotions. He likes what he wants and what's important to him. He was breadcrumbing, and I think you know what that is. He was leaving his options open. He just didn't want to get caught. He didn't lie because Kaitlin was a jealous psycho killer.
I don't know, man. This man is in like mid-30s, man. Colin, what are you doing? Get your shit together, Colin. Like, what are you doing?
He lied because that's how he approaches life. That's how he approaches women. He's a professional cyclist and an amateur liar. But what did Colin Strickland say about Kaitlin, though? He said the relationship was not volatile. Kaitlin was not a particularly jealous girlfriend. He shared he'd had girlfriends in the past before Kaitlin, and that Kaitlin was not jealous like those other past girlfriends. Who brought up jealousy first? Austin Police Department Detective Richard Spittler. On May 12th,
Ooh, we about to blame it on the detective now.
mere 12 hours after the murder of Mariah Wilson, when Detective Spittler interviewed Colin Strickland, who first said that J word, Richard Spittler, because it was a great theory. And what a convenient narrative. What a wonderful and easy way to paint a woman and to tell a story. The woman scorned. Whether the facts met the narrative or not, it's a great story. The truth of the matter is that Kaitlin's emotions and her actions were normal and routine and human. But she had to be portrayed as a jealous psycho to create the motive. The problem, however, in Colin and Kaitlin's relationship was not Mariah Wilson. The problem was always Colin Strickland. However,
I'm actually surprised that she didn't take it out on Colin Strickland. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised she didn't take it on both of them. She only took it out on Mo Wilson.
Colin's behavior does not make sense. Colin changed Mariah Wilson's name in his phone on May 11th. Colin deleted his text exchange with Mariah Wilson on May 11th.
Yeah, because he's
What
sketchy.
was different about May 11th? Why did he do that on May 11th? He felt he needed an alibi. Why that day? Jealousy. But what about the black Jeep? You know exactly where and exactly when that Jeep traveled. There is not a doubt that Kaitlin's cell phone was on her person between about 5:30 p.m. and at least 7:30 p.m. on May 11th. There's no dispute whatsoever as to that.
Okay.
And there is no doubt of any type that Kaitlin's cell phone was in the vicinity of the black Jeep. Was Kaitlin in the black Jeep? Who had access to the black Jeep?
Kaitlin.
Who had access to the key fob to the black Jeep?
Kaitlin.
Who had access to the key bowl containing that fob that drives the black Jeep?
Oh, man. Is this where they're going to start blaming it on Colin Strickland?
Who previously owned a black SUV? Pam Mazak presented you a compelling PowerPoint. Animation, details. PowerPoint presentations in criminal cases like this are a lot like swimsuits. What they reveal is interesting. What they hide is what's essential.
What?
It's real easy to look at.
Okay, what was that analogy? Swimsuits. What they reveal is interesting. What they hide is essential.
The animation that Pam Mazak provided and see dot, 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 call detail record time, dot, 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 dot. And then to see infotainment track log, dot, dot, dot. And if you don't review the data, if you take it on the word of a PowerPoint animation, it's really easy to look at it and go, the phone was in the car and it was writing together. There is a very, very good reason that you were shown a PowerPoint and that you were not presented the data. When you return to the room back there to deliberate, ask for the PowerPoint, ask for the actual data. The problem isn't the data in your heads. The problem is the presentation of it. Because what you'll see, if you actually look at the data, is that you were left with an impression that is not true. Look at the timestamp on the call detail records compared to the infotainment, and you're going to see a lag. And sometimes you'll see an advancement. And what you'll see is that while it is undisputed that the phone was in the vicinity of the black Jeep, you'll see that there is zero conclusive evidence that phone actually was in the black Jeep. What you will see, though, is some really peculiar movement of the black Jeep. Peculiar movement that Pam Mazak completely skipped over. When that vehicle is heading northbound on Lamar, and stops near an area called Spa 7, where maybe somebody had an appointment, or maybe not, you're going to see some very strange movement of the data within a parking garage. And you might wonder why that car may have gone up and down inside a parking garage, and why when a car is moving inside a parking garage, the phone is not in that parking garage. The phone is inside of a building.
Maybe bad cell reception?
What about all those other vehicles?
Oh, you know what? So my opinion is that Colin stayed because he's comfortable. I also remember that Kaitlin Armstrong also does like the business side of things, I think, for Colin. Like maybe she manages like his sponsors or something like that, communications. I don't know. Maybe he just had a hard time. Maybe he relied on her for that. I don't know. But he needed to break up with her, okay? They needed to break up with each other. It was just a mess.
What about Colin's mom's car? What about the Mercedes? What about the trucks? What about the half dozen odd vehicles? Did Kaitlin Armstrong have access to vehicles that weren't the black Jeep? Absolutely. Did she drive vehicles that weren't the black Jeep? Absolutely. But wait, Rick Kofer. Colin said, I saw her get out of the black Jeep. But that's not what he said. The first time he testified in front of you, a few weeks ago, it was a Friday, he said that's what I believe. He was real hesitant. He wasn't rock solid. He had a weekend to think. And he came back and he continued to testify in front of you on Monday. And somehow his memory and recollection of every detail in this case had become fuzzier between Friday and Monday over the weekend, except for his opinion about seeing Kaitlin come out of a black Jeep. And when he sat on the witness stand and testified yesterday, somehow all of his recollections had become even fuzzier still, except that he claimed he saw Kaitlin Armstrong come out of a black Jeep. How amazing that the one fact that he seemed to remember with greater clarity over time was the single fact that drew attention away from him and pointed the finger at Kaitlin Armstrong. We're to believe this, that that's what he said, that that's what he actually saw. From Colin. Colin, with his marked lack of interest in Kaitlin's life. Colin, who on May 12th said that Kaitlin had arrived home mere moments after he texted her at 9:21 p.m., 6 minutes after the killing of Mariah Wilson. Colin, who couldn't recall a single detail about Caitlin's behavior that night. That does not make sense. And Colin may have had other reasons for saying what he did. Remember, Richard Spittler did not believe that Colin was truthful and forthcoming. What about those guns? Colin bought those guns. Colin told her to train with the gun. And she did, once. And she was totally normal. I asked the witness, Jill, did Kaitlin seem all murdery? No. Now, the prosecution led with a video of her at the gun range. Raise your hand in the audience if you've ever been to a gun range or ever held a firearm. Did you kill anyone? It's emotional, it's compelling, but that's a rabbit hole. That's a smokescreen.
Well, they were trying to say that, like, you know, before the murder happened, Kaitlin Armstrong was practicing shooting the gun.
But what's peculiar is that Colin sat up here on the witness stand and said, oh yeah, no, that cable lock for the gun, yeah, that was mine. I have no idea where the second cable lock came from. He had no problem admitting that he owned a cable lock before buying guns. He had no problem admitting that he owned a red cable lock on a Smith & Wesson, which appears unaffiliated with this case. But when confronted with the evidence, I have no idea where this black cable lock on the black 6-hour came from.
Yeah, I don't know. The Kaitlin seemed at all murdery.
And when we invited him to come and demonstrate to you, to stand here, to show you how a cable lock works, suddenly Colin Strickland, engineering degree, Colin Strickland, repairs and sells Spartan motorhome trailers. Colin Strickland, the mechanically sophisticated man, suddenly he has 10 thumbs, and I don't know how this works. Bullshit. He wasn't straight with you. He knew exactly what that cable lock was, and he knows exactly how it works. And the reason that he was blowing smoke to you is because he did not want you to see that the usage of a cable lock is no easy feat. To wrap the slide, to eject the magazine, to then replace it.
I don't know if we ever heard an attorney curse before in closing arguments or opening statements. Have we? I know we've heard them curse before, but not like opening or closing. Oh, maybe we have.
And so Colin wanted to leave you with the impression, I don't know. The black, I have no idea. The thing from the murder, I don't know. And yet somehow Kaitlin Armstrong, who appears at best, had in her life held a gun one time, somehow knew to use, to remove and then reattach a cable lock. When you heard from Jill from the witness stand, Kaitlin didn't have any experience with that. When they went to the gun range at Colin's direction, there was no cable lock. How did the cable lock get on the gun? Colin says he didn't do it. We know Kaitlin didn't do it because Jill said so. That does not make sense. But Rick, what about the DNA, Rick?
Y'all are wondering who Rick is. Rick is this guy right Rick is the defense attorney. But
Kaitlin
Rick
cannot be excluded as a potential contributor to a DNA swab from Mariah Wilson's bike. Period. Full stop. A swab from the handlebars and from the seat of that bike. I am no DNA expert. None of y'all are either. You heard from several of them. I don't know. I know that there's transfer DNA. I know that there can be lab contamination. I know that there was a lot of conversation about helmets and who wore what helmet and when they wore it. If we know who wore the helmet when and this and that. Or did Colin put on a black motorcycle jacket as he discussed with Richard Spittler on the way from Kaitlin Cash's apartment to Tea Betty and Poolberger? Would that black jacket have his DNA and then Mariah with Kaitlin and the... I don't know. You will make of that what you will. But the upshot is this. There are two realities. Schrodinger's cat. Either Kaitlin Armstrong was there, and that's why.
Yeah, he doesn't look murdery. Hi, Chris. How are you doing today? Blowing smoke. Love this guy.
There's DNA that was found on that bike, or at least that she cannot be excluded. Blah blah blah. Or a person wearing gloves had their hands on a driving steering wheel.
Okay.
Caitlin's DNA. Or Mariah Wilson had touched the same bike, or the same helmet, or the black jacket. I don't know, but I do know what every person that handled this bike handled it in the same way. It was arm day at the gym this morning, and this is still really easy because this is how you pick up this bike. But what the government and the police would like you to believe is that after a brutal slaying, that
What is the arm day? What is the arm day comment? Was it arm day for him at the gym today?
the way, and see how this tire is arranged, that the way then, Kaitlin Armstrong would have, I guess, wanted to hold the bike like this. That does not make sense. Everyone held it this way. And what's astounding, and this is what you...
Well, I mean, Kaitlin Armstrong was also not like a pro cyclist. She's a yoga instructor. So I don't know. Maybe she didn't really know how to hold a bike. I might have held it like that too. I don't know. I might have held it like that. I'm actually really surprised that she put her hands on the bike. Maybe she put her hands on there. Maybe she was wearing gloves, or maybe she tried to wipe the DNA off or something. Like, I'm so surprised she took the bike.
You heard from the APD expert right here on this portion of the bike frame. This was the area not swabbed for DNA. Why not? It was more appropriate for latent prints. Could you have swabbed for DNA? Absolutely. Why didn't you? It was more appropriate for latent prints. No DNA here, but why would anyone?
Because I feel like holding it like that would be a normie way. Like, if you're not like a pro cyclist, I don't know. I would have held it like that way too. I would have touched my hand on the handlebar, maybe on the seat as well. Not just grab it from the middle. I wouldn't have known, really. Barking Man, first time catching you live. Yay! Hi, welcome. How are you? Hello, hello. On to the
That
next.
doesn't make sense. But what about the missing DNA analysis? No analysis of any DNA from that bike frame. What about the swabs taken from the black Jeep? You heard testimony. DNA swabs were taken from inside the black Jeep. Never tested. Why? Why not? Why leave it to chance? What if it had shown yet another unknown profile? How inconvenient. We do know as a fact, unknown.
I mean, if you had someone working in your car, oil changes, or sometimes you just give rides to people, of course there's going to be some other DNA in there, but I don't
DNA
know.
profile on the seat, unknown
Cyan.
DNA profile on these handlebars, unknown DNA profile on the gun. That does not make sense. Austin American Statesman got it right. There's mystery DNA. And there's one more source of DNA that was never tested. The rape kit. The truth of the matter is, Austin Police Department did not want a single piece of evidence in front of you that might point away from Kaitlin Armstrong. They didn't want any evidence that could potentially be inconsistent with their version of the case. And that's why the black swabs from the Jeep, or the DNA swabs from the black Jeep were never tested, and that's why the rape kit was never tested. Rick, what about the police interrogation?
I mean, they probably saw that it didn't look like a rape, and that's why they didn't do a rape kit. I'm assuming she had her clothes on, because I think, I don't know, oh no, because she was there for a little bit. I don't know. Was she coming out of the shower, maybe? Like,
We saw her on the video for 11 minutes. She looked cold. She looked bad. She looked like a killer. Imagine that your boyfriend has just been contacted by 2 homicide detectives and told to come down to homicide. And that not but 60, 90 minutes later, additional law enforcement arrives, tactical vests, guns. You're under arrest. What am I under arrest for? Don't know, can't tell you. And then you're taken down to be interrogated, put in a room with Katie Connor, who may not be the worst homicide detective I've ever seen, but is certainly in the running. And told, oh yeah, you're under arrest on this warrant. I couldn't tell you anything about it. I don't really know. Oh, is someone knocking? No, no one's knocking. Oh no, I think they're knocking. Kidding. Our bad. You're good to go. Hey, your boyfriend and the...
what is this?
What would you do? How would you respond? Don't you think you'd be a little confused? Rick, come on. Costa Rica. What are you, an idiot? Come on. She ran. She ran. Only a guilty person
Oh, Timothy Ferriter. Okay, muted. Hold on.
would run. Are you a fool, Rick Hofer? You heard testimony that Kaitlin was told by the Austin Police Department, free to go, ma'am. And when she went to New York, free as a bird, just like any of the 14 of you. And when she booked that ticket for Costa Rica, when she drove to Newark Airport, when she got on a plane.
All right, y'all, we're going to switch over to Timothy Ferriter sentencing.
All right, we are here this afternoon on the sentencing hearing in State versus Ferriter.
Oh, they got to fix the audio.
Let me just make an announcement to those folks that are on Zoom. The court
Hold on.
in this courtroom is that anybody that appears via Zoom must identify themselves by their first and last name. If you have changed your name after coming from the waiting room,
I think they're gonna fix the audio. Oh god, we gotta give it a second here. What do you guys think of his acting skills? I would have held the handlebars. If he starts maybe touching her DNA got anything because she touched the Colin and transferred off of him, I'd be rolling on the floor. I think that's what they're trying to say. I think they're trying to say that like Colin was the one that transferred her DNA, Kaitlin Armstrong's DNA, and possibly put it on the bike.
court up on the privilege and benefit of appearing via Zoom, that you abide by the court's rules. All right, so with that being said,
Fix the audio.
answers, please.
Please fix the audio. Oh God.
Court will permit that. What's corrections position on that? I usually allow at least their right hand to be uncuffed so they can write and communicate with the attorney in writing.
He's eating the mic.
All right, so let's go ahead and do it.
No, it's just they need to reconnect a cable or something. I don't know. So it's sounding kind of fuzzy. That's Timothy Ferriter right there. I just want to point out they were ready to give him a plea deal, so he would only serve 2 years in prison and have 5-year probation.
Instructed during the course of this hearing, if you see anybody on Zoom,
He denied that and went to trial instead. Now he's possibly facing 40 years.
part of this hearing for violation of the court's divisional rules and instructions.
Was that Cook? Oh, they wanted him to turn on his wife. Here's the thing. I don't know if they can fix the audio right now. Usually they wait till break to fix the audio because you're not supposed to be like running around the courtroom and like, you know, disturbing it. But God, I hope they're able to fix this audio, please. So far the audio is only audible on the left side of my ear. Is his wife there by any chance? Do y'all see her? Was she allowed to sit there and listen? The defense attorney did an interview with Court TV. When was that? Oh, when he was guilty. He feels he's not guilty. Come on, y'all. Fix his audio. All right, well, I'll just read this while I'm sitting here. Florida father Timothy Ferriter was convicted of several criminal charges of physically assaulting his adopted son with a belt and confining the teenager to a crate-sized room. The room that was built specifically for the child in the family's garage had a lock only on the outside and cameras installed on the inside. The adopted son was provided only a bucket for the bathroom use and sometimes meals. Ferriter faced up to 40 years in prison. His wife, Tracy, was also arrested for similar charges and has not gone to trial yet.
All right, well, Mr. Ferriter has returned to the court and we can proceed. Before we begin, it hasn't really been a problem during the course of this proceedings, but I'll just make a note before we get started because we do have a full courtroom this afternoon. Similar to my rules and regulations with respect to Zoom appearances, I do not permit any kind of outburst or input from any members of the gallery during any stage or phase of these proceedings. So I'm going to ask everyone to remain silent and no outwardly ostentatious display of any emotion during the course of this proceeding. And I trust that everyone will be able to comply with that. All right, so before we get started with the sentencing, I'll tell all sides that I have read the state's recommendation for sentencing, the defense motion for downward departure and sentence memorandum, and also the defense's supplemental filing. In addition to that, I've reviewed the package of materials provided to the court by you, Ms. Farad, including all of the reference letters, the photos, and the deposition transcript that was provided to me. So with that, all sides ready to proceed with the sentencing hearing this afternoon? Yes, Your Honor. All right. So Ms. Coakley, the state will go first, and I would suggest that you address, in the course of your sentencing request to the court, you also address your opposition to the motion for downward departure, because I will decide it all at one time.
Yes, Your Honor. And I have the score sheet, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, and I guess just procedurally, how Your Honor would like us to proceed, the defense has the burden of establishing via evidence a legal basis for downward departure.
Her audio's good.
So we don't have a burden of putting on any evidence as it relates to downward departure.
Yeah, you're correct in that, and so that would mean that technically I should hear from the defense first on the downward departure, since they have the burden, they go first and they go last on that motion, but ultimately the state has the burden of persuading me on the sentencing, so you get the last word on the sentencing itself. Ms. Purad, you want to weigh in as to how you would like to proceed?
And I would just tell you, I do have, like, the victim would like to address the court as it relates to sentencing, and I have letters.
Okay.
Two letters one letter that I'm going to file, Your Honor, to provide to the court, and two that I'd like to
the
read out
adept
loud.
that is going to talk.
I have the victim and another witness who would like to testify. That's more as to sentencing as opposed to downward departure. So I just don't know procedurally if you want me to do all that now.
Well, if there's any risk of it confusing where the burden lies in regard to the matters and decisions that have got to be decided by the court, we'll
He's alive, yeah.
fly the straight and narrow path of doing it the technically correct way. So on that, Ms. Priad, do you have any objection of you starting first to argue your motion for downward departure and putting on whatever evidence?
No, but I would also like to put on whatever evidence for the purposes of sentencing as well.
Which is why I suggested up front just doing it all at one time, because I'm not going to decide the downward departure motion until I've heard everything on the sentencing. So however you folks want to do it, I don't have any real strong preference one way or the other. Since the defense has the burden.
Wait, it was Goodfellas? It wasn't American Gangsta? I thought it was American Gangsta. Oh, God, maybe not. Okay, so just a quick little recap. So Timothy Ferriter and his wife, what's her name again? Oh, God, what was her name again? I don't remember. It escaped my brain. Timothy Ferriter and his wife, they were arrested. And so they essentially built a 8x8 room in their garage. The contractor came, built it, and was like, this is kind of sus, because like they wanted to have the locks only on the outside, meaning someone's locking someone in. And then they wanted to have cameras installed so they can surveil whoever was locked in there. Now, inside the 8x8 room, there was only like a plain bed. There was no bathroom, just a fucking bucket there, where the child would essentially have to use the bathroom in the bucket. And in the morning, when he was let out, he would go and dump it out and then clean it. Neighbors actually saw this. And so he wasn't able to just freely leave this 8x8 room. He was locked in there for about they would say like 18 hours a day. And then sometimes they would let him out and let him have like the leftovers of their meal, or they'll bring him like a sandwich or something like that. Some really basic food. And so at some point, I think he like did try to run away, and he talked to authorities, and he was basically saying them like he felt like he wasn't loved. You know, he felt like he was living with his family and they didn't love me. And so at some point they did investigate, and they found this weird 8x8 room that he was staying in. And it's just really sad because the victim did end up testifying, and you can tell that, I don't know, it was just really sad because he was essentially saying that, like, I don't think Tim is like a bad guy. They did the best they could, let bygones be bygones, like to that effect. I don't know, it was just like really sad to hear that coming from the victim. But these people were supposed to be like good, I think they were good Christian people. And like, how can you treat someone so inhumanely? And someone who's like adopted, like when you're already adopted, you already have a lot of things going on in your life where it's like, You probably feel like your parents, your original parents that, your mom that gave birth to you, your dad may have abandoned you. Maybe you'll never get to meet them. I don't know. There's just like so much going on. Like I have friends that are adopted. I know they have a lot of stuff like, going on in the background of their minds all the time. But I don't know. I just can't believe they did this. Like, how did they think it was a good idea? Like their defense is saying that like what their defense is that like the child was acting out. The child was bad. The child was doing this and that. But like still, you don't lock up a fucking child in an 8x8 room or a teenager like that. Like this is just horrible. Yeah, just freaking horrible. I don't know. Like, why are you adopting kids then? What's the point? Hi, Bloka. The contractor is a hero. I don't know if the contractor ended up reporting it, but I know the contractor just thought it was weird. But yeah, I don't know.
You probably have the ultimate decision in this if you would rather go first and let me hear from you on the motion for downward departure, or are you fine with the court's suggestion that the state start, then the defense present its case?
Oh, I think her name is Tracy. Timothy and Tracy Ferriter.
And then we go back to rebuttal for the state. You tell me, Ms. Breon.
I'm happy to go as long as I get a rebuttal, Your Honor.
You'll get a rebuttal on the motion for downward departure. You won't get a rebuttal on the sentencing. So let's do this. We're going to hear from Ms. Murad first. And the way we'll deal with the motion is the defense will have the burden of putting on their case, arguing their motion. State will get an opportunity for your opposition to the motion, and then the defense will get a rebuttal. Immediately upon conclusion of the rebuttal, I then will start with a full argument from the state on the sentencing. All right, that's the way we'll proceed. And I think technically that's the correct way to go about it if both sides are not in favor of combining the two.
And, Your Honor, when I present evidence, it will be combined as to both the motion for downward departure and sentencing for efficiency.
And I'm fine with that because I can consider that without disrupting where the burden lies with respect to the motion for downward departure.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay?
First, Your Honor, I would like to, this is sort of a technical thing, but admit into evidence any exhibits that I attached to the motion for downward departure and sentencing memorandum, particularly the transcript of the trial. I'm not going to read out portions of it, but it is essential for my first ground for a downward departure, and as the court knows, hearsay is admissible.
Okay, any objection?
No.
All right, so we do need, for clarity's sake, though, to have each individual exhibit provided to the clerk so they can mark it. Do you have your individual exhibits?
I don't, Your Honor, because the storm caused me to lose Wi-Fi this morning. However, I can provide that after the fact, if the court would just allow me that.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do then. We're going to do this in parts. We can make just the, did the state receive entirely everything you presented to the court? So we can either do it one of two ways. We can make that a composite defense exhibit 1 for the motion, or we can break it down into the letters of recommendation, the character letters.
All right, let's catch up. They're just speaking logistics right now.
But it was reports from the psychiatrist that were included with the report.
I believe it's Exhibits A and B, Your Honor.
He was already found guilty. This is just sentencing.
Not sealed, because I don't think there's an appropriate basis for that. But
Audio's fixed.
that being said, I think that takes care of that.
Maybe?
Anything else you
Just
need to
kidding.
address?
Never mind.
I just want to confirm that Your Honor also received the book of pictures that we provided of the family.
I did, but this is part of the composite exhibit.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the court had an opportunity.
Yeah, I've looked at all of that as well, and that's also, these are not sealed, though. I don't think there's a basis for sealing with that. Okay, all right, so the way I like to proceed on evidentiary-based motions is I hear brief argument, like an opening, and then you go into your evidence, and prior to you going into your evidence, I'll hear a brief opening from the state, and then we'll treat it just like a mini trial. All right, so, all right, Ms. Millard, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Tim Ferriter, I'm requesting that the court grant a downward departure in this matter. As the court knows, Tim Ferriter scores about 75 months in prison pursuant to the score sheet. I have detailed in my motion, I won't belabor it, several grounds that I believe this court can utilize for a downward departure in this case. Both under the enumerated subsections and under what I am calling, perhaps too freely, a catch-all. And there is, in fact, case law that I've provided to the court showing that should the court find evidence to support a
Wait, I just realized I did the poll wrong. That's the greater sign. Whoops. Okay, I have to redo the poll. I'm redoing the poll. Sorry.
Downward departure that is not specifically enumerated in the statute, the court can, the court has the ability to do that. As far as the presentation that I'm going to make today, I think that something that is incredibly important, and I'll name these people at the end, is the amount of support that Tim Ferriter has here today. It is the vast majority of what we see on Zoom, and it is the vast majority of the audience today. His wife is here, his mother Maureen is here, and she will speak to the court. He has friends here and people that have supported him throughout his life and continue to support him today.
Who's supporting him?
Presented with, I think, a total of 34 character reference people that have known him his whole life. I think that what happens during the course of
the people that knew him his entire life, did they know what he was doing to this child? Did they really know him? Did they know what was going on behind closed doors, or did they not fucking care?
Trial.
Hi, niece.
Is that
Hello.
we're so, and this is for the right reasons, we're so focused on the facts and how they apply to the law that we don't always see the whole person, and that is my hope today. Another thing that I hope to present to the court through my first witness, Ms. Carrie Williams, is a real depiction of what it's like to have a child with reactive attachment disorder. Ms. Williams is a parent of a child with reactive attachment disorder and an advocate herself for a number of parents. And with that, I'd like to call her as my first witness.
Okay, before doing that, does the state wish to make any brief opening as to what you intend to demonstrate with respect to the motion alone at this point?
To the motion alone,
Right, to the motion alone.
I mean, did the family not have the means to hire professional help? Why would you resort to locking up the child in this small room with a bucket? Like, it's just dehumanizing. The excuses.
The state's position is that there's not a legal basis for downward departure here. The defense advances one statutory basis, and then basically the catch-all saying that there should be a non-statutory basis. But the way that that works is that the court has to find that there is a valid legal ground, and the fact that the arguments that the defendant has advanced are not valid legal grounds for downward departure under the law. It's clear that restitution is not an issue here. None of the other grounds that they raise are sufficient. And the defense said, well, we should look at character, we should look at the totality, we should rely on the testimony of people like their first witness who have no firsthand knowledge about anything in this case, or people that are anonymous. And so a person doesn't get sentenced in the court of law based on what people watched on YouTube about a criminal case. And so for the defense or for the court to rely upon that as a legal basis of departure would depart from the essential requirements of the law. And even if there was a valid ground for downward departure, the court then should look, based on the totality of the circumstances, whether or not it would be appropriate, considering the aggravating and the mitigating factors in case here. And I think based on the hours of the defendant's conduct that the court had the opportunity to observe firsthand, it's perfectly clear that this is an intentional, malicious, cruel, and callous act against a vulnerable child. And as such, it's not appropriate for a downward departure.
Okay, all right, thank you. You may call your first witness, Ms. Moran.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the defense calls Carrie Williams.
Just a little background story. So Tim and Tracy Ferriter lost custody of all 4 of their children after their arrest on charges related to the confining of their adopted son to an 8x8 room in a garage with only a bucket for a toilet. RF, which is the son, was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder and had been abandoned in a Vietnamese orphanage as a 7-month-old baby before the Ferriters adopted him at 17 months old. So it's not like they adopted a teenager. It was like, oh my God, I don't know how to deal with this outburst. They had this child ever since the baby, he was a baby. His symptoms include lack of impulse control, persistent behavior issues, with the Ferriters addressed by taking extreme measures to restrict his movements in the house, keeping him locked up in the garage for 14 to 18 hours a day, controlling the lights from outside the room, and forbidding from touching the air conditioner. Like, I don't know, this is just so wild. Like, get expert help. This is just so unacceptable.
Or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the
Hey, Rhiannon, how are you doing today?
I don't know. I want them in the box.
Oh, Judge, you don't need to talk, Judge. Oh God, what is this box?
Ms. Willard, may begin your convenience.
Mary Williams, and I'm a parent of a child with reactive attachment disorder and also an advocate for other parents of children with reactive attachment disorder.
Have
Okay.
you testified before in court?
I have not.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, and then the state's going to have the opportunity to do so as well, okay? I first want to start with what your advocacy work is. Can you explain that to us?
I do speak at some conferences and do some writing in various platforms, but what I mostly do is I provide community and resources for parents of kids with reactive attachment disorder, because that is the gap in our system that parents don't have. So I try to help parents feel seen and heard, point them in the right direction for resources, and also just allow some empathy for parents, because that might not fix the problem, but it definitely can help them cope.
Have you published about being a parent of a child with reactive attachment disorder?
I've published a number of articles in different publications, as well as 2 books. I wrote a book that was called The Essential Guide for RAD, for parents. And the reason I wrote that book was because I found that this information was not in a consolidated place for parents. There was at the time, no single resource where they could go and they could find out, what am I dealing with? How can I get help? What would help me at this point? And so that is why I published that book, to give parents that kind of one-stop place to get the information that they needed, based on basically what I wish I had known when I had my child with reactive attachment disorder and did not have. And then after that, I published a memoir, and I wrote it to read like fiction, because I realized that part of the reason people don't understand reactive attachment disorder is that they literally don't understand what's happening in our homes. They have no sense for that unless they live it themselves. And so what I wanted to do was write something that reads like a novel, so that people could kind of walk in my shoes and begin to understand it, and understand how the dysfunctions of the mental health system and the child welfare system are affecting families and affecting children, and preventing us from getting the help that we do need.
Where, you said that you've published a number of articles. Where have you published? Like what sources?
And then also, his sister testified as well, and she's only about a year older than him. Testified that when they lived in Arizona, she had seen her father grab her brother by the neck and then hauled him to his room, where she heard sounds of slapping and hitting, as well as her brother's screams. The jury heard again how she feared her father would accidentally kill her brother. And when she grew old enough to understand the nature of his treatment of him, she realized the word for it was abuse. Just gross.
BuzzFeed, I've been on NPR, Adoptive Families, Fostering the Family, several different platforms. I've also had op-eds about this in the Sun-Sentinel and the Charlotte Observer.
And I know you talked about your memoir, and this is about your child with reactive attachment disorder, and you did in fact write this with your child's permission, correct?
Yes, I did.
So how many people throughout your advocacy work or families that you work with have you helped, if you have a number on that?
I've personally interacted with hundreds, but there are tens of thousands that have read my books. I've given away 5,000 of my books. So this is a huge issue in the adoptive community. It's a hidden issue that people don't talk about much. But in addition to that, I have a website where I've had 250,000 hits on it, reading my articles about this. So it's hard for me to judge how many people, because a lot of people I don't personally interact with, but I've interacted personally with hundreds of people at conferences and online, things like that.
And the people you're interacting with, are they usually parents of children with reactive attachment disorder?
They are. They may be adoptive parents, they may be foster parents, step parents. So there's some different scenarios where it can happen, but yes, it's parents.
And how does she recommend those parents deal with children with reactive attachment disorder? I'm not quite sure we're going to care what she's going to say about this. Like, yes, it could be really irritating. It could be really hard for a parent, but like, this man locked the kid in a box.
Parents who have children with
I
reactive
don't know.
attachment disorder.
Let's see where they go with this.
These books and started your advocacy work because this is a really hidden issue. First, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by the fact that it's hidden?
I'm going to object and say improper opinion and relevance.
I'm overruled. I'll give her some latitude in this area.
Thank you.
It's hidden because when parents adopt and they go through classes or they take whatever training, this is really underplayed as a possibility because, of course, they want you to adopt children. So instead of giving you the proper training and the proper information, you go into adoption without knowing. And then as a parent, you are parenting the child, and you've been told that love can heal this child and help with whatever trauma they've been through. And you very quickly find out that that's not true. And there's a lot of shame and embarrassment in that, because as a parent, you know you're failing. You're not able to parent this child. No matter what you do, nothing is working. And so that can be really devastating for parents. And so parents are not always reporting it. And when they do, they're often not believed or blamed and shamed.
Is that something that you experienced yourself?
Yeah.
As irrelevant.
Sustained.
Is that something that the parents that you've worked with have experienced?
Objection as to relevance is not applicable to this case, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
She could talk about her experience with her own child, but
that was the first question.
she's not an expert that's been qualified in the court's view to talk about RAD as a psychiatrist or psychologist or a medical professional, but she's a mother.
Why is she up here? I'm so confused. Carrie Williams is an award-winning author and foster and adoptive parent who has spent over a decade navigating the mental health system on behalf of her children. She advocates for reforms in the mental health system to better serve our society's most vulnerable individuals, our children. She's a passionate supporter of adoption when adopted parents are informed and supported. Carrie lives in North Carolina, has 5 children, including 2 who are adopted out of foster care. I would have think she would be testifying for the state, not for Tim Ferriter's defense. I'm so confused why she's here.
Who's raised a child with RAD, so I'm going to allow her to testify as to her personal experiences and what her opinions as a mother are, but you don't have to go much further to qualify her as an expert to talk about what would be tantamount to psychiatric, psychological, and medical opinions.
Judge, I'm not asking her.
Just ask your question. You ask it. I've ruled on it.
Let's go, Judge.
I want you to rephrase your question in a way that's consistent with my ruling and proceed.
Based on your personal experience as a mother of a child with reactive attachment disorder and as a person who has worked with hundreds of
Nope. Oh. The fact that she's worked with hundreds of people is not relevant to this case in this court's view. I'm going to allow you to talk about her experience as a mother raising a RAD child, because that's what's relevant, that the court finds marginally relevant for purposes of sentencing. So I will allow you to rephrase the question again, consistent with my ruling.
Oh, God.
Based on your personal experience, did you find that kind of shame with raising a child with, or sharing what it was like to raise a child with reactive attachment disorder?
Yes, absolutely, and that's one of the reasons that I do talk about it and write about it, to try to bring awareness.
Why did you start your advocacy work?
Right after the Parkland shooting, I was watching the media and I was hearing a lot about how the mother saying, why didn't the mother get help? And also that the biggest argument in the media was that people needed more access to mental health care.
Oh, someone actually answered this earlier, Nicole. What is downward departure? I just looked it up just now. Downward departure refers to a situation where a judge imposes a sentence below the guideline range due to specific mitigating factors. The process allows for greater flexibility in sentencing and acknowledges that each case is unique and the guidelines do not adequately address all circumstances. So I guess maybe like in here, like if the minimum sentencing was like 2 years, then possibly the judge can give him even lower than that. I don't know. I just made that part up, but as an example.
And that was very disturbing to me because my son has been in 18 facilities over 8 years. And so I know that mental health is not there. And so the issue is we can give people access all we want, but if the mental health treatment for RAD is not in place, that's not going to help us. So I wanted to make that argument, and I also wanted to make the argument that sometimes parents do try to get help, because I tried to get help for years. It took me years to get help.
Okay.
And so I wrote an op-ed for the Sun Sentinel on that topic, and that is how I got started.
I want to talk a little bit about your experiences as a parent with a child with reactive attachment disorder. Now, you have a number of children, both adopted and biological, is that correct?
Yes,
And one of them was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder.
that's correct.
When was that child diagnosed?
I'm not sure of the year, but he was 11.
So talk to me about, you said that when you adopt a child, when you personally adopted a child, you were not sort of prepared for what that might mean as far as any behavioral issues. Can you explain that to me?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's irrelevant that this person's personal experience has to do with, relevant to the sentencing of this defendant.
Response?
Your Honor just stated that she was permitted to speak only as to her personal experience.
Another objection made as to relevancy, so just make your record for how you believe this is relevant.
Sure, Judge, I think it's relevant because first off, in a sentencing, there is leeway and the evidentiary rules are relaxed. I think that one thing that this court
God, no! Sorry. What I was trying to say was, I guess the point of her being here is trying to say that even though parents will try to seek professional help for their children that have reactive attachment disorder, there's not a lot of people or professions out there that deal with this. And so maybe she's trying to say that, like, oh, Tim and Tracy Ferriter didn't have the tools to deal with the child with RAD because there isn't much professional help out there. But even so, I feel like her being up there just really discredits what she does in her field. Like, I don't really get why she's here. It's just what I'm saying over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, sorry. Let's listen. I just don't.
was not able to hear during the course of the trial, based on whatever the rules of evidence are in a jury trial and what a jury may hear, is what the
Like, it could be true. Yes, they didn't have the tools to deal with it, but still, they went to the extreme. The extreme. You just don't do that. I don't know.
experience is actually like. So actions, and particularly as it relates to the defense's first ground for downward departure, I apologize, I don't have the subsection in front of me, but it's essentially the language on provocation, is the court has to understand what it's actually like to walk in the shoes of a person who has a child with reactive attachment disorder.
Okay.
Additionally, I think it's imperative that the court understand that this is not some sort of fringe, and if this witness is permitted to testify, the actions that the Ferriters took, though inappropriate, were not fringe.
She's not going to be able to testify on the propriety of the actions that the Ferriters took.
I think she can testify as to what's available on the internet for parents with reactive attachment disorder, and hearsay is admissible in a sentencing hearing.
She's not an expert, though. She's a mother who raised a rad child.
Sentencing, Your Honor.
Oh, man, it's not looking good when you're arguing with the judge like this. It's not even defense attorney versus the state prosecutor. It's defense attorney versus the judge. Oh, Lord. Prosecutors sitting back, sipping on their tea right now.
Right.
In
Well, if you're asking her to give a psychiatric, counsel, please don't interrupt me. If you're asking her to give a psychiatric, medical, or psychological opinion about what is an appropriate treatment for dealing with a rad child, that's an expert opinion. I don't care whether it's in the main trial or it's in a sentencing hearing. You're asking this witness to provide an opinion that requires expertise that's recognized under the law that enables her to do that. I've indicated that I will allow. Who's that?
What's that noise?
All right. I've indicated I will allow you to have her talk about her personal experience and what she went through, but I'm not going to allow her to opine as to what the Ferriters, or Mr. Ferriter in this instance, should or should not have done. That requires an expert opinion that I don't believe this witness is competent to provide. And I'm certainly not going to allow her to provide medical, psychological, or psychiatric opinions. You can make your argument, respond for the record to preserve your rights on appeal, but we're going to proceed in accordance with my ruling that I've just stated on the record.
I understand, Your Honor. I would like to make one point.
Oh,
I am
God.
not trying to have this witness, who is a layperson, testify about a psychiatric opinion. I do think that a person can say, when you look on the internet, no one's saying that what they did was appropriate. That wasn't even the defense at trial. this witness will simply say that there is a lot of bad information out there and a lot of lack of good information for parents. This witness has testified that her own child went to 18 different facilities.
So what?
So
what? How does it connect to this particular case, unless you're going to put on evidence that the Ferriters tried time and time again to,
okay, so we are on the same page as the judge, because I'm thinking what the judge is saying. At first, I'm like, maybe I'm just not understanding what the hell is going on. Maybe I'm just really confused. I think the judge is on the same page as we are. So what?
evidence that the Ferriters tried time and time again to scour the internet to seek assistance. That, counsel, please don't interrupt me when I'm making my point, okay? Unless you're going to put on evidence that they sought out specific help on the internet and they got bad advice, the fact that she says there's bad advice or bad information on the internet, what's it relevant to? You got to tie it to my responsibility is to appropriately sentence Mr. Ferriter for the charges that he's been found guilty of by a jury. So this has to be focused on what his conduct was and what the explanation and justification for. I mean, this lady may have gone through hell and high water to raise her child with RAD, but there's no guarantee that her experience is even remotely close to the same as what Mr. Ferriter experienced, because I've heard no evidence that all RAD children react in the same way. So you're going down a path that I don't think I can allow you to go down too far, because this becomes a mini trial on another person's experience with a RAD child that at the end of the day doesn't give me any relevant information that's really going to assist me in determining what an appropriate sentence is. So that's my concern. I'm going to give you some latitude, but it's got to be reasonably tailored to how does it relate back to the conduct that Mr. Ferriter engaged in. So whatever point you want to make for the record, make it and then ask your next question.
I will ask my next question, Your Honor. I believe I've already laid my record. As a parent, did you find that your child was misdiagnosed?
He was misdiagnosed with ADHD early on, yes.
And can you describe for the court the difficulties in obtaining treatment? Well, let me start with this. After you went to different counselors or the therapist, were you getting accurate, good treatment for your child?
I think one of the problems is that parents don't have a way to judge that because we're not experts, right? So I think one of the issues is that when parents have a child who has these types of problems, you know something is wrong, and you know that it's not normal for like a neurotypical child, especially like if you're like me and have other children who you can kind of gauge that with. And so when you do go to get help from a pediatrician or you try to go to a therapist, especially if you don't get one who's adoption competent, a lot of times, in my experience, I did get some bad information early on, and I think it's one of the issues is it's very hard to know how to even find the right kind of help. Like, I didn't know what to Google to find the right kind of help. I didn't know what the word reactive attachment disorder was.
Is that common to not even know what reactive, I mean, when you adopted your child, was someone like, you should look out for reactive attachment disorder? This is something that may come down the pipe at some point.
No, they do talk about early childhood trauma, which is what causes reactive attachment disorder, but they really tend to minimize that, at least in the trainings that I've been in. They minimize it and say, you may find this happens with your child. And there are some behaviors that are very common with adopted children that they will tell you may happen to you, like food hoarding, potty issues, attachment issues. And so you kind of go in thinking that's pretty normal for these kids, and that if you just love them and take care of them, they will heal from it.
And when you find that doesn't work, how are you reacting as a parent?
Yeah, how are you reacting? Are you putting them in the box?
I was trying different things, different methods. I was looking for different solutions. So I was trying, traditional parenting, therapeutic parenting. I took it.
Tell me what those words mean, traditional parenting and the therapeutic parenting.
Traditional parenting is more rewards and consequence based, where therapeutic parenting is more where you are focused on the connection with the child instead of the issue that you're dealing with. So I tried those things. I did go to a doctor. I got an ADHD diagnosis. I took my son to a therapist, and I mentioned the hoarding of food, and they acted like they had no idea what I was talking about because they didn't have a background in that. And so I didn't go back because I knew they wouldn't be able to help me. And so I did go to a number of different places, but again, because I didn't know what reactive attachment disorder was, I just kind of was flailing, not understanding what was going on.
And how does that affect how you react to your child?
Well,
Look at the judge.
I'm not sure I can answer that, how it affects how you react to your child that you don't know what's going on. I think that can really depend, and it certainly was a roller coaster for me. But I do think that over time, because the behaviors are persistent and everything you're trying to do doesn't work, I think it can become extremely frustrating and demoralizing. And I do think, I know I was diagnosed with PTSD afterwards and depression, and I think that it's the persistence of it over a number of years that this is happening that makes it very difficult to manage.
I know we had talked about a sort of analogy that you had made. Are there behavior, in your experience, were there behaviors that your child was doing that were seemingly really small, that people just didn't understand as being dangerous or violent or frustrating as a parent?
My son did have certain behaviors that he would do because he would find that he knew that those things bothered me. So it's kind of like, I liken it to kind of like when you have a dripping faucet. It's something that's small, but it can over time, especially over several years, drive you crazy. So it can become very intense for parents because a lot of parents like me don't have a break.
Yeah, I feel like she probably thought she was going to go up here and speak as if she was like an expert maybe. But then now where it's like only focused on her personal relationship between her and her children, as a sole focus, because she probably thought it was me like a mixture of both, but now it's only the sole focus between her and her children. I don't know. Maybe she feels a little bit uncomfortable up there. I think I would be.
So we're 24/7 pretty much on with this child, and we're having this problem. So it can become very difficult to handle even small things.
How is that different from your children who are not diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder? Those sort of persistent behaviors. I'm just trying to illustrate, or trying to have you illustrate what the differences in those behaviors.
So I had 3 children within years age difference. I had my adopted son who has RAD, and also his sister, and then my biological child. So I had kids within a very close range to compare to. And so what I would find that if they were misbehaving and I gave them a timeout, maybe I'd have to do it a couple times. But my daughter and my biological son, they would eventually learn, because most kids can learn from just behavioral management like that. But my other son, he would just persist. It didn't matter how consistent I was. And of course, they teach you, be consistent. These kids need consistency, so you keep trying to stick with the same thing. And that doesn't work over time.
And so what is the solution? What was the solution for you?
Well, the situation got much worse
That was a
over
long
time
pause.
because I couldn't find a solution. And it got to the point where there was a violent episode that happened in my home, and that was kind of a trigger for me to have a wake-up call and realize that I could not manage this safely in my home. And so I started going to the mental health ER, and eventually my son was able to go to residential treatment. That did not solve the RAD. It didn't cure it. In fact, his condition got worse, but it did create safety for my other children and for my child who has RAD.
What were the conditions that you experienced either with your child at those treatment facilities?
He was in a number of facilities, from group homes to RTF to hospitalizations.
RTF?
Residential treatment facility. So he's in a variety of these different facilities. I was never able to get him into a facility that specialized in RAD. I'm not sure if there is one in my state. I never was able to find one. So these were kind of general facilities. And they really were just managing his behavior. They did do medication management, and they gave him lots of medication didn't work. And my son was quite violent, and so when he would have violent outbursts, they would restrain him physically or put him in like a padded seclusion rooms where they would monitor him. And they would
How old was
also
he?
give them PRNs, which are injections of things to sedate them.
Jesus,
And
that
I
sounds
was
so
very surprised by
stressful.
this. I didn't realize that this is kind of what was standard protocol in facilities, but obviously since my child has been in 18 of them, it is standard protocol, and it is how they handle, kids who are having a violent episode.
Did any of those facilities work?
There were two facilities that my child was in where I felt that the clinician definitely understood and was trying to help, and they certainly helped me become a better parent and helped me understand. My child was resistant to treatment, so it did not help from that perspective.
Okay, so
As
we done?
someone who has sort of personally experienced having a child with reactive attachment disorder, what has your what are your thoughts about, I guess, what do you want to share with the court as it relates to sentencing in this case?
So I feel that parents are very hesitant to try to get help. Again, as I said, there's a lot of shame and embarrassment around this. They're also normally, when they go to people and explain it, because it is so out of the realm of their knowledge, they're not believed by people. So it's very hard to try to get help. And so I do feel that this case in general and the sentence will deter parents from trying to get help because they'll be afraid of being vilified. And also because they'll feel that there's no...
Wait, is she saying that, like, if they give Tim Ferriter a heavy sentence, parents are going to be afraid to get help when they need to? So they'll resort to maybe extreme measures and not get help. And that's why Tim Ferriter shouldn't get, like, 40 years? It would deter parents from...
So there's no analysis being done of the mental health system, the child welfare system, adoption, kind of the root causes. So a lot of people are kind of doing the best they can, and we need to give them better solutions, especially if we want to deter them away from the wrong solutions.
Is there anything else you'd like to state to the court that I haven't mentioned, Ms. Williams?
I don't think so.
I don't have any additional.
Firsthand knowledge of the circumstances.
All right, now we got
of
the
this
state
case,
here.
correct?
No, I do not.
You don't have firsthand knowledge of the type of behaviors, if any, that occurred in this case by the child, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have firsthand knowledge of the efforts that the defendant made, if any, to get professional help before he took it into his own hands, correct?
That's correct.
Did he?
And in your case, you sought out psychiatric help for your son, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that...
Hi, Sherry. How are you doing today? How's it going? This is Tim Ferriter's sentencing. He was found guilty for essentially imprisoning his adopted son in like an 8x8 room. And before that, he was also in prison in like his own like bedroom too, I believe. But we're doing sentencing right now. And well, this kind of I don't know. This is the defense's. This is the person who's testifying for the defense, I guess. Not testifying, but they're basically just speaking out in regards to Tim Ferriter's recommended sentencing. And yeah, I don't know. We're just here right now. I don't know where to begin to even explain it.
When it wasn't sufficient, you elevated it, correct? Like you went to a psychiatric hospital and then you went to inpatient treatment.
The adopted son was diagnosed with reactive attachment reactive attachment disorder. And she is someone who has, like, I think she had a child or two children that also has this disease as well. And she's written books about it, but she's not here as an expert witness. She's just here to talk about her relationship with her son who has, RAD, and how she dealt with it and how hard it is for parents and things like that. But at the same time, we're very confused why she's here because I feel like her being up here just makes her look bad. Because, this is a man that did the extreme of locking his son up and, up to 12 to 18 hours a day. The son didn't even have a bathroom, like a proper bathroom. It was just a bucket that he would use. And whenever he was let out in the morning, the son had to like go out, dump the bucket out and clean it. And the neighbor saw him doing this outside. Like, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know if we really care what she's trying to say. Like, I get it. Like, it's probably is hard to have a child that has this, but I don't know. I feel like the judge doesn't really care.
And all different types of alternatives, correct?
After a number of years, yes.
Now, you said that you have published on this topic, but you're not a mental health counselor, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have a PhD in psychology or a doctor of psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
You're not a licensed clinical social worker?
Nope.
Correct. You haven't had the opportunity to watch the hours and hours of video of the offense in this case, have you?
I have watched some of it on TV, but that's all I've watched.
Okay, so your experience of this is someone who watched it on court TV.
Yes, but I'm here really to share my experience, not an opinion on that.
And when we talk about your experience in the publishing of it, you publish it in places like BuzzFeed, correct? And you just have to say yes or no.
Yes.
And did things like do op-eds, correct?
Yes, that's part of what I did.
Correct. An op-ed is where you write your opinion, correct? Yes. It's not something that's peer-reviewed or necessarily even fact-checked by...
It is fact-checked, but...
It's not peer-reviewed.
It's not peer-reviewed, yes.
It's your opinion.
Yes, it is.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Yes. I want to respond first to the state sort of talking about your experience. You said that you've spoken at a number of conferences, correct?
Yes.
So tell me about sort of your role in this field as an advocate. I mean, are people asking you to speak at conferences as a person who's personally experienced this?
Yes, my role as an advocate is based on my personal experience and the fact that I'm willing to tell my story, which again, I said a lot of people are not willing to do because of...
Yeah, the audio's pretty rough, but when they take a break, if they take a short break, a short recess, you know, maybe they'll fix it.
The embarrassment and shame around this type of a topic, but I think it's very important because we need solutions. This is a hidden crisis in the adoptive community, but I am speaking as a parent, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. That could be true.
Some of the publishings that you had done, I mean, we're talking major newspapers, NPR you've spoken on, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've also spoken on the news about being sort of your personal experience with reactive attachment disorder, right?
Yes.
You said you didn't have any firsthand knowledge of this case. How many families have you helped personally?
I've had correspondence with hundreds.
And those are all people with adoptive children or children with reactive attachment disorder, correct?
There may be some people who think their child might have it and are not yet diagnosed, but...
And certainly when you speak with those people, you are not personally offering psychiatric or psychological opinions. So sort of what are you giving to those families? What is your role as an advocate?
I see my role as affirming them in the challenges that they have and then pointing them in the right direction. So I try to make sure that people are getting good advice, that they're being sent to reputable organizations for help. So I kind of see my role as helping people understand what's going on so that they can move forward faster than I moved forward. Because a lot of people just don't have that information. They want, I wanted to do better earlier, but I didn't have the information. And that's that's the gap I'm trying to fill.
You said that you're trying to help people get good advice. Is there bad advice?
There is some bad advice and some good advice, but there's a lot of advice, yes, because parents are giving parents advice in the absence of having treatment for this.
Okay. You also said that you don't have firsthand knowledge of course, you were not living in the home with Tim and Tracy Ferriter, correct?
Correct.
Did you watch this trial?
I watched most of it.
Okay. And did that include looking at or reviewing some of
Did you watch most of the trial?
behaviors that were discussed of the child?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And is that consistent with what you personally experienced?
I'm going to object and say improper.
I will allow that question. She's asking only about her personal experience, not her opinion, your expert opinion, so I'm going to allow it.
Yes, I've experienced some of those behaviors with my child.
I don't have anything additional.
All right, thank you, Ms. Morad. Is this witness excused?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you may step down, thank you. Can't think of, all right, you can bring him.
Right.
Your background or
Oh,
something.
God. Is he
Father
a
Presta,
priest?
can you hear me?
Father Presta, can you hear us?
I have just one moment.
Text him.
The text message. Prepared a statement to read to the court on behalf of Tim Ferriter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you go ahead and read that statement, please?
Is this his priest?
My name is Father James Presta. I'm a priest of the Archdiocese of Chicago. When I was ordained in 1986, I was assigned to St. Christopher Parish in Midlothian, Illinois. During my first few weeks in the parish, I met Tim's mother and
What is the priest doing here? Is this Tim's priest?
stepfather, Maureen and John McGraw, who lived a few doors down from the church. They had 5 children from Maureen's first marriage, and Maureen and John would then have 3 other children of their own during my years at St. Chris. So a total of 8 children in this blended Ferriter McGraw family. Tim was the 3rd of 8 children. He was in 5th grade when I arrived in the parish. He and his older brother Patrick were altar servers at St. Christopher's. Because I was one who trained the servers, I knew Tim. I also became friends with his family and was often invited for dinner at their home. I knew Tim also because I taught classes at St. Christopher Catholic School, where all the Ferriter children were enrolled. And in particular, Tim was in the 8th grade when I taught a course in Spanish. He was a very good student. In 1993, when I was assigned to another parish, Queen of Martyrs in Evergreen Park, Tim's family had moved to New Lenox, but I continued to remain friends with the entire family. Of the 8 children, I celebrated 5 of their weddings, and I presided over the wedding of Tim and Tracy Ferriter. I also baptized some of the children. Tim has been a very faithful Catholic layman. He was instrumental in working with Tracy to become Roman Catholic.
Oh, sorry. They're not Christian. They're Catholic. I'm sorry. I thought they were Christian.
I've known Tim as a very kind and caring, compassionate man, a good son, husband, and father, a wonderful provider for his family. Tim came from a very loving Catholic family. I've always found Tim to be hardworking, sincere, and respectful, very friendly and outgoing, and a real people person, a man who was responsible and a man of his word. If I asked Tim to do something for me, I knew he would do it and do it well. I have nothing but good things to say about Tim.
Did he know what Tim was doing behind closed doors?
I was not aware of the issues Tim was having with Ronan or how he was handling it. He never confided in me about any aspect of his family life in the family home.
Okay, he did it.
I learned Tim was making some very bad and poor choices in dealing with his son's behavior. I was certainly distraught to hear what happened in their home regarding some of these behavior problems. This doesn't seem to be the Tim Ferriter I've known over the years. Yet I know that Tim has a good heart. I know he's always tried to do the right thing in life, and the person I've known over the years. I know
Florida.
He has no criminal record. I hope that the court would at least look at his past clean record and good character. As a Catholic priest and believer in God's unconditional mercy and love for his people, I believe Tim is worthy of the court's mercy. In Luke's Gospel, chapter 15 of the parable of the prodigal son, the father forgives the son for all he's done, including disowning his own father. I would hope that some mercy and compassion would be shown to Tim for the good he's tried to do for his family, despite making very poor and awful parenting decisions with his son. And indeed, Tim has been a great friend and a wonderful support to me as a priest.
But these aren't like just a lapse in momentarily judgment. This is like years and years and years of this. Because again, it wasn't just in Florida. They lived in, where was it before? Like, what did she say, Indiana or something like that? There was another state they lived in before they moved to Florida. Oh, Arizona. Like, this wasn't just like, oh, one-time thing where, you know, he like fucked up, was in like rage, wasn't thinking. They were doing this for a while. Oh my God.
Over these past 37 years.
Thank you so much, Father Presta. I don't have anything additional.
We'll put you back in.
Thank you.
If it's just simply statements, I can do that from the podium. They don't need to.
This is Tim's mom, I think. Yeah, I think this is Tim's mom.
Good afternoon. As you know, I'm Maureen, mom of Tim Ferriter. Well, I say I don't condone Tim's behavior. That behavior was atypical. Tim has always been a loving and gracious son. He was never a problem and never really got into much trouble, despite the closeness of his brother well, he and Pat used to get into little rows, but they never got into outside trouble outside the house. He was always active in sports and school activities. He was active in our church, serving as an altar server every Sunday, as Father Presta just said. Many people have said nice things about Tim, and everything said is true. I remember so vividly that when Kaitlin, who is my number 7, was born, he was so excited, Tim was so excited with her presence in our home that he used to take her for a walk almost every day in her stroller. Tim was always exhibited a great love for family. As he grew older,
And remember, to the victim, this is his grandmother.
his love for his own family was apparent. He and Tracy, on their own dime, went down to work with poor kids in Honduras. They were down there for about a year, and they were teaching down there. Tim and Tracy spent that year out of the goodness of their hearts. Years later, that love for children was shown again when they departed to pick up Fiona, and then again a trip to get Ronan. To me, these actions were actions of love. I'm imploring you, Judge Coates, to show some mercy on Tim. I'm going to be 74 next month, and I would like to spend some time with Tim before I go. I love Tim very much, and I respect him as a person, as a son. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I mean, you at least got probably like 40 years with him, 50 years.
And Your Honor, before Mr. Ferriter
Oh no, this is just wild.
the defense did agree to 2 stipulations.
Oh, and yet also, did the grandmother ever visit the house? Did she know about this? Did she see that 8x8 room that was built in the garage?
I was unable to print them out this morning, but may I read them for the purposes of this hearing, Your Honor? Mr. Ferriter no longer has parental rights to RF and PF. Mr. Ferriter has parental rights to NF and FF. However, they are in permanent outside placements. Secondly, there was a no contact order issued in 22 DP 62 between Mr. Ferriter and RF, NF, and FF. The no contact order permits contact only at the discretion of the children.
All right, thank you, Ms. Morrow.
Thank you. And with that, if Mr. Ferriter could speak, Your Honor, I can hold the mic.
Oh, he's going to talk next. All right, this is Tim Ferriter, guys. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, can you administer the oath, Madam Clerk?
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to...
Ferriter.
From the day I was born on the Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, until this very day, I have had many challenges, but many more blessings. I want to give thanks to God for everything.
I'm sorry, y'all. The audio is so bad. I'm sorry. I'm trying to adjust the volume so it's not like screaming in your guys' ear.
I want to start out by recognizing that all my kids have been devastated by this entire situation. And I'm very sorry to them that they've had to go through this. Mama and I have lost all your kids. And all you have kids have lost your parents.
Sorry. Take your time.
Oh, can you speak without the microphone, actually? It sounds better.
In my Catholic faith, we define love in the following way. Love is willing the good of the other for other. Let me say that again. Willing the good of the other for other. What do I mean by this? I'll give 2 examples. If at 2 a.m., my wife or I got out of bed to attend to take care of a crying baby, Fiona, Ronan, Noah, or Pierce, that act of getting out of bed to take care of a crying child is not necessarily for the benefit of Tracy or myself. It's the benefit for the crying baby. Another example, a family of 6, we as a family of 6, Tracy, I, Fiona, Ronan.
I mean, that's what parents normally do. You have a crying child, you attend to the child. You don't get bonus points for that.
Nola and Pierce. We routinely visit nursing homes. We would ask to visit the elderly people who never got visitors. Bringing the kids would always burst with smiles on the faces of everyone. This act was primarily for the benefit of the elderly people in the nursing home, not for the 6 of us. Everything I did was out of love.
Oh my God. Can you imagine your abuser saying that to you? Everything I did was out of love. It was out of love.
I pray that as a father, you empathize with this. My life is not about me. Rather, my life is about giving it up in life, especially for my family, while willing the good of the other for other. Next, I want to speak directly to my family. Ronan, I love you.
I think he's addressing the victim right now.
Your mama loves you. We're all very sorry for everything. Everything you have gone through, and everything you continue to go through. I am empathetic to where you are placed now. I did all that I could to help you avoid that. As your father, I wish I could be by your side now and stand strong with you. I thank you, Ronan, for your honesty and courage when you spoke of mercy a few weeks back. Ronan, you were my first boy.
Like, I think he could have a lenient sentence. It was like a one-time thing, and he's up there for like, I don't know, maybe like striking his kid and like was like seeing red, and like maybe he like hurt the kid, and the kid was like, I don't know, had a broken arm or something, went to the hospital, you know, like just a horrible lapse of judgment or something like that, like not facing 40 years. But like, this is a long time thing. He hired people to construct this room. You know, that took time. It's not just like, oh, it's built right away. He took the time to hire someone, built this room. It was in construction. I don't know for how long. And to imprison the kid in there. And this is just wild to me. I don't know. The fact that there's a priest up there, his mama went up there, that lady went up there. Like, I don't know, guys. Ugh.
Raise time together, Ronan. Our outings together. You're such a smart boy, young man on this all about your creative ideas you used to share with the whole family.
You didn't treat him like a smart boy.
To come up with something creative and to build something that needed to be built. Ronan, keep up the curiosity and the desire for learning. I love you always, and please know that you'll always be my boy.
Keep up the curiosity and the desire for learning. Did he have any way to keep up with the curiosity and learn if he was locked in this room for like 18 hours? Like, he wasn't even free to do so. He was just locked in a room. He's crying for himself.
Fiona and Nola, my beautiful girls, I'm deeply sorry for all that you have had to endure. For almost the last 2 years. My job as your father is to protect you from what has happened to you since February 1st, 2022, and I have failed at that. Please know that I love you both now and forever, and nothing will ever change that. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor present things, nor future things, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature will be able to separate us from the love, from this love, from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. You are both resilient young women, Fiona and Nola.
And I think, if I remember correctly, the room that the child was locked in, the child couldn't touch the AC. That was controlled by Tim. I think the child couldn't even turn off the lights or turn it on. I think that was controlled by Tim as well. I think everything was controlled by him, including, you know, when the child would get food and stuff like that. Everything was controlled by him. Like, can you imagine? That's just horrible. They also mentioned that the room itself, it wasn't like a room that was like, you know, fully nicely furnished or anything like that. It was just a very plain room. There was just a mattress or something on the ground, I think. The walls weren't even painted. It was just like drywall or something like that. Like, it was just like, it looked like a fucking prison probably. But at least in prison, you have a working toilet, not a bucket. At least in America.
And in the end, everything will be okay because God has a plan. Fiona, when you are ready, feel free to reach out to your extended family, including the grandparents. Everyone loves you, Fiona, and are waiting with open arms to embrace you, to love you. In the end, Fiona, all you have is your faith in your family.
I wonder if Fiona's the other adopted child.
I miss Fiona. I miss your sweet personality, your beautiful smile, and our intellectual discussions on literature, current events, religion, and other inspiring topics you came up with. I miss watching Hamilton with you. I miss hearing you sing the songs. I miss listening to the Beatles with you and Coldplay with you. I miss going on daddy-daughter dates with you. I love you always. I will love you always. You are my girl.
And, you know, I feel like the defense, they're just trying to say, oh, this is just a case of just bad parenting. It's not child abuse. It's just bad parenting. That's what it seems like. Those people that spoke before Tim Ferriter, they made it seem like it was just bad parenting. Wild.
Your energy and personality always fills the room, and I love that about you. You are talented in so many ways. From your baking birthday cakes for everyone every year to your athletics. In my heart, I will always be in the stands cheering you on. Please remember this, that I'll be in the stands all the way from now until you play for Notre Dame or Arizona. Keep the joy in your heart alive, Nola. Don't lose that caring nature. I miss playing catch with you. You always threw the ball so hard it hurt my hand. I miss shooting baskets with you, playing horse one-on-one, watching you dribble between your legs and around your back. I miss coaching your various teams. I miss coaching you and Fiona on basketball together. You brought many blessings to my life, and I'm grateful for that. Nola, your extended family, like I said to Fiona, including grandparents, love you and are waiting for you with open arms when you are ready. They are your only family, Nola, and we miss you dearly. I quote St. John McGraw when I say to my kids, have a great day. Ronan, Fiona, Nola, Pierce wouldn't remember, but have a great day. Know that I will always love you, Nola. You are my girl. Pierce, my baby boy. I know you're very young and don't understand what is going on, but please know that I love you, and everything I did was for you. I quote you, Pierce, when I say, I miss you always. I love you always. Please know, Pierce, that I do miss you always. And I do love you always. I hope to be able to play hide and seek with you again, to be able to coach your t-ball team again, and to be able to go on bug adventures with you again. By the way, Nola, Pierce is also hitting from the left side of the plate, as I know you are, and he has a couple of home runs already, so watch out. Tracy, my beautiful, selfless, loving wife.
Oh God, Tracy was involved into this too. She's also been arrested and stuff. Oh my God. He said everything he did was everything out of love, man. You're like, ugh, Jesus. I don't know.
You always do everything for our kids and our family first, and take care of yourself second. You are the most selfless person I know. We love all of our kids the same and initially adopted Ronan from Vietnam, so Fiona did not have to grow up without an adopted sibling, and so she had another Asian kid with her, as she would be a minority where we lived. I miss all of them, and I love all of them, as I know you do. We would do anything for our kids. Once all the kids were taken, the house was silent, and all the beds were empty. We began this sad, sad journey together. I know even, and now we have even been separated. Please keep your faith strong and know that as none of this makes sense, we must believe that God has a plan. We know that there must be a bigger reason for all this suffering. We know we like this, so I'll say this to you. When the storm comes, do like Simon Peter and keep your eyes on Jesus. I will always love you, my beloved wife. Finally, I want to note that on the first days...
Right. Yeah, it just sounds very manipulative. Gosh, I don't know. Ugh.
At the gun club jail, I've been jumped multiple times. I have had my head punched and beat until bleeding. I have been approached and threatened by multiple people that if I don't pay them on a weekly basis, I will face consequences. Also, everyone recognizes me in jail.
Oh, guys, he's a victim now, guys. Tim Ferriter's the victim.
Which makes me a target every day for every new person that crosses my path. I understand the court has to make a tough decision at this point in any case, and I empathize with you and that grave responsibility that you have. I also plea of you, Judge Coates, to use your discretion to lean into mercy for my family and myself to make your decision. I ask that you allow me to serve my sentence outside the jail or prison, under house arrest, or a monitor, under probation, so as to be able to support the ones I love and the ones that depend on me. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, he's done.
Ms. Webb, any other witnesses?
I don't have any additional evidence, Your Honor. For argument, I will reference
Oh, boy.
additional letters and reports that were admitted into evidence and provided, but
Relative to the downward departure or relative to the overall sentencing, or are you able to even separate them?
I can do that together.
Okay, all right.
If that's all right with you.
That's fine. Okay.
So other than that, I don't have any additional evidence to admit at this time, and I'll save the rest for argument.
Okay, all right, so, Ms. Coakley, state ready to
So I
proceed.
just have one brief witness, and then I have some witness impact statements.
Okay,
Okay? The first witness, and I'm going to say his name wrong, is Dylan. The feud, I knew I was going to say it wrong. He's just on a limited issue related to the downward departure, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I would object. I don't believe this is a listed witness. And under 3.220, they have to list for hearings as well.
They didn't list any of their witnesses.
I did.
there was
Oh, I never, it was not served on the state.
there was a, Ms. Moran, the court controls argument from up here. The court did receive a witness list from the defense, so,
This is a very, limited issue, Your Honor, and I can tell you what it is. It's, as to the restitution, it's just, he's just gonna testify that the child has insurance. That's the only question I'm asking.
Wait, what?
response?
I maintain my objection.
All right, so what's the prejudice that the defense, well, first of all, do you agree with Ms. Murad's argument that under the rule of criminal procedures she cited for a sentencing hearing, the state is obligated to provide a witness list to them?
I don't know that we are for this purpose, Your Honor. I certainly didn't. It's just as to their downward departure, what they provided to us on Monday. It's just to.
I mean, I'll tell you, I almost never receive witness lists for sentencing hearings.
And there can be victim impact statements that are completely unrelated to a witness list. All of her witnesses that gave impact statements, she's incorporating them into the record.
And I just want to reiterate again that Tim was offered a plea bargain of 2 years, plea deal, 2 years, 5 years probation. He was like, nah, we're going to trial. I ain't serving 2 years. 2 years. He served 2 years. But of course, he doesn't think what he did even deserves to even get him 2 years.
For evidentiary purposes.
Let's see what he gets.
Purpose of her downward departure. I haven't seen the list, but I don't know that she listed every person that's on, because those letters, some of the letters are anonymous.
But I do wonder if the 2 years plea deal, would that include time that's already been served? Because I think he's already been serving, what did they say? Was it 50 months or something? He's already been serving time. So I don't know if credit is, would be included as well.
That she provided to the court. I don't
I
think
guess
there's
they
any
offered the plea
prejudice, Your
deal.
Honor, at all.
Final response, Ms. Moran, we'll make a rule.
Rest on my argument.
All right.
I believe the rule requires.
All right, so point out in the rule that it requires it in a sentencing hearing as opposed to trial.
It says trial and hearing under 3.220 sub, I have to find the subsection, but I actually checked it prior to this because
Okay, just read for me the provision of the rule that requires it in a sentencing hearing. Because like I say, I hardly ever get witness lists in sentencing hearings.
No, it's not a big deal. I don't need to call him. Don't worry.
You gonna withdraw it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on then.
All right. If I can just have 1 second. Your Honor, I'd like to have Ron Berger give a victim impact statement.
Okay. All right, let's administer the oath to him.
Sure.
Raise your right hand. You may proceed.
All right, so this is the state. Maybe?
Not be proper to say our last goodbyes.
Oh, it's
Would not be proper to say our last goodbyes. It looks like we hit a fork in the road, and it seems that I can only fit on the path on the right, but you were left with the left one. Some might wonder why I came to see you again.
I think this is a victim.
A lot of people do not like what you did to me. Why come back? Well, it's because behind this monster of madness, guilt, anger, and wrongdoing, I see a soft spot. I see what you truly are. I know that hiding in the darkness of fear and blame, there is true fatherly love. In the exact same spot, there's nurturing. I believe that it can still be activated. We just need to excavate the corrupted parts of your heart. Most people think that I am sensitive when it comes to talking about you. That is true and false. I do want to talk about you. That's because I still love you. And I'll always love you. Until the end of my days. I just wanted to say that I wish you never did the things you did to me. And I think that it was just a long dream. I want to say that you never left. When every day passes since we last made contact, I feel like everything is slowly taken away from me. I want to say I miss those brown eyes. I miss knowing what you're doing. I also miss knowing how your day has been. I keep on thinking about you, whether I'm in a good mood or not. When I said I was family, I was something I really meant. I just wish you the best. I want to say that you were everything I needed all along. But Baba, I want you happy whether or not it's with me. I wanted to be with you, but it's something I wish I really meant. Right now you're facing heavy consequences, but I have something that I cannot change. My father was a good person who just made a really serious mistake. He was not a bad parent. He worked in the medical field when I was a young age. We went on to out-of-country vacations, such as Canada and France. He had a lot of friends. He had a positive impact on those around him. But we got to remember that a mistake was made, and trauma lasts. It can burn through people's brains, souls, hearts, and destroying everything in its path. It creates pain. It creates suffering. It creates hate. And the last thing I want to do is hate. A lot of people dislike you because of your actions, and some have feelings of hatred. However, I still love you, and I will continue to love you for the rest of my days. But how do I feel about you? I feel sad.
I think he's only, what, like 17 or 18 years old right now, maybe? Or is he still underage?
I feel sympathy, I feel hope, but most importantly, I feel forgiveness. Other people may not think that, but I do. In that, I hope you can gather yourself and try to follow up on the consequences of your actions. Just remember that I'm still your son, no matter what, and always remember that I'm still a Ferriter. And Judge Coates, I wish you could sentence my beloved father, Tim, 6 months jail time, 5 years probation. And true mercy is not just from the heart, it's the will of the victim to accept mercy that he has received for his wrongdoings.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next I have a victim impact statement from Dr. Waller, and she's on Zoom.
Okay.
Your Honor, I never received this in advance as well, and will be objecting.
Yeah, 6 months would be nothing.
She's providing a victim impact statement, Your Honor. That's permissible. It's not.
Objection's overruled. Where is she in Zoom here?
That's Tracy. That's the mom right there.
All right, Dr. Waller, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you may.
That's what I'm saying, man. Alice Ann says, I think he does love him. It's the only parents he's known. When he said, I wish you the best with or without me, I think he's like saying goodbye. He's very mature. Yeah, I mean, like, this is like the only family that he's known, you know? We don't know what happened to his biological parents, but he doesn't have them. That's what I'm assuming. But this is all he's known. His, like, you know, mom, dad, siblings. It's just so sad.
Proceed with the statement.
6 months ain't nothing. 6 months is nothing.
My name is Dr. Nikki Waller. I'm a licensed clinical social worker.
All right, now who we got?
Therapy and support to Field Ramona and Nola Ferriter since shortly after they were removed from their parents' care and entered into the foster care system in February of 2022. This statement was approved by all three of the Ferriter children, Ronan, Fiona, and Nola. But I'm specifically here to talk about the impact that Mr. Ferriter's behavior had on the Ferriter daughters. Trauma bonding is a process that occurs between a victim and a perpetrator. The victim becomes reliant on the perpetrator to meet their basic physiological needs.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
As time passes,
Hold on a sec, doctor.
I am going to object to relevance, Your Honor, as it relates to the victim impact of the daughters, as they are not listed victims in this case, and it's irrelevant. I believe that the only victim impact that will be relevant is Fara.
Response?
You can consider broader impact for the purposes of sentencing. They provided numerous letters about all of his good character, and so the impact of his actions, they want you to consider his good acts and the impact that he has had positively on the community, but they don't want you to consider the impact that he had negatively. It is completely permissible consideration in a sentencing hearing.
All right, the objection is overruled. I will continue to allow you to proceed with your statement, Dr. Waller.
thank you, Your Honor. The victim becomes reliant on the perpetrator to meet their basic physiological needs. As time passes, the victim becomes grateful to the perpetrator for allowing them to have the basic fundamental things that humans need to grow and to survive.
Arfa sparred that he was bored. He had computers at a young age. He was able to impersonate a member of the school board, which is hilarious. He needed parents that nurtured his genius. Although it's all that he known, he doesn't make it right for what his father did. Yeah, it's just, I think it's just really tough. He's still really young, just processing through all of this. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough.
Abused children are uniquely trauma bonded to their parent perpetrators. Children generally rely on their parents for their physiological needs. They also rely on their parents to provide for their safety, security, and love and belonging. As parents provide these essential tools, children learn to become social, safe, and independent. Most children who are abused and deprived of their fundamental needs by their parents start to develop neurobiological differences. Over the years, these children become conditioned to believe that the things that their parent perpetrator provides to them are normal. The victim believes they are loved, supported, and cared for despite the treatment that they're receiving, even when the situation is very different. The victim in return develops a deep love for their parent perpetrator, many times believing that they are to blame for any mistreatment or mistakes that have taken place on the parent perpetrator's part. The victim will defend their parent perpetrator to others and even take on a blame role for any behaviors that they believe are their fault. I've had the unique opportunity to process with Nola and Fiona Ferriter their beliefs, fears, tears, rationalizations, and realities about what has happened in their family. The hardest thing for the Ferriter daughters is the ongoing betrayal that they feel. Each of them is depressed, anxious, and afraid, but mostly they have a deep sense of betrayal from their parents and extended family. They love their brother, they love their parents.
Betrayal from their parents and extended family. Because I wonder if the extended family knew what was going on, but didn't do anything to help them out.
Fiona and Nola both understand that Ronan is trauma bonded to their parents. They wonder how long it will take for Ronan to heal and for the trauma bonds to break. They both wonder if Ronan's trauma bonds will ever break or if their brother will even survive the abuse that he's endured. The betrayal that the girls have comes from the deep and relentless misrepresentation of their brother and his behaviors to the general community by their parents, the media, and their extended family. Over the past 8 years, the girls have watched their brother lose a sense of himself, his happiness, and his freedom. They remember the lock outside the door when he was under 8. They remember when their parents first removed Ronan from the family home when he was about 10. This happened just after a new baby took his place.
Wait, so they start locking him up when he was 8 years old? I'm so glad that the two sisters are... I mean, it's through her as a conduit, but like, I'm so glad that the sisters have like so much sympathy for their brother.
Watch their brother lose a sense of himself, his happiness, and his freedom. They remember the lock outside the door when he was under 8. They remember when their parents first removed Ronan from the family home when he was about 10. This happened just after a new baby took his place and his bedrooms. The girls remember Ronan put into the room in the garage, locked from the outside. Fiona talks about remembering the locking, lights off, crying, lack of food, and no access to the bathroom night after night. She remembers her brother scream as she listened to her father beat him, and then she'd hear knocking. She slept in silence, terrified, wondering if her brother was still alive on the other side of that wall. Over the past 18 months, the girls have shared very different versions of how Ronan behaved in the family home, specifically about the incidents circulating within the general news media. The Ferriter girls tell stories of 3 happy siblings under the age of 5 or 6 playing together. The Ferriter girls remember the injuries that Ronan allegedly inflicted on others, occurring during playtime together, not because of the calculated vengefulness that one sibling had for the other, but because they were children playing too rough.
So the sisters are essentially saying that their parents are misrepresenting the victim's bad behavior. And essentially, you know, when the kids would get hurt by the victim, it was mostly when they were playing, you know, maybe playing a little too rough. It wasn't because they thought he was just vicious and just attacking them like out of nowhere. So yeah, this is very interesting to hear from the sisters, although it's like through her.
The girls remember Ronan taking the door off the hinges of his locked bedroom when he was around 10 years old. This incident was right before his parents moved him into the garage. They remember that Ronan was so tiny when he was 10. They wondered how he was able to get the door off the hinges. The girls remember the door falling on their mother, who was on the other side of the door. They remember Ronan trying to get out of his room to use the bathroom. These are the distorted stories that their friends read online and then look at them and wonder about at school. The girls didn't understand what was happening to Ronan at first, but they developed their autonomy. As they developed their autonomy, they began to question why their parents treated their brother so differently. They began to wonder why they were all treated so differently. They began to wonder why they could live worldwide, live in a beautiful house on 10 acres with a pool and a golf pad, and go to private schools, but their brother didn't have a regular doctor or a therapist to help them.
Oh my God, they were going to private schools, had a nice place to live.
They began to understand that their brother was running away in an attempt to get out of a horrible situation that he was in. They began to become afraid of their father, citing his unpredictable behavior, and of their mother for not stopping it. Nolan and Fiona will tell you that Ronan is kind, gentle, and caring. Ronan was on the ring tape speaking to his father. Everyone heard it. While Ronan's father was angry, challenging his behaviors, threatening to lock an ankle monitor on him, and threatening to take him out of school to homeschool him further within his locked room, Ronan answered his father respectfully, demurely, and never once talked back. That's the brother the Ferriter daughters will tell you was present most of the time that they were together.
I wonder if the sisters testified. I don't think I heard about them testifying, though. I know the victim testified, but I don't think the sisters did. I think it would have been really important they did. I don't know if they did or not.
For the girls, hearing that their father was parenting Ronan poorly and that it was Ronan's fault that he was locked in a room for hours upon hours is the most upsetting part for the Ferriter girls.
Yeah, can you imagine like locking up an 8-10-year-old and saying that it's your fault, it's your bad behavior? 8 years old?
The girls will tell you that their dad has a college degree and has traveled worldwide, helping others succeed.
Oh, one sister did testify? Okay. Oh, yeah. No, Christine, you are right. Yeah, you're right. One sister did testify. I think I remember reading that. You're right. Was it, I know there was another sister that was, were the Ferriter children, was it like 2 of them was adopted, or was it 3 of them was adopted and then their last kid was like their own?
Very differently. Nora was recently able to spend time with an uncle that she hadn't seen in years. This uncle physically resembled her father. The resemblance was so uncanny that it threw her back a little. She wasn't expecting anyone to look so much like her dad physically. She spent a few days with this uncle and his family. She learned that this uncle was very different than her father. He was kind, he was loving, he was attentive, he was personable, and he was gentle. When it was time for her to leave, she broke down into tears when she got into the car to return home. She was sobbing. Her question, how did my dad get it so wrong?
Dude, and like as a kid, that's like one of the worst feelings ever when you have like such a fucked up, messed up household. But then when you go out to like your friend's house and you see how normal they are, and the moment where it's like, okay, time for you to go home, and you're just like, oh, I don't want to go home. Like my home life sucks. Like, can I just live with you guys? Can I just be with you guys? Like y'all are normal. Like you guys are like, please let me stay here. Like, oh, that's just like so sad.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And then I have 2 victim impact statements, Your Honor. The first is from Fiona Ferriter.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask Dr. Waller one question, please?
I will permit it.
Thank you.
Dr. Waller, can you hear me?
Yee!
This is Priya Murad. How are you? Dr. Waller, can you hear me?
From there, yes.
Okay. And is that something that you wrote and that they approved?
That's something that I wrote and all 3 children approved.
Okay. And then you haven't, I believe in several months, if not a year, personally treated RF. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. I saw him Tuesday.
Okay. And are you his treater? Like, are you treating him right now, or did you just see him?
No, I'm treating him.
Okay. Was there a gap in that at some point?
Objectives to relevance, and it goes, there's privilege issues.
I'll allow the question to be answered, but then I'm going to cut it off. You can answer the question as presented.
Yes.
Okay, and when was that gap? I'm just asking for time frame, no specifics.
The gap in me personally treating him?
Correct.
From June of 2022 until, I'm going to have to say, Your Honor, I don't have an exact time frame, but probably the last 2 to 3 months, he was re-engaged under home treatment.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Waller.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Do you have any follow-up questions?
About this situation.
Okay, so now she's going to read another victim impact statement from one of the other daughters.
Where to begin? There is a lot I could say about this situation. My name is Fiona Ferriter. I am Ronan Ferriter's older sister and the eldest daughter of Timothy and Tracy Ferriter. I wanted to share the impact of my brother's abuse on him, my sister Nola, and my other brother Pierce. Consider what it is like to have lived in a house where you can hear the screams of your younger brother when he is not in his room. Screams of frustration, hurt, anger, fear, helplessness, and despair. Where you can hear your father yell profanities at him. Where I could hear my father beat him to the point where my brother was no longer screaming, but crying out in pain and barely able to answer questions. I thought it was over after I heard my dad slam the door shut and storm up the stairs. But no, it was just the continuation of a cycle I knew would start again. That happened too many times to count. It was the same thing. It became a routine. And I couldn't do a thing to stop it. All I could do was hope the storm blew over and that no one else would be targeted. Nola, Ronan, and I all played the game of hot potato with a bomb that could explode at any moment. Who was going to face Tim's angry tone next? Was he going to rage?
Oh, man. She said Tim's angry tone. She called her dad by the name. Dude, the priest that went up there to talk about how great Tim was, the grandmother that went up there and talked about how great her son was, that book lady, like, F those people, man. This is what was going on behind closed doors.
He slammed the door? Would he shout? Or was he going to stuff his anger down his throat and plaster a smile on his face and let us off with a warning? No one dared push him past his limit. We didn't want to be the next person locked in our room or restricted from leaving the house. I learned to clam up when those eyebrows drew together and those eyes darkened. We learned to ask for things at the right time when he was content. I tried yelling back once. It got me nowhere. He disregarded my attempts to get him to listen. All he could see was disrespect. All he could hear was a rude daughter. The moment I discovered that he couldn't hear me, I snapped my jaw shut and matched his glare. I looked for any sign of an understanding father. He couldn't see or hear the daughter that just wanted her Baba to understand her, to listen to her for once. That's all she wanted that dark night when she looked up at her father's unyielding face. Instead, she went to bed with angry tears and left behind a stone statue of a parent. When we went out, we all put on the best family faces. We were the perfect Ferriter family, and we were the Ferriter kids, perfect, polite children, each with our own strict roles.
Dude, I'm so glad the sisters are speaking out for him. Oh my God. I'm just so glad that the sisters are. Because remember, the woman who just spoke before, she thinks that she said that the sisters believes that the victim essentially trauma bonded with the father. And that's why, he thinks the father, shouldn't get a long prison time, why he still loves the father and has feelings like that. But remember, she mentioned that the sisters were disappointed with her parents and extended family members as well. So I wonder if the extended family members knew what was going on, but no one was doing anything about it. No one was protecting them. Hi, Xenoside. How are you doing today?
But if you looked closer, you would see the cracks that opened every time the door shut and we were in our own home. You'd see that the oldest child who watches her family silently, trying to keep it from fragmenting. You'd see a middle brother slowly start to stop smiling in pictures. Then there was the younger sister, who, despite seeming like the golden child, barely opened up to her parents. And finally, there is the baby, who fortunately is not quite old enough to fully understand the thin layer of glass his family walks on. We were all actors, pawns in the game of life my parents wanted us to play. My brother ran away several times. These are the two major instances that I can remember. The first night he returned seemingly shocked and slightly dazed. He never told me what happened. To be honest, I probably saw less of him after that. The second instance, he didn't come back. I remember my mother sending me down into the dark of Arizona to our driveway to call for him. She thought that he might be more likely to answer me than her.
Wow.
I wanted to ask her if she knew why. It's not right that a child should not come home when their mother, who should care for them, calls them. But of course my brother didn't. So I walked down that driveway and called for him. Even though I called for him, I whispered to myself, "Don't come back. It will be so much worse if you come back." By then, I was past the sensor that our driveway had and was looking out into the inky blackness of the night. For a moment, I considered how easy it would be to run after my brother. After all, my mother was on the porch and the sensor wouldn't be able to tell. I had the chance. But where would I go? And more importantly, who would take care of my other siblings? So I turned back and walked back inside the house. That night was scary. My younger sister came into my room and we had the most serious discussion, maybe longest discussion we had ever had in a while. I could tell that we both did not feel safe in the house. So I offered to have her sleep in my room with me, something we hadn't done since elementary school. I placed a little bell on the door and told her if something were to happen, we would hear the bell and be ready. We talked about our parents. We wondered if they would ever...
Dude, it's so crazy, man. These kids, they had to mature really fucking quickly, man. It's just so sad.
Divorce because we could hear them shouting at each other. Eventually, our brother came back. Things got worse. They started to keep him in the laundry room with no pants. One time, they blocked up the door with boxes so he couldn't get out. He was kept on even more surveillance. At this point, he may as well have been a prisoner. My father found him with a cord for charging a phone. When he asked my brother why he had that, my brother told him that he was going to try and hang himself. My father mocked him, asked him, "Did you really think that could hold your weight?" My father may as well have laughed in my brother's face. It reminded me of a different time my brother had mentioned suicide. We were at some hotel and my brother was sitting on the floor. We were arguing about something and he shouted at me that he wanted to kill himself. At the time, it was my mother who brushed it off. The effect was the same for both times. The only difference is that the broken defeat in my brother's voice instead of the angry shout as he admits his desire to die.
Apparently, when the police did find him when he was missing, when they picked him up, he told the police that he felt like no one loved him, or he felt like his parents didn't love him, and that he essentially wanted to, off himself. That's what he told the police when they picked him up.
There were other instances, other signs I should have noticed, but I didn't, and I could do nothing. I couldn't do a single thing to stop any of it. I couldn't stop my father from grabbing my brother by the back of his neck. I couldn't stop my father from lifting my brother up the wall with only one hand on his neck. I tell the same story every time, and it's still on my mind. What if my father had killed my brother? What if he had died that day in front of me? What if he had suffocated or his neck had snapped? What if it happened and I didn't see? What if I woke up one day and my brother was no longer with me? They could say it was an accident, but that's not the point. My brother would have died because of my father's anger. All I wanted was my father's approval. That's all we wanted. We wanted to hear him congratulate us on a job well done. When we were younger, we heard the praise, but my brother slowly stopped hearing it. In exchange, he heard crass language coming from a man who was supposed to be his caretaker, his protector. I know my brother was hyper. He needed something to do. He needed more attention. He did not need to be told that he was going to end up in jail if he kept acting the way he did. He needed guidance of what's right and what's wrong. He did not need to be slapped like a bad dog. He deserved answers and more help. None of that was given to him.
It's crazy how the children sound way more mature than the parents were back then.
I moved to Florida the night after my winter formal. One night I was with one of my friends. The next morning I was in a car ride out to Florida. I still had my friend's rose and chocolate he had given me as a gift with me in the seat. I remember sitting in my room even after it had been put together. It felt like I was living in a stranger's house, like all this was all temporary, a poorly planned joke. It felt like we were on vacation and we're going to go back any time, and secretly I wish we did. We did end up moving, at least my siblings and I did, but not in the way we imagined. My brother ran away again. He did not come back and everyone got tense. My father got even more angry. One night my sister and I were tasked with cleaning the kitchen. We cleaned and went to our rooms. Then suddenly we hear our father grumbling in a loud tone. He slammed open our doors and asked us why the counters were still dirty and bellowed at us some more, asking if he had to do everything himself. My sister started crying and we silently rewiped the tables. I retreated to our Florida room with my phone. My sister told me she was going on a bike ride. I numbly nodded and went to call my friend. I didn't know what to do. My father came out of his room once and I watched him grab a drink and then hide away back in his room. It didn't quite register with me that my sister had just gone for a bike ride in the middle of the pitch black night. I don't think I would have been surprised if she didn't come back. Running away was no longer an improbability. She did come back and we wondered what the next thing would be.
I'm so glad that these parents are being exposed for everyone to hear. These people that were, probably their friends and family members thought they were such good people. Well, I'm glad they're being exposed now.
Probability. She did come back and we wondered what the next thing would be.
She's not free.
At some point, my parents left the house to go to a softball tournament and my father left the country. I was home alone. I rode my bike from school and band sessions. I was told not to let my brother in the house. I was alone in a new house with just the dogs for company. As of right now, I cannot remember the in-between. The next few things I remember include leaving my room one night and seeing policemen talking to my mom. I remember being afraid of the way they peered around the corner at me. I didn't know what they were talking about. Then I remember someone coming in and taking pictures. We were pulled out of school. As a student who was not known for being a troublemaker, the day I was called to the front office was odd. Someone escorted me to the office. I heard the police announce over their walkie-talkies that I was on my way to the office. I was told over and over again that I wasn't in trouble. I was driven in a car to a meeting point. My sister was in another group of people. We were told to turn off our phones so they couldn't be tracked. We were driven to a place in a state of semi-confusion. Soon we were sitting in a building waiting to be asked questions. I knew exactly why I was there. I knew exactly what they were going to ask about. I cried. I felt so guilty. I felt like I was betraying my parents. But a part of me knew all of this was a long time coming. Then we were shuffled.
Oh, hello? Audio? No remorse whatsoever. Yeah, I hated his statement.
They didn't have a placement ready for me at first, but the foster parents, my sister and little brother, were going to be sent to, luckily allowed me to come. My other
Thanks up with the audio. Hello?
cried to God. Why me? Why us? This isn't fair. Ronan was a child. I have seen what my parents have been saying, and all of it is a bunch of empty excuses, a bunch of flimsy covers for atrocities they committed.
Wait, hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta go use the bathroom. I've been holding it for a little bit. Not trying to get UTI. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. Hello. I'm here. I'm back. All right.
Yes, Nola got sent to the hospital.
Oh, no.
It's how we learn to toughen up. My brother would never hurt us intentionally. What would
And I think it's important that the sisters are saying this because the parents are saying they're like, oh, the brother, he was a danger to our other children. We had to lock him up. The sisters are like, no, what are you talking about?
to a dangerous level. To make matters worse, after Pierce was born, he was moved from his room in the house to a place in the garage. That room stank. He was rarely left alone, and it was often dark. He was sent there for a variety of reasons. These range from major behavioral issues to the most minor issues, such as talking back, which was usually just trying to explain himself. Most of the time, it was these little issues. I sent my father into a rage, and my mother followed in his footsteps. If he said anything, it would be talking back, and if he said nothing, it would be rude because he wasn't answering his questions. Again, I ask, what is a kid supposed to do in that situation? It's not fair. I couldn't do anything about it, and I should not have been worried about doing anything. I should not have had to worry and continue to worry for my brother's life.
True.
Nola have to be so angry about her parents. Ronan should not have to feel so guilty about the abuse inflicted on him. Pierce should not have to grow up without his siblings. My siblings and I should not have to see our last names in the news. We should not have to see our parents' mugshots. We deserve as regular of a life as we can get. I know I want that for them, at least. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. Fiona Ferriter.
Oh my goodness. Hey, DB.
Yes, Your Honor, this one is from Nola Ferriter. All of the past almost 2 years have been a whole life-turning experience.
I think this is the other sister.
It has had huge ups and downs. Some of the time I felt like I just wanted it all to be over with and all gone. I do not usually express my emotions, but when I do, it all comes out. Every time that has happened, it has had something to do with my parents. They can say all they want, that they love me and my siblings and care for us, but do they really? They say it, but they don't show it. If they really did, all of this would have been in the past, over, and they would do what's best for my siblings and my mental health, especially my brother Ronan.
Nola is the biological sister. Okay, so we have the eldest daughter who's adopted. That's the one who just went. That was Fiona. And then second is Nola, the biological daughter. And then, sorry, is Nola older or younger than the victim? Do you guys know? So I guess essentially we have 2 adopted kids and then 2 kids that are biological.
They have put him through so much, and I will never forgive them for treating him the way they did. After everything they did to him, all the abuse, neglect, they keep on saying it's all his fault. None of this has ever been at all his fault. Parents should be parents, which means parents should be loving and caring, and they were none of that. When I lived in that house, I used to think saying I love you was weird. We never said it to each other. My dad would always either be working or watching TV. We hardly had times where we would come out and hang with the family. I was also never allowed to hang out with my brother Ronan and my sister, and I never got the bond that sisters are supposed to have because our parents wouldn't let us be kids. When I was there in that house, I had to be perfect, no matter what.
You guys knew what the age gap was? Okay, so you guys think that maybe 2 older sisters and then the younger, and then the victim, and then the baby that's been born. Okay.
I had once been playing around with a friend in class, and the teacher had said something to my parents about it. Later, when I got home, I got yelled at and yelled at. There were no mistakes allowed. At first, I thought the way our household was run was normal. I had thought that my brother living separate from us was normal because they always said it was because of his actions. Now being older, Ronan did not do anything wrong. He was being a kid. He was not allowed to do anything, so he went back at them as a kid would usually do. If the parents say no, the kids want to do it more. Right before we moved to Florida is when I started realizing that the way that my mom and dad acting was not right. I had started to get afraid of him and would hide in my sister's room with her so I did not need to see him. I had always seen the way he treated Ronan. It was horrific. No child should be ever treated in such a way. I have seen my brother being held back by the back of his neck to walk to the bathroom, being screamed at the top of my dad's lugs. Ronan screams for my dad. I've heard the whip of the jump rope hit Ronan and the slaps of banging on the wall. Being in that house was scary. My brain has tried to let me forget a lot of what happened and has locked it away.
I wonder if Tim Ferriter's mom and like their household operated in similar fashions where it was like, you know, a lot of like physical beatings and hittings and stuff like that. I wonder if, you know, his mom, the grandmother, to them was normal. Because maybe, you know, that's how she had her household as well. I don't know. Maybe that's why she went up there. It was just like, oh, you know, he loves his kids. And like, I don't condone what he did, but, you know, he loves his kids. He's a good person. Da 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 da. How could you say someone's a good person after hearing all this?
They can say all they want that Ronan had put me in the hospital and been a danger to us, but all he was doing was playing around and being a kid. And I also played around with him too. The way Tim talks about my brother is crazy. Saying all of this is his fault is insane. How does a person not care at all about a child he himself raised from a baby? Nothing Tim did is justified. Tim and Tracy have put me and my siblings through so much bad mental health. At one point, I was scared to go out of my house because I thought my parents were stalking me. I saw them once after school while I was walking to get picked up.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object again on grounds, both as to Fiona and Nola's statements about actions from the parents towards them that are not related to the child RF. Additionally, if the court would look at Florida Statute 921.143, it looks like that victim impact statements are only for the victim, next of kin, law enforcement, correctional or correctional probation officer to make a statement at a sentencing or submission of a written statement. So I believe under that statute, the statements of Fiona and Nola should not be considered by the court.
Response?
They're next of kin. They're his sisters.
All right, objections overruled. Continue.
In the morning with my brother.
She's like, next of kin, hello?
And then I never wanted to see them again. They have kept me away from my younger brother. I have not seen him in over a year, and they will not let my speak. Oh wait, sorry.
Priya's on her phone now. Shit, what do I do now? Who are you texting, Priya? She's trying to get some reinforcement in on here.
Morning with. I was walking to get picked up and I froze. I couldn't feel a thing, and my instinct was to walk away and not say anything. This was the first time that I have seen them since they got arrested the first time. The first time they got arrested, I had seen them that day in the morning with my brother Pierce. After that, I never wanted to see them again. They have kept me away from my younger brother. I have not seen him in over a year, and they will not let me speak to him on the phone. All of this has hurt me so bad when I feel like nothing can hurt anymore. Me, Fiona, and Ronan are all good kids and did not deserve any of this. Sincerely, Nola Ferriter.
Oh.
And then finally, I have
Thank you, Leela, for the 5. I appreciate it. Corgi, thanks for covering this. A lot of us had a hard childhood, but it's good to know we're not alone in our life experience. Yeah, I remember being a kid. How I initially got into like true crime stuff was like, it's kind of weird. Being a kid, I would stay home and watch Law and Crime SVU because it played during the daytime. And dude, I fucking love that show so much. Like as a fucking kid, because I was like, holy shit, there's other people that are like struggling and have shit happening to them. Like I felt comforted knowing that there was like, even though it was like fictional, you know, I felt comfortable. Like I was like, oh wow, this is like, this relates to me, you know? And the detectives on there, like Olivia Benson, Detective Stabler, dude, I saw them as like my mommy and daddy. I'm like, oh my God, please be my mom, please be my dad. Like I want you guys. I don't know. That's how I initially started getting into true crime stuff, was watching Law and Order SVU. And then from then on, I started watching other true crime stuff, and I was like, oh wait, actually, hold on a second. I'm not the only one that's like dealing with like weird shit in like the family household. I realized there were other people too that were struggling. I honestly, up until high school, I thought I was just like uniquely special, but not like in a good way special, in a bad way special, where it's just like, wow, I'm the only person that has to deal with this. Well, I'm surrounded by people that are like, they probably have happy families, you know, good mom, good dad. And then I realized a lot of people have a lot of shit too that they're dealing with. But yeah, I don't know. Mommy Olivia, Detective Stabler, you know, they were my parents. Anyways.
A letter
Yeah,
from
group
James
hug,
Roberts,
group
who
hug.
he doesn't want it read out loud, but I have provided it to the vents and provided it to the court. He understands it'll be part of the public record.
Yeah, this is just sad and devastating. Like I know how it feels to be like the older kid and not being able to do anything. Like appealing to your mom, like, mom, do something, like help him, like do something. Like, why aren't you doing anything? And the mom is just sitting there just fucking being passive as shit. Like I completely know that frustration, that feeling, and it really fucking sucks because you're just a child. You're like, what, 10 years old, 11, 12, and you're trying to do something, but you can't. You have no control, right? And then you have to appeal to the next authority, which is your mom or your dad, but they don't want to do anything because they're just fucking, you know, they're dipshits too. So I don't know. I everything that she's saying, I can completely fucking relate with. It's sad, it's frustrating, and I feel so bad for these kids. It's just horrible. I am glad, however, though, that these kids have each other, that they have siblings. That's what I was always grateful about my brother and my sisters. Like, I'm so glad that we have each other. Like, you know, even though like parents, you know, I'm glad that we have each other. I'm glad that I had my brother and my sister to go through with everything, because I can't imagine being the only child going through this alone by myself. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm really grateful for my my brother and my sister.
Ms. Moran?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, give me just a moment.
What does Priya want now? I'm going to forward it a bit. Oh, I just want to mention, okay, y'all, when Tim was talking, when the victim was talking, and Tim, he was able to eke out one tear, and I noticed that he didn't wipe that tear away. He kind of left that tear there, because normally, you know, if you're crying, what's your reaction, right? You want to wipe it off. You want to wipe your tears off. But Tim, he's like, oh, I eke one out. I'm just going to leave it on my face so they can see that there's tears in my eyes. I don't know. I just noticed that he didn't wipe it away, but maybe I'm just overthinking it or something. But I think he's manipulative.
Brief argument on the motion
He needed it to linger.
for downward departure, and then I'll switch over to full argument on sentencing.
Taxi! Thank you so much for the 349. What is that lemon thing? Thank you for the 349. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's cute, but it's creepy. But yeah, I like it, I guess. I dig it. Oh man, Judge, I can't hear what you're saying. I feel like the judge is saying so many important things, but the mic is just... Mic is not good.
Allowing her to see her younger brother. I don't know if the state would object to this, but during the course of the trial, it was actually attempted that they would see him, but since it was during the course of the trial, both the state and defense agreed that that would not happen. That wasn't Tim or Tracy at all. And so I do think that there are some things that are being misconstrued by the children, but that one particular fact that that child is being withheld from his siblings by these two people, I don't believe is true, so I don't know if the state would agree.
Oh yeah, so who has custody of the youngest child?
To that as to the trial?
And I think that's factually inaccurate.
Factually inaccurate, what was in the statement or what Ms. Murad is saying?
Ms. Murad is saying is how that went down. Ultimately, the state agreed, and they would not agree to do it and did not allow it. And they only offered it one day, which was the morning of jury selection. Ultimately, we agreed they could do it.
So we don't have a stipulation, so what is your request to the court then, Ms. Moran?
If I could briefly call Kathy, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Kathy, just to discuss this briefly. Yes, who is she has privately adopted that child at this point.
Okay, any objection?
It'll be very short.
I mean, she's not listed.
All right, I'm going to allow, you can call her
Thank you.
as rebuttal to the victim impact statements.
Oh, okay. So this woman, Kathy, adopted the youngest child, and is she going to go up there and say, "Oh, the siblings are misrepresenting, like it's not the parents that's not letting them see their youngest brother; it's something else"? Is that the point of it? Yes, Leon. Tell your parents you love them.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It's going to be an informed
It'll be
testimony.
really short. She could stand.
Oh, the lemon picture wasn't chosen by you?
That's fine. You can stay at the podium, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what Kathy has to
Put the
say.
mic down so I make sure we pick your voice up.
I'm sorry, I know you as Grandma Kathy. What's your last name?
Nuremberg.
Nuremberg. Ms. Nuremberg, are you Tracy's mom?
Yes.
Oh, that's why.
And have you now privately adopted PF?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been efforts since your adoption of PF to do visitation with the siblings, NF, FF, and more limited with RF given the placement?
Yes. Many. On numerous occasions, we've tried to get the kids to talk, and we've even offered the girls to pay the flights to come to our home.
Yep, we had Tracy's mother, we had Tim's mother, grandparents. Might be a disappointment to the kids.
And they have bedrooms at our house. I mean, they wouldn't even respond.
Okay. It's my recollection that the foster placement, we cannot state their names, actually sent you a, well, I believe there was one time where a meeting was scheduled and they didn't show up. Is that correct? There was some sort of,
Yes.
whether that was them for forgetting, we don't know. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you also sent a text message by the foster father that was rude towards you, that was not meant for you?
He mistakenly sent a text message to me that was meant for somebody else, but it was very, it was not very nice about me, and I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, Tracy looks just like her.
And of course, if the girls wish to see their baby brother, is that something that you would facilitate?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's their sisters and brother.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions for this
I
one.
wonder what the siblings have to say about that.
So at the trial, you offered to allow the girls to see her on the to see the Pierce on the very first day of jury selection, correct?
I don't know when it was. I wasn't here at jury selection.
Okay, you weren't here. Where were you going to see them?
Where was?
Where was the meet going to happen? You were in Florida, right?
No.
You were in Florida.
I was not in Florida for jury selection.
You were in Florida during the trial, correct?
I was, but not for jury.
With Pierce, correct?
Yes, I was.
And whose house were you staying at?
At a friend's house.
What's the friend's name?
Jolene Zimmering.
Okay, and the defendants were staying with you at the friend's house, correct? That's where Tim and Tracy were staying, correct?
Oh.
Tim and Tracy were not staying with Colin and, is it Jolene Zimmering during the course of the trial?
When I was there.
Okay, that's your testimony under oath, they weren't staying with you there?
No.
Okay, and the NOLA and the foster parents actually texted you and said, we would like to meet at a park with DCF supervising, correct?
Okay.
That's after. I was here, I had somebody babysitting Pierce, and I was here. I don't need a facilitator for the girls to see my adopted son.
But that's what the girls felt would feel comfortable with, correct?
Well, I never said that I would allow that at all. I think that I should be able to meet with my grandchildren without having to have a facilitator present.
Okay.
But the kids, they feel safe. Why did you not think about how the kids feel? They feel safe meeting you with a facilitator present. But you don't care about that? They're going through so much right now.
So it's true that the girls
Came up
right, ma'am.
within minutes.
You're not at liberty just to not follow the question and answer the question. So please listen to the question and answer it.
So the girls wanted to meet with their brother in order to be comfortable. They wanted to meet at a park with a facilitator, and you said no, correct?
I said I couldn't because the state said that we couldn't.
And even after the state said we could do it at a park with a facilitator, you still said no, correct?
I went home after that.
You went home, what day when after the trial did you go home?
I don't even.
It was after the verdict? You were there through the entire time? And are you aware that the state said that they could meet at the park?
That wasn't something
Ma'am,
I could.
just let me finish the question. That the foster parents offered to allow the children to meet at a park, and you said no, correct?
I said no.
And you were there on the trial.
I never answered, excuse me, I never answered that question.
Okay.
He sent me a message saying that the state said you can, and I didn't have the time. I was here, I did not have the time to go and meet with them, at a park, because I was in trial.
Okay, and so we were in trial for 2 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And one of those, over a weekend, correct? 2 weekends, actually, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to just say yes or no out loud.
Yes.
And also, there was a Monday off because it was on President's Day, correct?
Correct.
So during all that time, you weren't able to because you were in trial, correct?
I wasn't here. I don't think I was here for the President's Day weekend.
Well, you told us you were here all the way till the end,
Well,
correct?
I was here, but not for President's Day.
And you said that Tim and Tracy weren't actually staying with you at Colin, Zimmerich, and Joanne or Jeannie? Which one is it? So I say it right.
Jolene.
Jolie. They weren't staying with you at that house?
No. And you know what? I had an Airbnb. I'm all caught off guard here. We rented an Airbnb.
Okay, so you were at an Airbnb, you weren't actually staying at that house? And no. So you're testing.
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm caught off guard here.
And was Pierce?
Just tell the truth, I mean, stick to the truth. I mean, were you staying at the house? Were you staying at Airbnb? Or what was going on here?
Staying with you, or was he staying with his parents?
No, Pierce was staying with me.
Okay, and are there times where you have allowed Pierce to be in the custody of his parents without you? No. No? Tracy Ferriter didn't have him in Arizona and trying to enroll him in daycare?
No.
That didn't happen?
No.
So there was never a time where Tracy, after you adopted your grandson, tried to enroll Pierce in Arizona?
No.
In daycare?
No.
And that wouldn't make sense because you don't live in Arizona either, right?
No, I don't.
And when, last week, Tracy was staying with you, correct?
I'm going to object to outside the scope at this point. I was asking very specifically, Nola Ferriter's victim witness statement, which I was not provided in advance, stated that Tim and Tracy are preventing the siblings from seeing their baby brother. The state has specifically requested in their sentencing memorandum no contact with all of the children. So I am simply calling the adoptive mother to say that Tim and Tracy are not trying to withhold this child from their siblings.
All right. The objection's overruled. Door's been opened. This witness was called as a rebuttal witness to the victim impact statement. So as long as the questions follow with respect to the scope of the impact statements, I'm going to allow it.
Rip Priya.
And so Pierce was with you and Tracy staying at your home in Illinois, is that correct?
Does anyone know what's happening right now? Okay, so this is Tracy's mother. Tracy, her trial hasn't happened yet. She next. She is the mom. She is the wife of Tim Ferriter, okay? This is Tracy's mother. Tracy's mother adopted their youngest child. Not quite sure how old, but seems like they're very young. Maybe like, I don't know, I'm not quite sure. Really young child. She adopted. And so when the lawyer on the left, that's the state right there, she was reading a statement from the children. And essentially, this children were saying that their parents, Tim and Tracy, were preventing them from seeing their youngest brother, who was under the care of Tracy's mother. And so the defense brought Tracy's mother up and was like, were Tim and Tracy, were they the reasons why that, like, the children couldn't meet up with them? So she's basically rebutting that. But now the state prosecutor is saying that, like, well, I mean, were you staying with Tim and Tracy? Or, the children offered to meet up with you under supervision and under whatever, but you denied it. And so that's what we're getting to right now. They're essentially, Tim's lawyer is trying to call out the children for lying, but the state is up here right now saying that, did the children really lie, or are you lying right now? Who's lying here? What was going on? So we're just trying to figure out what happened. Why did they not meet up?
Last week.
Yes.
To the scope of the impact statements, I'm going to allow it.
And so Pierce was with you and Tracy staying at your home in Illinois, is that correct? Last week.
Yes, he was.
And Tracy was staying there too, correct?
She was not.
She was not at your home?
No, she was not.
Okay, where was she staying?
I don't know. Ask her.
You don't?
Dude, this woman, oh my God, she is so angry right now. She's taking care of the youngest kid. Oh my God, does she know how to regulate her emotions? She's so pissed right now. Oh man, get it together. You can do it.
She was not.
Okay, where was she staying?
I don't know. Ask her.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, so there were multiple times last week that you were together with Pierce, Tracy, and yourself, correct? In Illinois? You weren't together?
No.
Are there times where Tracy was by herself then with Pierce?
No. I've been with Pierce. My husband's been with Pierce.
Okay.
His other grandmother's been with Pierce.
So it's your testimony under oath that in the last month or so, Pierce has not been alone with Tracy?
That's correct.
Okay. And if Tracy is able to put Pierce on the phone to talk to the defendant on jail calls, how would that occur?
I don't know. Ask her.
Okay. Are there, so you...
Wait, I don't know. Ask her. Wait, that would mean that she wasn't there then. She should have been like, oh, well, I was there with Tracy. Oh, no. Oh.
You wouldn't know how that occurred. Pierce is...
My objection to it being outside the scope, and just so the
Well, go ahead.
there's no bar between PF talking. There is no contact order, so I'm not really sure.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection because now the questions are going to the credibility of the witness at this
Right,
point. And
right.
that's permissible, so
Yep.
the objection's overruled.
Yep.
So you're saying that Pierce is always with you or the other grandparents?
That's correct.
And there's never a time where he's alone with Tracy?
No.
And so Tracy wouldn't be able to put Pierce on the phone with the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Tracy calls you on some occasions when she's not with you in Illinois, and you three-way in order to allow Tim to talk to Pierce, correct?
Okay, yes.
That happens almost every day, correct? No? It happens several times a week, correct?
What is this all about?
Overruled. I mean, you're not, the attorney is the one that makes the objections. Just listen to the question.
This witness has consistently said that this is what they're saying, that she's with Pierce.
Approach, I don't want you educating the witness for the so.
Oh, man. So essentially, grandmother number one went up there and said, my son is such a good guy. Grandmother number two is going up there saying, my grandchildren are lying. Tim and Tracy aren't the one that's preventing them from seeing their youngest brother. I feel so bad for these kids, man. Listen, these siblings, these kids, you might have shit parents, grandparents, possibly shit too. But you know what? At least you guys got each other. You know, sometimes, you know, we all wish we had a good relationship with our mom, dad, grandparents, extended family and stuff like that. But sometimes you just got to cut ties and just have, you know, just fuck it. You know, you got your siblings. You can make your own family. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. This is, I didn't realize how, this is supposed to be only like 2 hours long. I don't think we realized how crazy this was going to get. Jeez. Like I said, I'm just so glad that the siblings are there to vouch for the brother. All right. I think we're in the we're in the past.
Happy to share with the court
Who they are from?
Are there other letters that I've read as part of the package?
Yes.
Wait, what happened to the lady? She gone?
Oh, all right, is that,
Wait, we don't know what happened.
all right, the objection sustained. All right, any
Objection sustained.
not from the letters were anonymous. I am happy to share with the court
Who they are from?
Are there other letters that I've read as part of the package?
Yes.
I've already read them.
Okay, so my concern is that the state will be arguing that one of them in particular doesn't have any credibility because it is anonymous. The issue in that case, if I may just argue it quickly, is that
If you want to vouch for a man who's accused of abusing his children or child in this case, you better not be anonymous. You better put your name on there.
that
But it's already in evidence, so I'm going to consider it. I mean,
There's a verdict in. Guilty, guilty, guilty.
they can make the argument as to the weight that should be given to it. that should be part of your argument.
I
but
was
it's-
simply going to say that I am happy to say who that person is, their phone number, their contact information. They do not wish for their child's identity to be revealed because that child is much older now and is.
I don't think it's necessary. I've read it, it's in evidence, I'll consider it.
Understood.
And the fact that it's anonymous, I mean, if you want to, as part of your argument, let me know who the person is, have at it. But
I can only do so at the bench if the court would allow. Other than that,
Damn, deliberation, 2.5 hours.
Let's this one in the bud approach.
Child abuse case as to a downward departure under this subsection that the victim was a provoker or participant in the incident.
What?
And what I wish to say first is that this is not meant to offend or state that.
Oh, she's about to take that road. Oh, no. Oh, dude, what is she going to say? Priya, where are we going here?
And deserved to offend or state that Ronan deserved, any of the treatment that happened. However,
my God.
as I stated, there is substantial case law, particularly in self-defense cases, that even if a jury does not accept self-defense as a verdict, that the court may still downward depart based on facts that show that the defendant was responding. And I believe we have that in this case.
He's saying, she is saying that the victim provoked Tim. Tim was responding in self-defense. Oh my God, does she really want to go there?
I state quite a few specific examples.
I think that's a novel argument, and you've already told me you don't have a case here in Florida. Did you do any nationwide search of any of the cases out there that allow for mitigation at the sentencing stage where in a child abuse case, the conduct of the child was used as a basis for mitigation? Because that's really what you're arguing here. I mean, it seems to me to be a stretch because of...
Get him, Judge. Oh my God, thank you so much. The judge is there. Whew. State's probably like, oh, thank God I don't have to make the argument for the stupid ass shit that she's pulling right now.
Just the nature of child abuse itself, and then determining, especially where you're in a parental relationship between the parent and the child, where the parent has an obligation to protect the safety and security of the child, that you could somehow resort to what the child did as a basis for mitigation of the sentence of the parent. Any luck finding anything on a nationwide search?
I didn't do a nationwide search, Your Honor, and I don't know that I would find it in the sense that the Florida sentencing statutes and downward departures are sort of specific to Florida. But what I will say is this. Both in the aggravated child abuse and obviously lesser included child abuse, there was the parental affirmative defense. And that is a defense that is in response to conduct by the child, in the same way that self-defense is in response to conduct by the alleged victim in the case. In fact, when we were talking about the Williams rule evidence that the state admitted, or I think it's actually when we were doing motions in limine, in this case, and the defense was attempting to admit several pre-removal acts by the child, RF. The court denied some of that due to age range. It was actually the state who said that this wouldn't require, for example, a reverse Williams rule type of notice, that it's not 404B evidence, that it's more akin to a self-defense because it is someone responding to behavior. So even though there is not case law on point, I do believe that it applies.
So she doesn't have case law for this. He's like, can you cite a case law? She's like, well, I don't have a case law, but, I thought when you make arguments like this, you have to provide the case law.
In this case.
Because judges, they tend to like to do what other judges have done in the past. Oh no, what happened to the Kaitlin Armstrong stuff? Did the stream die? I was waiting for the verdict.
Because of the similarities between the parental affirmative defense and the defense that was posited during trial and the case law on self-defense in this case.
So let's deal with the statute itself, because you cited in your papers 92.00262F, and you state the court may grant downward departure where the victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident. So based on that, what are you arguing specifically
Does anyone know if there's any lawyers covering this case right now? I want to know what their opinion is on this right here. I don't know if EDB or Tragos is covering this. Anyone know any lawyers covering this? Because I just want to know, like, is this something that they would reach out for? Like, would they do what she's doing right now? Because I get it, she's trying to do her job, but like, she must sound ridiculous saying this. This is wild to me.
But,
oh boy.
RF was either the initiator, willing, certainly not willing participant. Aggressor, I saw nothing on the evidence to suggest that. So I guess it would be initiator or provoker of the incident would be the two prongs of that particular section that you would be riding on, correct?
That's right, Your Honor. And I think there is a difference between something that sounds or doesn't feel palatable in reference to it being a child and whether or not it is legally applicable. Because I understand that it doesn't feel great to say that a child provoked an incident. However, I think that the bigger issue is that there is self-defense case law that is analogous here, where, and I'm relying in part on what the court heard in trial and also in part on the evidence in the deposition of RF, which the court has in evidence and has actually read, I believe, for the Williams rule hearing as well, for acts that were not admitted at trial, and that I think that the court can consider, and that this was admittedly an overreaction or an inappropriate response. But again, just like in self-defense, a jury doesn't have to buy that it is actually self-defense for the court to consider whether or not it was provoked.
But in the self-defense cases, I mean, those are cases that involve, I would assume, spontaneous type of action-reaction type of circumstances. So for the self-defense argument to apply here, it seems to me they would have to apply in a situation where maybe RF attacked Mr. Ferriter. And in the middle of the physical attack, let's say Mr. Ferriter hypothetically punched him and knocked him back. Then I could see maybe...
Exactly. Not have this box constructed that took days or weeks and then put him in there. Like, and then also they said that the being locked in the room started at age, like, what, 8, 10 years old? What is she doing here? I'm just so... This is baffling. Can you guys let me know when the Kaitlin Armstrong verdict, when they're going to stream it? The stream was up, but it just went down, so I don't know. I don't know what happened. Let me know if it comes back up.
There might be some basis for arguing this prong, but I'm having difficulty seeing where self-defense analogy even works at all, given that there's nothing in the record or the evidence that I've seen to suggest that RF ever attacked his father or did anything aggressive toward his father. In fact, the evidence that I saw during trial was quite the contrary. He was completely respectful, snapped to rigid attention, and was very submissive to the demands of his father. So,
because again, there was a camera that was recording inside that room, and that camera, even though they were using it to supervise the kid and make sure the kid wasn't doing anything or the kid didn't leave the room, but they were essentially just self-snitching themselves by having all this evidence recorded, and they were able to view that. The parts where, you know, Tim Ferriter would go off on his kid, and the sister did mention that, you know, the kid would try to be respectful towards the dad, try to answer, try to, like, you know, like, wasn't being, like, majorly aggressive. At some point, probably get frustrated, because who wouldn't get frustrated? But, oh my God, what is she doing here?
Help me out how it applies, because it seems to me to be apples and oranges here when we start talking about self-defense being a basis for a reduction.
Sure. So I have 3 things as a response. First, I don't think self-defense has to be spontaneous. I think that that is sort of what we think about in a self-defense case. But I think that there are certainly fact patterns. I can think of several of my colleagues who have won self-defense cases based on sort of ongoing conduct or an ongoing knowledge of someone's conduct or their beliefs. So I don't think that's necessarily the case. The second thing is...
And I'll grant you that. I mean, if someone calls up and says, I'm coming over your house to kill you, and the self-defense circumstance occurs in that scenario, it's not spontaneous, they thought about it, but it still might fall within the penumbra of what would be considered self-defense.
I just wanted to start with that I don't think that that sort of spontaneous factual scenario is necessary in order for this downward departure to apply, even in a self-defense case. 2, I think the court... I think we're conflating what is valid self-defense that a jury finds to be self-defense and what the court can depart on. And the case law is pretty clear that it doesn't, a jury can reject a self-defense claim. Like, we don't have to believe, the jury doesn't have to believe that the person actually acted, right, in self-defense. They can find the person guilty, which is why we're here at the state of a downward departure, and yet the court can still consider facts which show the cause and effect. And I think it's less about the words of, I think when we think about self-defense, facts that obviously don't track completely with a child abuse case.
Hello?
However, I think that the substance of it is cause and effect, and how every...
Wait, what? Did they fix their audio? I think they might have fixed their audio, but now it's just too low. We can't really hear anything. Oh God, this is a risky move. I'm gonna volume boost it, but when the judge speaks, I don't know if it's gonna explode in our ears. Just guys, if you guys have this on earbuds, just be mindful that the sound is it might be really fudged.
Thing is a response, and again, it doesn't have to be an effect, cause and effect, and how everything is a response. And again, it doesn't have to be a response that the jury accepts. Third, in a self-defense case, there's also the concept of defense of others. And I do think that there is evidence in the record, both at trial and in the transcript, that the court has to review that there were actions that were harmful to other people. Now, whether or not the court and the state consider them sort of regular child's play, I think that's where Dr. Rappa, Dr. Ziegler, and the testimony of Carrie Williams comes in. I think that there is a grave...
When you guys were a kid, you guys ever played with someone and then like severely hurt them and then you ran away? I remember this one time we were playing this stupid game where we were playing with a broom and I smacked my friend so hard in the eye with the broom. She was crying and it was probably all bruised up, but I ran away. I don't know, man. There's been so many times when I played with kids and yeah, we've gotten hurt before, So I don't know what's the extent of, the injuries or whatever, but the other children said that they were just playing, that it wasn't like he did it while they weren't playing, but it was mostly when they were playing around and they were being, really like rough with each other, stuff like that. Thanks for the earbud warnings. Yeah, I just did, because I don't know if the judge starts talking, I didn't want you guys to have your ears blasted. Take care of your ears, okay? But yeah, I mean, there's been times where you play with kids and sometimes you hurt them, but I don't know. I guess I don't know the extent of those injuries. But the siblings are saying that it was nothing.
Misunderstanding about...
Or not that it was nothing, but that
exactly
it seems to be just part of ordinary play.
Exactly reactive attachment disorder is. I think as Ms. Williams described by her own experiences, it's really difficult to explain because it's something that seems to affect people that they don't talk about, and it's not just regular child behavior. And I think another thing that Ms. Williams did a good job of describing is sort of the persistence of it, right? That it's not just...
But Ms. Williams never testified that she put her kid in a...
Oh, this judge. We love this judge. He is saying everything that we were thinking. Oh, thank you.
But Ms. Williams never testified that she put her kid in a prison-like structure as a method of responding to reactive attachment disorder. So, again, aren't you asking me to compare apples and oranges in terms of what her testimony really means to Mr. Ferriter's situation? Because at the end of the day, I still have to look at whether anything that the child did justified the ultimate response of the parent in this case. So you push back, have all you want to push back if you think I need to be looking at some other angle.
Thank you.
One, the fact that Ms. Williams didn't respond in the same way doesn't diminish what she said about how it feels as a parent. In fact, it took 18 facilities and she would still say that only 2 of them, right? There is no dispute that the way in which this was handled was wrong. Just like in a self-defense case, if you choose to shoot somebody, that's wrong, right? We're not disputing that conduct. We didn't dispute it at trial, that this was poorly handled. I think that the issue, though, is when the court asks, do the actions of the child justify the response? That's almost like a bench trial on self-defense. That's not really what's being asked. It's being asked if whether or not the court can consider facts to downward depart that show that there was a cause and effect, that Tim Ferriter's actions were informed by what the child was doing. And I do think that there's evidence of that in the videos. I think there's evidence of that by the child's own testimony on cross-examination and by several of the statements that the child made in the deposition. That doesn't mean that we have to agree with the response or that it was the right response, just that the court is able to downward depart based on those facts.
So where does the problem lie then, Ms. Murad? Does it lie?
So what she's arguing right now, she essentially wants to have the court give Tim Ferriter under the minimum requirement sentencing, which I don't know what it is. What is the minimum requirement sentencing? I think I remember seeing like 35 or 38 months, but I don't know if it was something that she was going for. Does anyone know what the minimum required sentencing was for this? Tim Ferriter's attorney, Priya Murad, said Florida's sentencing guidelines suggest a minimum of 35 months. Maybe she wants less than that. Because he's facing 40, like what, 40, up to 40 years? Was it 6 years? She mentioned 72 months in the opening statement. Was it?
I with a child who, for all intents and purposes, is doing things that normal children do, fights with their siblings, stealing candy. Those things are not, to me, egregious or abnormal. Or is the problem with an extraordinarily abnormal response of a parent dealing with that behavior? So you're asking me to focus just on what the child has did, or has done to precipitate the parent's response, but to kind of ignore the elephant in the room, and was the parent's response to conduct that to a lot of parents would not seem to be extraordinarily bad or depraved or anything like that, but the response of the parent was the problem.
I'm not asking the court to ignore the response of the parent. We are at a sentencing, and we are not asking, at the end of the day, the defense also asked for a prison sentence. So we are at the phase of guilt, right? So the court, of course, I'm asking for a downward departure from 6 years. I'm not asking the court to dismiss the charges or on a stand your ground motion, right?
No, and I understand you're doing your job, and I'm going to give you all the latitude that I can give you to make your points.
But I think that is an important distinction, that this is not condoning behavior. It's simply seeing that there are factors that allow a court to depart. That's not saying dismiss the charges, make them misdemeanor. I don't have a legal basis to do that, but we are still asking for, in our case, a prison sentence. Another thing that I will say, Judge, is I understand, I believe that there were other...
Yes, Priya?
I think there's been a real mischaracterization of some of the behavior, and the defense was limited in its ability to present some of the early behaviors, and we were not permitted to...
Remember I told you guys that when we have cases of this where children are being harmed by their parents, and a lot of the common themes that I've noticed are parents that withhold food from their kids, or they use the food as a means of control, or when the kid takes food, they say that the kid is stealing from them. So this is, there's one video that was captured. This is on the arrest affidavit. In one video in particular, Redacted was locked in his room after being found to have stolen chocolate and cookies from the kitchen, despite being told he was not allowed to have them. Behavior resulted in Redacted having the covers removed from his mattress picked up and tossed against the wall, and Timothy grabbing Redacted against the arm, yelling at him. Each morning when Timothy greets Redacted, he asks him, "Is it dirty?" and points to the bucket. Redacted has to use to relieve himself in that it is kept in the corner of the bedroom. So, I mean, they have videos of this. They have videos of him treating the child horribly, just freaking horribly. And, you know, I wonder if the child was just freaking hungry. You know, maybe they weren't really feeding him. I think they were. I think they were not feeding him. I think they had a very strict time schedule when the child was allowed to eat. Your daughter steals food all the time. Oh, how old is your daughter? Yeah, food insecurity is a sick, cruddy thing to inflict upon anyone, let alone children or children with RAD. I mean, I wonder, like, who diagnosed the child with RAD? Because I wonder if the child was just reacting to having horrible parents, you know? Maybe Timothy Ferriter, it seems like he had a very, very strict household. And if you were just a normal child and you didn't adhere to his strict rules, you know, he would lash out on you. Because I wonder if the child ended up not having, you know, healthily attached to his parents because maybe his parents were just fucking assholes from the get-go. You know, it wasn't like it was until like he was older that they were treating him like this. Maybe this started when at a very, very, very young age. And that's why the child had an issue attaching to his mom, attaching to his dad. But I don't know. I have questions about the diagnosis.
Present any of the post-removal conduct or access to
disgusting.
records. So I understand the court's position, but there is no dispute based on both the testimony of the state's expert and the defense expert that there is a true issue here of reactive attachment disorder.
So when you've raised that argument with me a couple times now, and the first thought I always have when I hear that, especially in what governed my ruling and not allowing it, because if I allowed it, then I'm opening the door up to conduct of the victim that may be attributable to the injury and harm that he suffered as a result of the defendant's conduct. And so the defendant would benefit by harming his son because of the psychological impact of being put in the room, and then use that very harm as evidence as to why I'm not to be found guilty or I'm to have my sentence reduced. That's the problem I've always had with any post separation evidence. Let me help you out here, because I don't think you're going to get there on either point 1 or point 2. I think your better argument on a downward departure what's referred to as the catch-all provision, and that's under 921.026 that states that.
Let me help you by stopping you from wasting your time further.
I can consider the enumerated list in the downward departure grounds, but I'm not limited to them. I don't think you're going to convince me that anything that I can look to with respect to Ronan Ferriter's RF's conduct is going to put me in a position where I'm going to find that's a sufficient basis to mitigate or downward depart on the sentence. And I don't think you're going to get there on restitution either under the facts and circumstances of this case. But I get it that at least from Mr. Ferriter's standpoint that he was dealing with what he thought. I'm not even concluding that he was actually dealing with a real problem child or not. What I am concluding is that he at least thought he was dealing with a problem child, and what was his reaction to that. And so that's where I think you should focus with your argument for me, so I can put some clarity as to whether, because I don't think you're going to get there under the enumerated grounds. So let's look at the catch-all. Is there some unique aspect of this case under the catch-all that would give me a legal basis to, one, find that there's a legal basis for downward departure, and then get to the question of whether, if there is a legal basis, I should exercise my discretion to downward depart. So trying to focus you on what's really going to get me to where I need to be if I were to downward depart. So focus on that aspect, the catch-all provision, because I think that's your best shot of convincing me.
So
Judge Howard Coates, Jr.
I think, Judge, what's difficult about giving the court a legal basis under the catch-all provision is that by definition it is the catch-all provision. I'll start with this. I think, and this goes sort of into sentencing in general, but there is some case law that the court can consider the totality of the circumstances. None of these children live with Mr. Ferriter anymore. He has some
Let me help you skip the BS and get on with the reasonable argument you can use. Hi, Corgi PhD. How are you doing today? I love your name.
None of these children live with Mr. Ferriter anymore. He has some contact with the youngest, who is 2 to 3 years old. As the court knows, there's no allegations of
2 to 3
as it relates to the other children, just to RF.
Thank you.
He is now in a position where he has no ability to contact his elder 3 children unless it is up to them. He does not live with them. He has gone from someone who had a job, lived in a home with his wife, had 4 kids, to all of that being taken away.
It's been taken away from him because he's the victim. Poor him. All this is happening to him. It's not because of his actions and what he did. It's because poor him. Now it's all been taken away from him.
Perhaps rightly so in the court's eyes.
Yes.
He has already, I think in many ways, at least as a parent, been punished by the dependency courts in the way in which the children, not the way in which they were removed, but in that particular, he no longer has his kids. And I think that that is some punishment in and of itself. And I think it also serves a purpose in the sense that if the court's concern is the safety of those children, that should not be a concern for the court, because it's really up to the discretion of the kids as to whether or not they wish to speak with their father. Dr. Rappa stated in her letter to the court that she did evaluate Tim Ferriter, that he's shown remorse. I think that the court saw that in his statement, that a really grave.
Well, did I see remorse in his statement? You're talking about the statement he gave this today, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So did I see remorse? I heard him apologize and say he was sorry to his children for putting them in this position, but
Yes! Oh, thank God. Even though the audio was horrible and it was hard listening to it, I felt like he didn't really apologize for what he did. He was just like, oh, you know, like, kids, I'm sorry you guys are going through this. You know, I love you, I love you, I love you. But, like, he didn't really go through, like, oh, I'm sorry that, like, you know, I lost my temper, that I put him in a box, and I was a horrible father. But all he was saying was, oh, I did this out of love. Everything I did for you guys was out of love. Okay, because, like, I didn't really want to say it specifically because I wasn't sure if, like, maybe the audio was so garbage that maybe I didn't really hear it. But if the judge is saying it, I'm going to go with what the judge is saying. I'm going to go with the judge. I've been lurking for a while. The defense is something else. I know, dude. My mind is just, I get it. She's doing her job, but she must feel really fucking silly going up there and essentially saying that, well, the victim provoked this. Okay. This is self-defense. Like, what?
I don't think I heard one single time him saying he was sorry for how he treated RF.
I think he did because it was in front of me and I was able to.
I mean, if he did, he must have glossed over it because I didn't receive it as such. That he was acknowledging that his conduct and treatment of RF was wrong. He was certainly
thank you, Judge.
Sorry for having caused his children the harm and trauma that they're feeling, and I get that. This is a tragedy, a family tragedy, which is an understatement because what appeared to be a well-functioning family has imploded and been blown up. Probably never to be put back together again. I get that, but I didn't hear the remorse that I think, if that's what you're telling me I was supposed to hear, I don't know that I actually heard that from the statement. And if I missed something in the statement, please let me know what I missed so I can give Mr. Ferriter the benefit of all.
Can we get a copy of the paper that he was reading off of? Because I don't know what the hell he was saying. Like, I heard what he was saying, but it was just like, a lot of it's just like garbled as well. But can we get a copy of that?
Reasonable inferences here.
So I recall looking over
transcript?
to the left. I can find it on the piece of paper where he did in fact say sorry to his son for how he handled this situation. I understand that he said a lot of other things, and in part that's because he, wanted to be able to speak to his kids who he hasn't been able to speak with. Dr. Rappa also conducted an evaluation of Mr. Ferriter. The court has that as Exhibit B, I believe, perhaps Exhibit A. That's been in evidence, and she also noted that he has a great deal of remorse about how he handled this situation. I don't think that that's insincere. I think that looking back, going through the trial,
but does he acknowledge in the statement that what he did was actually wrong? I mean, he said what he did was out of love.
Yep. Oh my God, thank you, Judge. Thank you. I'm gonna go with what the judge is saying. Oh, thank you, Judge. I think we know where this is going with the judge. I think the judge is going to give him at least, I'm saying 15-20, at least 15-20. At least 15-20. At least. But give him at least 30, 25-30, at least.
What he did was actually wrong. I mean, he said what he did was out of love.
Yes.
I recall specifically hearing that, but I did not hear him say that what he did was wrong, and he acknowledges that. And I know that he's not required to do that in a sentencing hearing. But if you're going to argue to me that he is expressing his remorse, then I need to look at it in very much detail. Did he actually express remorse? And again, that's why I'm not convinced that he did, but I'll leave it to you to argue maybe that I need to look at something else in that statement.
Judge, I believe that he did express remorse, and I can tell you as his attorney that he has a great deal of remorse and has had it for the past 2 years.
I don't care what's coming out of your mouth. I care what he's saying, okay? Because this is what the children's listening to.
I've represented him since the beginning of this case. Now, what the court perceives or feels, I certainly can't change. I mean, you heard the statement yourself just like I did, but I do, you know, this is probably one of the saddest cases I've handled, in that, you know, in hearing both Ronan's statement and Mr. Ferriter's statement, it's just, it is.
And the other thing that I do like was that the judge was like, well, I don't know, but like maybe he said it, but it seems like he glossed over it because that's not the sentiment that I received, that he was actually sorry to the child that he, you know, victimized.
It's truly devastating what has happened in this family, and I do believe that Tim Ferriter takes responsibility for his role in that. And I can say that as his counsel, as someone who has spoken to him over the course of 2 years. I believe he expressed that to both Dr. Rappa, and she expressed that to the court in her letter, and he expressed it during the course of his statement.
And I feel like the judge is just validating what the kids are saying and probably how the kids are feeling. And I think that'll be very important for the kids if they were to listen to this, to listen to the judge's response. Like, I don't know, that's so validating right there. You have this man here who's overseen so many cases, a man of a, you know, authority figure, and like, I don't know, it'd be validating to me if he was saying this about my parents. I'd be like, oh shit, hell yeah, I feel so validated right now. I feel like I'm not just talking into like nothingness, you know? But anyways.
I think that remorse is part of what the court can consider. I think the court can also consider, Mr. Ferriter said in his statement, the fact that he is charged with child abuse and that it is such a media case does put him at a risk that other defendants are not in custody. He has, in fact, been beaten up numerous times while he was at the main detention center. He had a head injury. And every time there is a news story about his case, there is sort of a new threat.
He was trying to paint himself as a victim. How disgusting is that? Like, oh, poor me, boo me. Like, oh my God, people have jumped me before. Like, you're not a victim in all this. Like, dude, come on, seriously? Like, yeah, it sucks that you're being jumped in prison, but you're not a victim.
That he has, and I think that is.
Make it stop. I'm sorry, I keep pausing. I'm prolonging it.
In custody.
I just have so much to say.
With other types of charges are subjected to. Finally, my argument on. I'm also going to call this a slightly novel argument as to the fact that he's being punished for the same conduct. We talked about in jury selection. I know that the defense made a request for interrogatories as to separate subsections of the charge as to aggravated child abuse. So at that point, the state was proceeding on malicious punishment, willful torture, and unlawful caging. I think that the issue with how vague the jury instructions are as to sort of all three of those puts us in a position where he is effectively being punished for the same conduct 3 times, or within their relative point systems. And I think that is unique from other cases. So for example, if you have a shooting case and you're charged with a felon in possession and a shooting, those are 2 separate acts, the possession and the shooting. In this case, that's not clear. There's a singular course of conduct over time, in this case over 6 weeks, and all 3 charges encompass that, but it's really unclear what's the neglect, what is necessarily the abuse, other than it being the entire course of conduct. And so based on that, I think that the score is sort of artificially inflated, for lack of a better term, because of the additional points.
So based on that argument, what do you think the score should have been?
Well, I think that the score then, if the court considers the highest offense of aggravated child abuse, the score would be about 4 years. I think that the issue with the aggravated child abuse is that the reason we asked for the interrogatories was in order to determine if the jury was, in fact, unanimous as to malicious punishment, willful torture, or unlawful caging. And we don't. Wait,
so is she saying 4 years instead of like the 40 that he's facing? Or are we just talking about like one set of like charges? Or I'm a little confused.
Know that. So my position is then that it should only be as to one of the level 6 offenses, which is either neglect of a child or the false imprisonment.
Okay.
Not both.
Anything else, Ms. Murad?
Not as to the argument on downward departure, but yes, as to sentencing in general, but I believe...
You'll get an opportunity to provide further response. All right, Ms. Copeland.
We got to hear from her again.
Dealing just with state's position on downward departure at this point. And you don't need to spend any time on number 1 or number 2, But I do want you to spend some time on.
Judge was like, don't worry about, the defense's response for number 1 and number 2. They're bullshit. Just let's address something that's like maybe sort of like, I might consider it. He said, no number 1, no number 2.
The catch-all provision under 921.0026 and tell me.
That's what I'm saying, the sauce, because I want to know what other attorneys think about this. It's like, even though there's an argument that you could just bring in to try to like make your case, but it's like at some point there has to be shame in like trying to stretch that far, Like, I don't know, man. That to me is wild, but I'm a normal, ordinary person. I'm not a lawyer. I just wonder I want to know what like a lawyer would think about her arguments. Is it just like, oh, she's doing her job? Or is it just like, no, this is pretty fucking outrageous. Like, she should not be making this argument.
Why you believe that if the court were to conclude hypothetically that, okay, I accept that Mr. Ferriter was dealing with what he believed was a problem child and that he had an abnormal, irrational, and improper response, but he's in the thick of things as a parent making snap decisions and, he screwed up, didn't make the right decision, screwed up in a big way. But because of the pressures of parenting and the things that go in with that area of responsibility, why isn't that something I might be able to consider under the catch-all?
So under the catch-all, there has to be still a valid legal ground, even though it doesn't have to be specifically enumerated in statute. I don't think that parenting is difficult is a valid legal ground. That is something that applies to every individual. There is going to be circumstances that a parent encounters through the course of their experience, whether their child is adopted or biological, that doesn't give a legal basis to downward depart from what the legislature has said is an appropriate sentence. And then second to that is, even if it was a valid legal ground, there has to be competent, substantial evidence that that was in fact the case. And we don't have competent, substantial evidence about what he was thinking or why he did or why he made those decisions. The defendant did not testify at trial, which he was fully permitted to do. There isn't a statement that he gave to law enforcement, and there isn't statements that were entered into evidence that indicate that this is why.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Objection is to comment on silence. I don't believe the court can consider the lack of the statement.
I can't consider the lack of statement at trial, but we're at the sentencing phase now, and I think I can consider his lack of a statement in the sentencing proceeding as to that issue.
Right, and the state's
so the objection's overruled, sustained in part and overruled in part. It's sustained as to any adverse inference from a lack of statement at trial, overruled as to any lack of evidence being submitted at the sentencing hearing.
Correct, and that's what I'm saying, Your Honor. I want to be clear that I'm not all suggesting that he should be punished for exercising his Fifth Amendment right not to testify. However, the law is that you
I wonder what Bruce would think, actually. Yeah, that'll be a good one, actually.
have to have evidence in which to base that assertion. And
I don't know if he covers
think
this,
that there
though.
is competent, substantial evidence about why he did any of those things. And when we look at the evidence that was adduced at trial, we don't see a reaction to a behavior, right? I think Your Honor pointed it out, that we have someone that is calm. We have a child that is going to attention. We have the statements the defendant makes during some of those punishments that he's in the dark in the room for hours because he has a bad attitude. And so that's not a harried parent making a response that's provoked.
But isn't there evidence to support at least the argument that the parental response was in response to conduct of the child? I mean, RF testified at trial and in the deposition that is part of the sentencing package that, his father's actions were in response to what he was doing.
Right.
And he freely embraced what he was doing.
And if that's the case, Your Honor, then it would fall under that statutory reason for departure. Like, it wouldn't be a non-statutory reason. Your Honor, I guess it's kind of already indicated that you've concluded that the statutory reason isn't met. I think that part of it has to be that none of the stuff is close in time.
No, I'm drawing a subtle distinction. I don't think that the statutory basis of putting the onus on the kid as the reason to depart, I'm looking at the actions of the parent without reference to the kid and simply looking at the parent introspectively, whether there was something going on that would not justify, but explain an irrational or improper or ill-advised response from the parent standpoint, regardless of what the kid did. But what's going on in the parent's head. So that's why, I don't think it's part of the statutory basis, but it maybe falls under the general catch-all.
I think in that case, Your Honor, there isn't evidence of what was going on in his head and why he made the decisions that he did. That evidence wasn't adduced here, and it wasn't adduced during trial. And so there has to be competent, substantial evidence, and it has to be a valid legal ground. And it would still be the state's position that a parenting decisions, especially in this capacity, is not a valid legal ground.
Okay.
And then I would say that even if it was, you have to consider obviously whether or not, based on the totality of the circumstances, it would be appropriate.
Right. Okay. Anything else?
Is there any other of the grounds that you want?
No.
To
It's
the catch-all that gives me the most interest.
What do you guys think? What do we have? 20% less than 10 years. 37% thinks Tim's going to get 10 to 20 years. 21% thinks 20 to 30 years. 22% thinks 30 to 40 years.
At this point,
It's got to be 15 at a minimum. At least 15.
They're not specific to your question. I know that Your Honor has extensively dealt with the catch-all. They are Kunkmuller versus State, which is 333rd Southern 3rd 335. This case was there's co-defendants, and they found that it wasn't valid to depart based on relative culpability. Also, the defendant's character, contrition, and remedial actions was insufficient to be a non-statutory ground.
Say that again.
The defendant's character, contrition, and remedial actions was insufficient to support non-statutory grounds for downward departure.
Which DCA was that out of?
First. In 2022, evidence that the defendant has become an asset to the community was insufficient to constitute a ground for downward departure, and past restitution the court could not consider. I would also put on the record State versus Stevenson, which is 973rd Southern 2nd 1259, which is a 5th DCA case from 2008. There they say that defendant did not qualify for downward departure sentence based on expression of remorse, or the fact that he had a lack of a criminal record for 14 months between the plea and his release. They point out for remorse in particular that there is a statutory ground having to do with remorse, but that requires it to be unsophisticated and isolated incident, and also the defendant has shown remorse, which obviously is not the case here and is not proposed by the...
Okay, so before you sit down then, I assume you've looked at the State versus Montana's decision. That's out of the 4th. And I'll quote the parenthetical that defense counsel provided to me in her brief. Trial court's downward departure sentence for driving under the influence DUI conviction based on defendant, quote, experiencing great difficulty in his personal life due to his divorce, which made him more susceptible to substance abuse, was correct application of law and thus could be upheld on appeal if supported by evidence. And then the court goes on to say, while no case had ever permitted a downward departure sentence based on that reason, such a reason was not otherwise prohibited by law. So the question I have is, would you then argue that the case you just cited would be authority that if I'm going down this path of saying, well, he was dealing with a difficult child in his mind and he wasn't responding rationally or properly, that's a consideration if there's evidence to support that? Assume for purposes of my question, I would conclude there is. Is that a point legally prohibited by law such that it could not fall under the catch-all?
I don't think that the 4th DCA would find it analogous to the Montana case, in part because, one, there would have to be competent, substantial evidence, but two, because
there's no jury here. It's just the judge. The judge is going to be the one that's coming up with the sentence. Jury's already gone. The verdict's already out.
In the unique situation of a DUI, the court found that because of that, he was uniquely susceptible to substance abuse. So that's kind of like an additional mental health or medical condition that makes him like uniquely susceptible to committing this crime, right? And the same is not true for the circumstances that we have here.
I wonder if Tim ever sought like therapy for his like anger management at all that was affecting his kids. Probably not, but I wonder if he ever did. You know, because when you have issues like this, like, please go get therapy, fix yourself, please. Do not pass your trauma onto your next generation.
Here or for child abuse.
Okay.
You know, and so it is kind of like a quasi. There is a downward departure for someone who has a medical condition that they need treatment, or they have a mental health issue.
Yeah, I could see that, Sherry.
Separate from substance abuse. So I think it's a little bit separate and unique here. Here, this would just be like, I made bad parenting decisions.
So, final question on the departure.
I wish therapy was free for people. Yeah, I feel like therapy should just be free for people, man.
Motion from the state's perspective. Does the departure deal only with the custodial part of the sentence? And what I'm getting at is if I were to downward depart on the custodial part, what would the state's position be in terms of in terms of the total sentence, custody plus probation, whether I would be precluded if I downward depart from going above the 75 months, or if I downward depart on custody, can I go with a probation term that exceeds the guidelines?
Anything below the guidelines is in prison is a downward departure, regardless if Your Honor puts probation on it. Like probation is considered a departure from the sentencing guidelines. The sentencing guidelines are for incarceration. There's nothing that you need to do to go above it.
But in order to go below the guidelines on custody, I would have to downward depart, even if my probation term would exceed the normal guideline period, because it's not all custody. That's the answer I wanted to hear the state's response on.
And I have those two cases, Your Honor. I
Okay.
provided them to the defense.
Okay. All right, brief rebuttal, Ms. Moran.
Brief rebuttal, please.
Own testimony.
So let me help you out,
Good
because you
brief.
saw the questions I asked Ms. Coakley. I mean, obviously, you can tell that my greatest interest is in the catch-all, because I don't believe that a sufficient basis exists to the enumerated provision. So on the hypothetical that I presented to Ms. Coakley, if I were to conclude that, and again, I want to emphasize this is without a finding by the court that RF was in fact a problem child, but a conclusion by the court that, at least from the father's perspective, he viewed conduct that made him, in his mind, think he was dealing with a problem child and reacting in a way that, for all intents and purposes, would be irrational, improper, and in this case, illegal as found by the jury. But because of the difficulties that parents face often in raising children, and certainly children that they believe to be problem children, and based on the testimony of the mother that you had today, is there enough of competence?
How have you been, Bleep? You doing good? Playing your game? Did you finish it?
Substantial evidence to support a finding that that would constitute enough under the catch-all provision to downward depart?
I believe the answer is yes.
Okay.
That is based on the testimony of Ms. Williams, who testified today. That is based on also the statements. There was the anonymous letter. I approached and told the court who that was, of a child with reactive attachment disorder, and Anne-Marie, who also provided one. That is also based on, I believe, the statements in the deposition of RF. And I also believe it's in the videos that the court viewed, as far as, even though Mr. Ferriter did not testify or make a statement, the court did actually hear Mr. Ferriter saying that he was responding. Now, whether or not that was valid, or, again, regardless of what the child is doing, I do think it gave the court a sense of Mr. Ferriter's state of mind, because there were specific statements in reference to running away, in reference to, and again, I understand the court's position that it's not about the behavior of the child, but the state of mind of Mr. Ferriter. But I think those statements in the videos do give the court evidence of the state of mind of Mr. Ferriter at the time of those acts that the jury has found to be illegal.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Not as to this issue.
Okay, all right, so the court will reserve on ruling until I issue my omnibus ruling on sentencing at the conclusion of this hearing. So we now will move into the sentencing part of the hearing. And with that, Ms. Coakley, you have the floor.
Dude, this is a long one. He thought it was going to take 2 hours.
Your consideration and weighing the evidence that you have reviewed in this case, the state thinks that the court should consider that there are people that have two versions of themselves: a public version and a version when they think that no one is watching. What the defense has offered is that public version of Tim Ferriter. What the evidence has borne out through the course of the trial, through the Ring video and through the statements of his own children who were forced to bear witness to the defendant's actions, it's clear that the true version of Tim Ferriter is the version that occurred when he thought no one was watching.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now I'm just waiting for Persona Tactica to come out. I did see an advertisement for that. What is that? They're like little chibi characters, but is it on mobile? Or what is it? Looks interesting. You think everyone can benefit from having a therapist, even those who are seemingly well-adjusted? Yeah, I could see that too. That's definitely my goal for whenever my new insurance stuff kicks in. I would definitely look into doing therapy.
The respectable, attentive family man, the piety was not the version that was experienced by his son, the victim in this case, or his other children. It is not who he was when he thought no one was watching.
Mm-hmm.
Crimes against children are insidious. They prey on a child's vulnerability, their trust, their love, and their understanding of how or what is appropriate way in which a parent to treat a child. And it's worse when that child is vulnerable themselves, either by early childhood trauma and abandonment. And to take a vulnerable child and intentionally, systematically, and willfully deprive them, to isolate them and subject them to more trauma is a grave offense. Defendant alleges that there is remorse, but the repeated and persistent use of a child's vulnerability as a justification for his actions show a complete lack of remorse. And the statement that you heard today was shockingly devoid of a real substantial apology to the trauma that he has inflicted upon his son. No parent, biological or not, knows the challenges that a child will face through the course of their life. And the fact that a child has challenges is never a justification for the type of treatment here. Every single expert that testified before Your Honor absolutely and unequivocally agreed that this was the worst possible way in which this child in particular could have been treated, and that the defendant caused actual harm. In weighing an appropriate sentence, the court should consider that in situations like this, there is an incredible pressure and blame placed on the victim child. The imposition of punishment in a criminal case can be perceived by that child who has suffered systematic abuse, whose parents have normalized that abusive treatment, and it can be perceived by that child as being their fault or their responsibility, especially when the people who are supposed to be his family, who are supposed to love, support, and protect him, instead support the abuser. In this case, we are in a unique position as to the facts.
Yeah, that's one of the worst feelings ever, when your feelings are invalidated and then you have people surrounding you that are supporting your abuser.
The evidence. The court and the jury don't have to rely merely on testimony or weigh credibility questions. We got to see it for ourselves. The way in which the defendant acted towards his son when he thought no one was watching. The court got to see endless hours of the defendant's criminal actions, and also endless hours of the victim's behavior in that home. That evidence shows that the defendant treated his son with violence, hostility, derision, and systematic deprivation. Meanwhile, the victim is calm, polite, attentive to his siblings, and completes hours of labor without complaint. For them to point to anything else, they have to go back to times before he was 10 years old, 5, 6 years old. As the children themselves who were present said, they were just ordinary interactions between siblings. The only person in that home who was violent was Tim Ferriter. That's what the evidence showed. The defendant's actions and allegations that he has made about his son through the trial will reverberate through all of his children's lives for years to come. In light of the harmfulness of the defendant's actions, in light of the deliberateness, in light of the callousness and cruelness, the state recommends 15 years in the Department of Correction.
And what is the maximum that the court can go to?
40.
40. So state's requesting 15, maximum that can be considered is 40, and the guideline score is 75 months.
Correct. Okay. And we'd also ask for no contact, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying 15
And
minimum
that's 15
at least.
straight years, no probation
At
average?
least.
No, Your Honor, but if you do, we would ask for no contact.
Okay. All right, Ms. Murad.
But maybe he'll get out early with good behavior.
I'll start with a quote that I placed in my sentencing memorandum, but I think bears repeating. This is from Brian Stevenson. Proximity has taught me some basic and humbling truths, including this vital lesson. Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done.
No, so the verdict is out, and the Law and Crime Stream, it crashed, but I did see that there's a News Nation that posted it, so we can watch that. It's like 3 minutes long. It's super short.
The power of just mercy is that it belongs to the undeserving. It's when mercy is least expected that it's most potent, strong enough to break the cycle of victimization and victimhood, retribution and suffering. It has the power to heal the psychic harm and injuries that lead to aggression and violence, abuse of power, mass incarceration. I understand the frustrations of the state and the children as it relates to the legal defense that the defense put on at trial. As the court knows, and as I don't know that has been accurately reported in the media to the public that the children are watching, there are certain limitations that the defense has in its ability to present arguments based on the facts in the law, based on plea offers that are made. There are a lot of factors here. None of it was done with the intention of making anybody believe that RF deserved the treatment that he got by Tim Ferriter or the conditions that he lived in. And I understand how throughout the course of this case that may not feel that way because of sort of the legal arguments that were made and the evidentiary arguments. But as the court knows, the defense does have a difficult job, particularly in cases like these, which involve, as the court stated, really the implosion of an entire family unit. Mr. Ferriter, the state said that he has a public and a private life. The court has a number of people here, both on Zoom, in person, character letters, that explain who Tim Ferriter was sort of from the beginning, right? There's siblings that talk about him as a child up to now. And Dr. Rappa said
How could they have supported him?
To the court that what happened in this case was incredibly specific, situational, and never to happen again. It was a inappropriate response to what Mr. Ferriter believed was going on. I understand that, the state and defense and perhaps even the court disagree on what that conduct really amounted to, but I would ask the court to consider.
I'm glad she clarified that question mark. I felt like as she sat there, she probably realized what a ridiculous argument she was making, so she wanted to clarify it for her own self. I don't know. That's the feeling that I got.
Letters by people with children who have reactive attachment disorder, by the testimony of Carrie Williams, really explaining that what a parent goes through in their own home is very different than what the public may perceive. And I think that goes for any parent, whether their child is neuroatypical or neurotypical. In this case, the court did see extensive videos that the state presented. The court also saw videos that the defense presented, showing that the life of this child was not only inside of this room. And that doesn't diminish what the child experienced. It's only to provide the court with some level of context. And the court saw pictures, I think 80 photos that we provided sort of over the course of time. And rather than that being something about public and private life, I think it's more about how things changed and escalated over time, albeit inappropriately. Mr. Ferriter is deeply sorry for what he has done to this family. I think that it's very clear from the testimony of Father Presta and several of the character letters that the court heard that it's someone who valued family, he values his faith, and this is probably the gravest mistake he has ever or will ever make in his life. I think that it was in response to a situation that a lot of parents don't have to face. And of course, this court is in the unique position to sort of sentence him. And my request is that the court does look at the circumstances here, the state of mind that Mr. Ferriter had, that I do believe that there's evidence to support, and give him the opportunity after what the defense is even asking for, an incarcerative type of sentence with probation, and give him an opportunity to change, get work, live with his wife, and perhaps even have a relationship with his children. I will add that I do not believe a no contact order with all of the children is appropriate. I think that the court can only impose a no contact order as to the alleged victim in this case, should the court wish to do so. But I think that the dependency order should remain in effect, which essentially says absolutely no contact unless the children want it. I don't know that it is the place of the state.
That is as to all children?
Yes. That is as to RF and F, and it does not include the youngest child.
What's the no contact provisions in the dependency case with respect to the youngest one?
There is none.
There is none. So there's nothing prohibiting contact with the youngest one?
Correct.
Okay.
And as
That's because he was adopted, so the dependency matter is closed. There was one
prior to the adoption. Okay. All right. Okay.
And while there was one prior, there was supervised visitation, I think 3 times a week during that
Hi,
time.
Enchanted.
After he was private with Tim and Tracy Ferriter. And so I am asking that the court look at all of the factors of what I believe is a far more complicated case than the state wishes to make it seem. I understand that great harm has been done to this child and to this family and to the other children, and that is not something I wish to minimize. But I do believe that this court can impose a sentence that balances punishment with rehabilitation, with perhaps having a relationship with these children as people get older, if that is something that they wish to do, and that allows Tim Ferriter to also, after serving a sentence, move on with his life in a positive way. I don't think this court should have any concern that anybody else will be harmed by Tim Ferriter, and I can tell you as his lawyer that he is deeply sorry for the position that we are all in today. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else, Ms. Morales?
No, Your Honor.
All right, brief rebuttal, Ms. Coakley?
Your Honor, the only thing that I would clarify is Your Honor does have the ability to do no contact order as it pertains to any minors. I think that there is a significant concern about his involvement with minors.
So speak to me about a couple issues that I need to get the state's position with respect to probation. Anger management would not be an improper requirement. Parenting course would not be an improper.
I will say that if you are considering doing any of those things, it's helpful to probation if you delineate, they usually they don't want you to just say anger management or parenting class. They want you to say 8 hours of an in-person parenting class or 8 hours of in-person. They want a better specification. Otherwise, someone can just go online and do a little thing and get a certificate.
Okay.
I would also say if Your Honor was considering any term of probation, that there should be a mental health evaluation and any recommended treatment.
Well, I am considering probation as part of my omnibus sentence here, but so a mental health evaluation. And so with respect to the terms of the no contact, the state would be seeking no contact with any of the children, inclusive of the youngest, correct?
Your Honor, I think it would be appropriate to do no contact with any minor children, and then Your Honor could do something similar to what they do that's in the statutory for sex offender, where that if there's a mental health practitioner that after a risk assessment is recommending treatment, is recommending supervised contact, that would be permissible. But I think that there's a substantial concern, especially as to all of the children.
Okay. All right, anything else?
As far as what the state would...
In terms of conditions that the state would want, having informed you that I am considering probation as an aspect of the sentence, any other conditions the state would seek?
I can't think of any right now.
Okay. All right, does that conclude argument on both sides with respect to the sentencing?
Are we going to finally get to sentencing now?
No contact. I don't believe that there's been any evidence that Mr. Ferriter is in fact a danger to
Well,
any of the other children.
well, let me ask you, because the two statements of the daughters were profound and I would say not very helpful at all to your client. They also give the court some concern about their perception of potential danger if they were to have contact or exposure again to their father. So address that. I only raise that because you raised the point. So address it from the context of where I'm coming from with respect to a little bit of pushback on your argument.
So the dependency court, that's 22 DP62, has had this case since the removal of the children in February of 2022. And the order that is in place there, which we agreed to by stipulation, is of course based on all the factors that the dependency court knows, which I obviously cannot state, but I can let the court know. I mean, that's DCF's involved, guardian ad litems are involved. And so I believe that that is the most accurate order of what the wishes of the children actually are. And Mr. Ferriter has not violated that order. So he cannot contact them right now. It has to be at the initiation of the children. They all have lawyers. So that's why I believe that if the court just maintains what's in 22 DP62, it's the same way as criminal court. He doesn't just get to come in and say, now I wish to have contact if the kids don't wish to have it, right? So it's not like it's loose or vague or anything like that. And I think that court is in the best position to make that determination because there have been hearings, I mean, almost every month since February of 2022. So I would just ask that that order be maintained.
Okay.
Yeah, the part where he's asking about anger management, the parental thing, that makes it seem like, and talking about the probation thing, makes it seem like he's gonna get a lot less than what I'm hoping for.
Order will be gone when she turns 18, which happens next month.
Yeah.
And then as
Who turns 18?
Order will be gone when she turns 18, which happens next month.
Yeah.
And then as to NF is a teenager, and so it will only exist for a couple more years. And so that's the state's concern.
So with respect to FF, if no contact is part of my order on probation, is that something I'm legally permitted to do after the child reaches the age of majority? Any restriction? I issue no contact orders all the time with respect to adults.
I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, okay, right.
As it relates to the criminal case.
Right. Okay.
And I think, Your Honor, as it relates to PF, like that child was pre-verbal when he was minimally verbal when they were removed from the home. And so there is a risk that he's not in a place to advocate. In light of the impact on the other children, we think it would be appropriate. I think the court can consider that there can be further mental health treatment and evaluation, and after a risk assessment, maybe that's reevaluated. But absent that, the state would be requesting a no contact with any minors.
May I add something? I'm sorry.
Oh,
so
my God.
Here's the issue, right? The state is saying that the defense's position is that there's only one alleged victim in this case, and therefore any no contact order should only be as to RF. The state's position is then, no, the court can issue as to minor children. When they don't become minor children, I don't believe that that should apply then.
But you know, Ms. Morad, because you're a criminal defense attorney, I issue no contact orders all the time with respect to adults. Domestic violence is a perfect example. I have the jurisdiction to prevent a defendant from having any contact with an adult person.
That would be an alleged victim.
But the victim impact statements set those two young ladies up as potential victims, do they not?
But they are not victims in this case. So it's the same as like a restitution argument, right? Restitution is considered punishment under Florida law. Restitution, there must be a nexus between the act, the criminal act, and what the court orders. So if this court orders...
I wonder if there's like a family court that can order the no contact rather than this judge. Because there has to be like a family court, right?
No contact. So I guess first off, the question is, if it's just minor children, they will no longer be minor children. If this court was to issue an order that there's two people in the home, there's one alleged victim, I don't believe in a domestic violence case the court would issue a no contact with the other random person in the home. That's an adult person. I think that would be overruled on appeal. So I think that there is a real issue as to that. But again, he's not violating any no contact orders. He is permitted to have contact with the youngest child. That was by agreement of all the parties.
And I get that. That's unless I order no contact as part of my ruling today.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, I've heard enough. I'm going to go ahead and make a ruling. Let me just state, I'd like to thank both sides in advance for the presentation of your respective positions. I understand that this is a difficult and challenging case for both sides, and certainly the facts are not easy for the court to address. Let me state up front that the court has reviewed everything. I've closely considered the testimony that was presented today and all of the evidentiary submissions that were provided to the court in advance to review in preparation for this hearing, and I've taken all of that into consideration as to what will ultimately be my ruling here. I will say up front that the court's job is not to please either side in terms of its ruling on sentencing, and I don't ever consider that. I always approach it from the standpoint of, based on the totality of circumstances in any given case, what is the appropriate sentence to mete out an appropriate justice in the case that I'm dealing with at that specific point in time. So I suspect that whatever I do today will probably make everyone unhappy, because it's going to be a decision that nobody gets what they want, and sometimes that's probably the best approach by the court.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Let me talk a little bit about the facts that I am basing my decision on, and what I've observed during the course of this sentencing hearing, and in the context of the evidence that I'm privy to by virtue of having sat on the trial. I found that, at least based on the evidence, that the defendant clearly, and he was found by the jury to have been guilty of the 3 charges of which they rendered the verdict on. And so that puts me in a position of finding that the defendant engaged in conduct that the jury found to be criminal for an extended period, and that the conduct he engaged in was considered, it was calculating, it was methodical, and it was planned. I mean, you look at the construction of the room and what that took to put into place, and just the structure, not only of the building of the room itself, but of the method of discipline during the time that RF spent in the state of Florida. The one thing that, and the reason I mention that is because there were plenty of opportunities. This wasn't a 1-day deal or a 2-day deal.
Yep.
This was a situation that occurred over a 6-week period in the state of Florida. And so what that tells me is that there were plenty of opportunities that the defendant had to reflect on whether what he was doing was wrong. And over the 6-week period in the state of Florida, it appears that he never took the time to reflect, and he never concluded that what he was doing was wrong.
Yes.
And there is evidence to suggest that he did know what he was doing was wrong, because there was evidence that he instructed RF to dump the urine bucket in the bushes and not let the neighbors see him. There was evidence of Mrs. Ferriter removing the bucket from the room prior to law enforcement going into the room. So there was evidence that the court can at least look to that convinces me that the defendant knew what he was doing was wrong and never reflected once to take a remedial or corrective course. And I think ultimately that's what influenced the jury's decision in this matter. So there were opportunities along the way for the defendant to do what I would call a sanity check on whether what he was doing was the correct approach, and maybe a need to reverse course. That never happened.
What's wrong with your guys' internet? My internet's cutting out. It's frozen. What's the sentence that came from my... You guys okay? What in chat, if you guys can hear me right now? Type 1 in chat. Are you guys doing okay? Is it me? Are we doing okay? 1 in chat? You can hear me? Dweezil says 1. 2 in chat if you can't hear me. How about that? Spring can hear me? Okay. You guys can hear me. All right. I don't know if you guys... All right. I hope you guys' internet works, and I hope you guys are doing okay. But if not, y'all can always watch this later on, because this is like this stream is recorded, so y'all can always watch it later. Got a 3 in there. All right, y'all.
I mentioned this because I spent a lot of this isn't the first thought or consideration that I'm giving to this. I've spent a lot of time dealing with this case and trying to determine whether the defendant has any redeemable qualities that should influence the court's decision. And on this point, I cannot say that the defendant is devoid of any redeemable qualities. I've obviously reviewed a lot of statements. I've reviewed photos. And it certainly appears that at times his family had very good times and experiences, and that at times he was attempting to be the basically textbook father. But that's what was on the surface. Because what's clear is that although things appeared to be very, very perfect on the surface, that what was going on below the surface was not so perfect, and that a very deep, dark family secret was being maintained in that household, and that is the defendant clearly was abusing his oldest son, which the jury has found that he did. And I will tell you that it's not lost on the court that the defendant was struggling himself as to how to deal with the discipline of the child. I don't think that the evidence that was submitted, it all reflected RF as a problem child to the extent that he was really beyond anything that normal kids do. And sitting up here on criminal court, I see it every day. And things like stealing candy, wrestling with your sister and injuring or something like that, those are not serious instances that would ever justify the level of discipline that was imposed here. And the other thing I would say is even, and let me just digress for a moment. I've looked at the redemptive qualities that the defendant has, and he doesn't have a prior history. He has no criminal background, and he has experienced a loss himself in terms of the utter collapse of his family and having all of his children taken away. But I also note that he stated that he was born and raised on Quantico, at Quantico Base. So I suspect that tells me, knowing that it's a Marine Corps base, that he probably grew up in a very disciplined environment. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen the movie The Great Santini, but there was a movie where Marine, the Great Santini, he was a tough disciplinarian father as well. And if you ask Pat Conroy today, he probably would find a way to say he loves his father in some ways, but I'm sure at some point in time he hated his father. And the reason I point that out is, again, I'm looking for any redemptive aspect of the defendant's nature and character that would give me some ability to factor that in as a positive point in this case for sentencing.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the jury found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges that were in the verdict, and so I'm bound by that. So the first question that I will have to look at is whether there's a legal basis for a downward reduction. And before I get into that in more detail, I will say that whatever the sentence is that I impose in this matter, it will be for a defined period, and it will come to an end. And at some point, the defendant will have the opportunity to try to put his life back together. And I get it that his life has been turned upside down, and from his vantage point, probably destroyed at this point. But the pain and the suffering that he's experiencing will end at some point, and he'll have an opportunity to move forward. The concern I have is that for the victim, the treatment to which he was subjected to by his father will be with him for a lifetime. And I know that, and I always listen to the victim's statements very carefully, and I know that he's professed that he loves his father, and he's asked for the court to take a specific route in terms of sentencing. But the bottom line is that he was subjected to an abuse that should never be experienced by any kid, from any parent. And I can't just look at the victim's wishes alone in determining what is an appropriate sentence, because no parent can ever be justified in doing what Mr. Ferriter did to his son, RF, in this particular instance. And I remain concerned that, as I've said, that most, if not all, of the problems were caused by the defendant himself and his discipline of the child. And the long-term harm and emotional impact that the victim probably doesn't even know he is going to suffer for the future as a result of the conduct he was exposed to. So, as you can tell, I've considered a lot of things. So this brings me to the ultimate question of what is an appropriate sentence for the defendant on the charges for which he has been found guilty. So let me address the matter of the defense motion for downward departure. All right, so as I've said, the first 2 points that were raised by the defendant for downward departure. I don't believe that they met their burden of establishing a sufficient factual basis based on competent substantial evidence for the utilization of Section 921.00262F, which grants the court the ability to downward depart where the victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident. I don't believe that under the circumstances of this case that there's any basis for the court to use this as a legal prong justifying a downward departure. And I think if there was, then it would potentially throw child abuse cases, flip them on their head in terms of what parents can do and ultimately what the court can do in terms of sentencing. Likewise, I don't find any merit in the ground that was asserted in 921.00262F dealing with the question of the need for restitution outweighing the need for a prison sentence. Under the circumstances involving RF in this instance, I don't believe restitution is a factor at all. It won't be a factor in my sentencing decision. So again, I don't think the defense has met its burden here. So that brings me to the last prong that I did give very serious consideration to and quite frankly troubles the court the most in terms of where my legal ruling comes out on this. And that is the portion of Section 921.0026 that states that the court may consider the enumerated downward departure grounds, but I'm not limited to them. So that means that if there's competent substantial evidence of something else, that I can consider it. And as I understand the Montana's case, and I get that the Montana's case cited by the defense is not...
It's my fault. Typically, if I pause, I will speed it up so we don't get too far behind, and so that doesn't happen. But I didn't speed it up because the audio was kind of shoddy, and then I should have sped it up when the audio got better. That way we were not too far behind. My bad, guys.
On all fours, a perfect match, but the court does make a statement there that does give this court
Sped up now.
Feeling that I could look to this particular section as a reason to downward depart if I wanted to. And that is, while no case has ever permitted a downward departure sentence based on that reason, and that was the reason they were talking about in Montana's, such a reason was not otherwise prohibited by law. So that brings me to the question that I ask, is the issue of, without in any way, shape, or form looking to the conduct of the victim as justification or excuse here, can I look to the mental status or situation that the defendant was experiencing and use that as a possible basis under the catch-all provision that would give me the ability to downward depart? And I'm not aware of any case that says I can't. And so not being aware of any case that says I can't, I'm going to make a finding that under 921.0026 under the catch-all provision,
I don't like what the judge is saying.
If I think the competent substantial evidence does support the argument that I can look to the conduct of the defendant and what he was experiencing and what he believed to be the case, and whether that belief was irrational or not influenced what turned out to be horrible decisions, can I consider that? Because I think that is analogous to what the court did do in the Montana's case. And so I'm going to find that under that section I can, and I do find there's been enough evidence for me to at least consider the catch-all provision. And
okay.
Let me talk about a few things that I recall hearing today and also that I recall hearing during the trial. There's no question that the defendant was acting aggressively and irrationally at times during the videos that we saw. And there is no question that there was a methodical, calculated effort to discipline his son in a way that I think he thought was appropriate and believed was appropriate. Although, again, that's weakened by the fact that he did try to conceal that conduct from the neighbors. And so that cuts against that conclusion somewhat. But I do think that the defendant probably came from a disciplined environment, having grown up in Quantico.
Oh, no.
And maybe that's all he knew. I don't know that that's the case or not, but having been a Marine, I know how Marines operate, and I know how...
But putting him in a box like a prisoner? Oh, no, Judge. Oh, what is this judge's background? Oh, God.
The environment can be. And I will say that as horrible as the conduct was, the defendant's response in dealing with his son in terms of the room, if you look at the photos, there clearly were times that this family was a better functioning family. They had good times.
What are we looking at? The happy photos? Like the ones that they posted like on social media? What photos are we talking about? Why do we care how people were acting in the photos?
It wasn't all horrible. It wasn't all the most deplorable of circumstances. And I get it now that the two daughters, that they seem to be extremely harmed by this. But there were times when they appeared to be enjoying things, and I've seen those photos. So I don't cast the broad net of putting the defendant in the category of always having been a terrible father. There were times when he tried to do the right thing, and I think did do the right thing in terms of exposing his kids to things that were positive in their lives. But that's not the end of the story, because he obviously exposed them to things that were deplorable, criminal, and that no children, neither the victim nor their siblings, should have ever.
Yeah, I thought the judge was going like in a good direction, but right now it's going down south. Oh no! Come on, are we just look at what the daughters were saying in the letter? Jeez. Oh no, I don't know. I feel like the judge just thinks it's just a case of bad parenting, and poor Tim, because he was probably grown up in a strict environment. This is all he knew, and oh my goodness.
Been exposed to, and any type of physical abuse where a child is being held by the throat by a parent is just not acceptable in any civilized society, and certainly putting a child in a locked room.
What were the name of the children? Oh man, they would go to like trips to Disney together. They would take pictures. They were all dressed in coordinated outfits, but it was like, yeah, pictures look great, but they were living in hell with their parents.
Restricting the access to any air conditioning is not appropriate, certainly not in Florida.
Yeah.
So
hot.
At the end of the day, I'm going to find a basis to downward depart under the catch-all. So the question then
Turpin. Yeah, Turpin.
is whether I should exercise my discretion in doing it. Because I do find that this is a somewhat unique and complex situation because of the situation that maybe the victim has RAD. It's not totally clear that he does. It's not totally clear that what he has wasn't caused specifically by how he was treated by his parents. But I do recognize that there's enough that it creates an issue where this is not your normal situation of child abuse where their children are put in a cage or a box, and there's nothing that explains what was going on here. Ultimately, the state is requesting 15 years, and I think the defense is requesting 1 year based on the motion, followed by probation. And I do note that I can go all the way up to 40 years. So at the end of the day, as I said before, I am totally convinced that what I do will not please anyone here, but ultimately the buck stops for me, and the responsibility ends with me and falls on my shoulders to issue a sentence that I think is appropriate to the circumstances. And I will say that it is not lost on the court that not only is the defendant here going to be the one to suffer the weight of the sentence that I impose, but the entire family has already suffered the trauma and the ramifications and consequences of the defendant's conduct. And on that issue, I do think that the defendant exercised and expressed his remorse at that. I just wish he'd have been a little more forceful in getting the point to me that he actually acknowledges that what he did was wrong, and I didn't get that. Still didn't get that.
Yep.
Because I have some sneaking feeling that if all things being equal, the defendant might say that he would do the same thing over again because he thought it was the right thing to do out of love at the time he did it, and that creates problems for me. I hope that I'm wrong on that, but at least that doubt has been allowed to remain in my head. So, all right, so enough said on this. I'm going to exercise my discretion to downward depart here. I'm going to, but I will tell you that the downward departure is not even remotely close to what the victim has requested or the defense counsel requested. And at the end of the day, the sentence that I'm going to impose is going to be longer than what the guidelines provide. I'm going to downward depart from 75 months to 60 months, and followed by 5 years of probation, 2 years of the first 2 years of probation of which will be NCC2. During the term of probation, the defendant is not to have any contact initiated with any of the 3 older children. Those children will be free once they reach age of majority to have contact with the defendant if they so choose.
60 divided by 12 is 5. He said 5 years? Did he say 5 years? Did he say 5 years? How much probation again?
In any event, even if the children so choose to have contact with the defendant.
What about time served? He's already served like what? How much time has he already served? Oh my God, is he gonna get credit for time served? He is, I think so. I think you normally get credit for time served. Oh boy.
They will not be able to do so until the defendant has first completed the following conditions of probation. I'm going to require that the defendant undergo a 40-hour anger management class, which can be taken while he is in custody.
40?
That he undergo a 40-hour parenting course, and that he also undergo a mental health evaluation.
That's it?
With respect to the youngest child, given the nature of the appointment or the adoption there, I'm going to require any contact or visitation be supervised, but ultimately subject to any restrictions that the dependency court imposes, because obviously the dependency court, if they're still involved, then maybe they're not involved anymore. They don't have any jurisdiction.
It was 2 years probation?
So I'm going to leave it that there be no contact unless it's supervised with respect to the younger child. And the reason the court is allowing that is the circumstances that presently exist. The youngest child has been adopted by the wife's mother. And it's,
oh man, if Tim got 5 years, 2 years probation, Tracy's gonna get like nothing. Because Tracy was the one that allowed it to happen. She wasn't the one that was like, the physical aggressor, I guess. Man, Tracy ain't gonna get nothing. Tracy's like, yes, she's celebrating right now. Oh, dude.
just not realistic in the court's view that where the adoption was permitted of the wife's mother, that any rational people looking at this situation would conclude that the parents are not going to have any contact with that child, or they should not have allowed the adoption to be by the wife's mother to begin with. So.
There's some confidential provisions that we're not privy to, but that's generally the expectation, is that there'll be substantially lengthy, like that there won't be.
I am privy to them because I was present. I don't believe that's true, but I think that if the court could say that whatever is in, I just don't know if the easiest thing.
Well, why don't you approach on that one point, because I don't want to inadvertently disclose something that's privileged.
Tracy may have a different judge. Oh boy, no one cares about child abuse, do we? Ah, Jesus. It's the locking up in that room with the bucket. Can the state appeal this? Can the state appeal the sentencing? Ah, dude. What's going on?
Mother, but it must be supervised.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so with respect to contact with the minor, the youngest child, I'm going to allow supervised contact as permitted by the adoptive mother, but it must be supervised. So there shall be no unsupervised contact between the youngest child and the defendant where there isn't another adult present. And I'm also going to, just as a condition of that, require that the defendant not be in any way, shape, or form engaged in the discipline of the youngest child. That is something now that...
I think it was... What really got to the judge was the defendant's background of being raised in like a military setting, I guess. Discipline. I feel like that resonated with the judge the most.
Rests solely with the adoptive mother, and the defendant has no say in that. I want to make sure that that's clear.
So Richie says, I stepped away for a bit. What did he get? The minimum sentencing was 75 months to 40 years. The judge was like, 75? Nah, let's do 60. 60 divided by 12, 5 years. 5 years, and someone said 2 years probation. I didn't hear the probation part. I think I was like a little shocked about the 5 years thing. I think it's 2 years probation.
Let me comment just very briefly, and then I'll be concluding this hearing. Ultimately, when I started this process, I was looking at a sentence that was in excess of what I've ultimately rendered today. So the court was moved to some extent by the tremendous showing of support that the defendant had and the number of character references, who I'm sure all saw the side of the defendant that is the side that we've heard, the two sides of the same coin. But there was enough support for Mr. Ferriter to, at least for me to have some comfort in concluding that at his core, although he did a very, very, very bad thing here, was not an innately evil person. And so that's why I've ultimately elected to have the sentence be what I've indicated. And as harsh as that may seem to some of the members of the family and friends of Mr. Ferriter, I will tell you, take some solace in that it's a lot less than what I originally started out when I looked at this for purposes of consideration of a sentence.
Really?
The other thing I will tell you is, although in every case is unique and dependent on the facts and circumstances, it's not unusual for a victim to come into the court and express their love for a parent who has abused them or to ask for a lighter sentence. We see that all the time, and some would say that that is a reflection of a psychological harm.
I want to know what these letters. Can I read these letters, Judge? Do these letters get released? I really want to read these letters. What? Something about these letters made the judge go for a higher sentencing to a lower one, because I think that's what he just said right there. Initially, it was going to be higher, but you know, he read these and then it lowered it a lot. I want to know what's in the letters. What's in there?
Our phenomenon of how abused
Can we read them?
Kids react to things, but that doesn't mean I ignore it. And I certainly, it was too heavy a lift to go with what the victim was requesting here, because there has to be some punitive aspect that doesn't.
Exactly, Judge. You said yourself you had no remorse. I know. That's why I'm so confused. I'm so confused. You did like a 180 on us.
From a societal standpoint, encourage parents to do what was done here and think that they're going to be dealt with lightly. I don't think
I'm laughing right now, but this is how I cope with my confusion.
I think I've dealt with the court,
my disappointment.
dealt with Mr. Ferriter appropriately, and so I just want to be clear for those who think it's too much, it's less than what I started with, and for those that thinks it's not enough. That's why I wear the robe and I make the decision. So ultimately, that's my responsibility. So that's the court sentence in this matter. Madam Clerk, what is the court cost? If you need to clarify something, we can do that. Yeah, yeah, go ahead while she's looking up the court.
For the record, the state objects
To the downward departure.
To think that there's not competent substantial evidence of the basis for downward departure, and also that it's not a permissible under 92.126 to depart on the basis of the mental status of the defendant, or that the defendant held an irrational belief during the course of the act. And so based on that, we think that there is not a legal basis for the departure.
All right, fully expected. The court always knows when I'm getting into an area where you never know how an appellate court is going to react, so I fully expect that the state to object to the downward departure.
State, come on.
Anything else you need to state, Ms. Murad, for the record?
Come on, state.
Not for the record, I do have a request that the court recommend that when Mr. Ferriter is eligible, that he be at Sisseco Palm.
That's pretty standard. Just prepare the order that provides for that, and I certainly, usually the state doesn't take a position on that, right? All right, so the court will grant that.
Thank you. And then my other request is we will be filing a motion for appellate bond. It'll be filed tomorrow. Could the court order that he remain in county custody until the hearing of that bond motion, which I'm hoping will be near Thanksgiving?
It's not going to be Thanksgiving because I need to hear that, and I won't be around next week. So I will order that the defendant remain in custody here in Palm Beach County and not be transported until after I hear the motion, and I'll set that as quickly as I can.
Are we able to set a date today, or is that?
No, I'm going to need to see the motion and see how much time is going to be involved with it.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll prepare an order to the effect of both.
All right, Madam Clerk, court calls, please. All right, so you tell me, Ms. Murad, reduce to a judgment, or do you want to have a payment plan, or what?
Can we do 10 years to pay so that he can do it during the course of his probation?
That'll be fine. A condition of probation. 10 years is a condition of probation. All right.
I have two things.
All right.
Is the probation as to count one only? Because
No.
it's first-degree felony. And then counts 2 and 3 are third-degree felony.
Ms. Coakley, does it make a difference to the state in terms of the probation being?
Wait, let me intervene really quick. I don't think you guys are arguing different things. I think you guys are saying the same things, but maybe you guys are misinterpreting what you guys are saying, possibly. I think that's what's going on in the chat right now.
As to count one only?
It doesn't, Your Honor.
All right.
Then so the DOC sentence has to be.
But now it's starting to derail a little bit.
All right, so the DOC sentence will be as to applicable to all three counts.
And it's to run concurrent on all.
Run concurrent. That's another thing I note. I could have.
All right, okay, so time served. Well, hold on, guys.
So
This
the
is
DOC
important.
sentence will be as to applicable to all three counts.
And it's to run concurrent on all.
Run concurrent. That's another thing I note. I could have had it run consecutive. That 5 years would have been 15, but I'm, again, exercising my judgment to make them run concurrent, so it's 5 years. But that'll be the DOC portion of the sentence with respect to each of the charges, and the probationary aspect of my sentence will be applicable to count one alone. All right, anything else that I need
What's
to
credit
address?
for time served?
Yeah, let's talk about credit.
Credit for time served. I want to know what the jury
recess, give me the
thinks.
credit, so that's the last thing I need to address this afternoon.
I'm so disappointed. Yeah, no, he might get good behavior too. I'll get released earlier. Do we not care that there was a structure that was built that had no toilet. It was just a
Sorry.
bucket.
We've been here all afternoon.
Child wasn't there for
another
18
few isn't gonna
hours.
make much difference. Well, that's something he can do. He can do the parenting through a third party, just so long as he
I think the kid asked for like 6 months. Not you're talking about the victim, right? He said 6 months.
completes it and it's acceptable to probation. So that'll be the probationary term. As far as the anger management, probation may only have 12 hours, but I want 40 hours. So to the extent that he has to go to a third party to get the remaining 28 hours, he would need to do that. And that would again be through a third party provider that is subject to the approval of probation. Does that
Sorry,
answer
what's
your
credit for
question?
time served? Did I miss it?
Well, he's not being released today. Yeah, because he's going to be on CC2. And let me explain what CC2 means, Mr. Ferriter. Once your custodial part of the sentence is completed, you'll be on what's called CC2. And the most apt description of that is that's akin to house arrest. And so the first 2 years of your probation, and that's the maximum that I can do for CC2, you'll be on house arrest. You typically can't leave unless you have approval of probation, but there are times where if for
so it is
employment
2 years
purposes that,
probation.
you may be able to leave the house for employment and that kind of stuff. Someone in your circumstances, I would think, would much prefer a CC2 type of sentence than having 2 additional years in prison. So that's why I elected to do it the way I did with CC2, to give you some ability to transition and deal with your circumstances. But in any event, you'll be subject to what's really just house arrest. And again, that doesn't mean that you can't work, but it will require approval of probation and probably the entry of another court order once you find specific employment as to where you can go and what the circumstances are. Okay? All right. Did we get the
37 days, Your Honor.
All right, so with respect to the 5 years of the DOC sentence that's been imposed by the court, that's with credit for time served of 37 days. That concludes the court's business this afternoon. Anything else I need to address, Ms. Coakley?
Oh.
Ms. Murad?
Really? I don't know why, but I thought he was held a lot longer than that. 37 days. I don't know why I heard 38 months, even though I realized the dates didn't line up.
Did we get the
37 days, Your Honor.
All right, so with respect to the 5 years of the DOC sentence that's been imposed by the court, that's with credit for time served of 37 days. That concludes the court's business this afternoon. Anything else I need to address, Ms. Coakley? Ms. Murad?
No, I'll just approach with these orders.
Okay, all right, court is in recess, and I'll wait up here on the bench for the orders.
Judge, is Ms. Murad going to give us the evidence at a later time?
What are yeah, Ms. Murad, you will need to give the clerk the
Oh, okay. Because I thought he was. Okay, so he was out on bond then, I'm assuming. Him and Tracy. Because Tracy's also, she's in the background too.
Exhibit 1.
Oh, yeah, you guys can block each other. Feel free to block each other. You guys are arguing, just block each other.
Your composite exhibit 1.
I need to print a copy of it.
Yeah.
Ah, Tim Ferriter, no.
Ms. Murad, rather than me just sit up here, when you get it done, just give it to the clerk and they'll bring it back to me to sign. All right, thank you.
So it's 2 years of probation, right? 5 years, 2 years probation? Who else is behind them? Oh, was he smiling? Sorry, I was looking at something else. I missed that. Of course he's smiling. 5 years, man. Yeah, there's another chat. It's on YouTube. If you look at my screen, YouTube chat is down here. There are some people arguing, and then this is Twitch chat up here. Y'all just chilling right now. Ugh. I don't know, man. There was something in the letters that we didn't get to see. Something about the letters that reduced the sentence. He was supposed to get more. I agree. This judge. Yeah. 5 years. He has 30. I mean, at least he will be in prison for, well, I mean, he might get out for time, good behavior. But we got 5 years. He's only had 37 days of time served. I don't know why. I thought he was actually, I thought he was held this entire time. But 5 years, 37 days credit for time served, and then 2 years of house arrest. I don't know. I said at least 15, but at least 10 years. At least 10. I don't know. No, at least 15 years. Ay. I am very disappointed. Okay, let's switch over to Kaitlin Armstrong. At least we got a verdict with that one. Hold on. Kaitlin Armstrong. How long was closing arguments? Minus 107. The rebuttal 107. Man, I kind of want to just go to the verdict, to be honest. Do we want to listen to the rest of this? I kind of want to just get to the verdict. I was just so disappointed right now. I'm so over court stuff. Oh, man. How are we feeling here? Back to Rick. Let Rick speak. I don't know, man. I'm over this shit. I want to get out of the courtroom. You want to listen to Rick? The sentence is pretty disappointing. All right. You want to listen to Rick? Jesus. It was a bit of a bummer. All right. This is only 20 minutes. We can do this. Let's do it. 20 minutes. Come on, y'all. 20 minutes. Let's go back to Rick. Rick talking to himself in third person. Oh, sorry. All right. We're getting a little slippery. Oh, man. All right. Back to Rick. The state will appeal. I hope they appeal that sentence, man.
And when she booked that ticket for Costa Rica, when she drove to Newark Airport, when she got on a plane bound for San Jose, what did Richard Spittler tell you? That the murder warrant that he had gotten about 10:30 p.m. on May 17th, 2022, had not been entered into TCIC and CIC. At the moment she bought that ticket, at the moment she was on the way to the airport, on the moment she got there, when that plane was taken off, there was no...
So after the murder of Mo Wilson, Kaitlin Armstrong decides to sell her car to CarMax, take the cash, fly to New York where her sister was, use her sister's passport to fly to Costa Rica. And he's essentially saying that, like, oh, well, she didn't know that, she was, I mean, she wasn't in trouble then. She's just traveling to Costa Rica because that's what she normally does.
No way in the world that Kaitlin Armstrong could have had any awareness or knowledge in any way whatsoever that there was a warrant for her arrest. But we do know that Kaitlin Armstrong routinely traveled internationally. We know that she routinely traveled internationally with little notice. There were multiple witnesses who testified to that. And we know that she did it related to her yoga. Was she scared? What do you think? Do you think that she may have been concerned a little bit that her boyfriend had killed someone? Or if not that whoever killed Mariah Wilson might want to kill Kaitlin Armstrong next?
This makes no sense. Okay, first of all, if she thought her boyfriend was the killer, which he's not, if she thought the boyfriend was the killer, why would she have to go all the way to New York and then Costa Rica and then sell her car? Why didn't she just go to New York and stay with her sister? Or why didn't she just stay somewhere else? Why would she have to go all the way to Costa Rica? All the way to Costa Rica on her sister's passport. And then also, the killer who killed Mo Wilson, well, why would that have anything to do with Kaitlin Armstrong if they weren't even friends, if they didn't even know each other? So his theory just does not make sense. I'm sorry. I'm going to channel all of my anger just towards poor Rick here. Poor Rick was just doing his job. But Rick, we're coming after you.
Or that this might have been connected to the vandalism, the unexplained vandalism outside her house? Fear. Fear results in fight or flight. And it was flight. And she certainly was afraid, and that's a reasonable conclusion you can draw. Rick, a couple of weeks ago, she ran away. They took her to a medical appointment, and she ran away. Guilty. Why are we even here? Terrified woman, fearful woman, in jail, abused, injured, someone who doesn't know what they're doing.
There's been no testimony about the things he's talking about now.
I'm moving on.
He can twist the evidence any way he wants to, but he can't try to add new evidence.
Here comes the spicy prosecutor. This guy's so spicy. He kept interrupting in opening statements. It was so funny. You don't know this case? Okay, so just a little quick recap. We're almost done with this, by the way. The verdict is already out. It came out today. This is the case of Kaitlin Armstrong. Kaitlin Armstrong is a yoga instructor, or was a yoga instructor, and she was dating this guy named Colin Strickland, who is a pro cyclist. Now, Colin Strickland, him and Kaitlin, they broke up for about, I don't know, was it a week or two or something? And during that time, he met another woman and had relationships with her. But he decides to get back with Kaitlin Armstrong. Now, as they're back together, Colin Strickland, well, this motherfucker, he's shady, okay? He's also seeing Mo Wilson on the side as well, but he's saying that, oh, we're just friends, you know, I'm just giving her advice because she's also a, you know, cyclist as well, and he was just helping her out, blah, 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 blah. But he changes her name in his cell phone contact to a name of another person, so Kaitlin doesn't know who he's talking to. And he's also meeting up with her as well secretly without saying, you know, without telling her anything. And so on one day, he decides to meet up with her. They decide to go to a date on, you know, go get burgers together. They go swimming together. But little does he know, his girlfriend, Kaitlin Armstrong, is tailing after them. She's like stalking them. She sees that he's going on a date, and he's essentially lying where he's, you know, where he's at. And so when he drops off his date at the house, his girlfriend was surrounding the area. She was driving around, you know, for about like an hour or two or something. And at some point she parks the car, and then she is alleged, well, not alleged anymore. She's found guilty, but she goes up and she shoots the lover, not only twice in the face, but when the lover falls over, she shoots her in the heart. Okay. After this happens, she flees. She takes her car to CarMax. She sells it for a couple $1,000s. She takes that money, goes to New York, uses her sister's passport, and flees to Costa Rica. They were chasing after her for like 30 plus days, okay? Now, while she was in Costa Rica, she also gets plastic surgery to change her looks, and she dyes her hair darker. But at some point, they were able to haul her ass back from Costa Rica, drag her back to the United States, and a couple weeks before her trial, well, she decides to attempt another jail escape. She has this faked injury where she says, oh, there's something with my leg. I have to go to the doctors, blah, blah, blah. I think it was like the leg or something. But she goes to the doctors, and at some point she was able to get free from her handcuffs, and she flees from the cops, and they chased after her for like, I don't know how long, but they caught her on the same day. And yeah, that's Kaitlin Armstrong right there for you. That's a Namaste yoga instructor who decides to shoot her boyfriend's lover point blank in the face and in the heart as well. But yeah, that's a quick little, just a little quick summary of Kaitlin Armstrong. Now, the defense, they are making some interesting theories where they're saying, they're like, oh, you know, it wasn't Kaitlin Armstrong. It could have been Colin Strickland. Colin Strickland could have done this. And, you know, Kaitlin Armstrong, the only reason why she went all the way to Costa Rica is because, well, she normally vacations, but maybe she was in fear that her boyfriend did this. So maybe she was trying to run away from him all the way in Costa Rica. Or maybe she thought that the killer was out there on the loose. Maybe she was going to be next. But it's like, why would the killer go after her if they had no connection whatsoever? Why would the killer just target Mo Wilson and then afterwards go after Kaitlin Armstrong? It just makes no sense, right? And then also the boyfriend has like an alibi, like of where he was during the shooting. I think like they had like the phone and maybe like, I think it was just a phone maybe that shows that he was at the garage of the house or something, not at this crime scene. Okay. So that is Kaitlin Armstrong, and we're listening to closing arguments right now, and the defense is giving their closing argument.
That's the case against Kaitlin, right? Isn't that what it boils down to? Did I miss any of the big points? Isn't that where we're at, that circumstantial evidence case? It's a simple case. It's an easy story. It's a beautifully simple story.
This is Rick.
But it's wrong. And it's based on assumptions of gender and of motive and a bias toward confirmation. And who got to investigate this? Richard Spittler on his first homicide.
Oh, and they talk so much shit about the detective on this case because this was his first homicide case. Oh, man.
Why test a rape kit? Why would I need Colin's laptop? I looked through it. I mean, sure, I've got no background in digital forensics, but I looked through it. It seemed fine to me. Let's return it to Colin. One single solitary piece of physical evidence has been removed from this case. Colin Strickland's laptop. Why was Richard Spittler so eager to get Colin's laptop back to him? Why does Colin get treated differently than everyone else? What about Colin's iPad? Why was it never seized? Why was it never extracted? Why didn't Richard Spittler bother to contact or investigate any potential suspect until months and months after he had issued an arrest warrant for Kaitlin Armstrong? He calls Alan Lim, a putative lover of Mariah Wilson. He calls Gunnar Shaw. Surely he did that in the days after the murder. No, he did it in July. And he did it, as he said, because he doesn't know what the defense is going to pull. Guess what? Alan Lim didn't kill Mariah Wilson. Gunnar Shaw didn't kill Mariah Wilson. Did Richard Spittler know that on May 17th? Nope. He didn't even know their names. That was the level of his investigation. The vandalism, the video that you saw yesterday, where Richard Spittler is energetically taking notes, what happened to those notes? Where Colin Strickland is showing the photographs of that vandalism, what happened to those photographs? Richard Spittler thought so little of it that he violated Texas law, that he refused to provide this district attorney's office that report, He refused to conduct a single scintilla of investigation. Why? That didn't really fit the narrative, did it? So why look into it? Why would it matter? He didn't test the DNA from the black Jeep, but he did go and get an arrest warrant based on hearsay and innuendo and anonymous phone calls. He didn't even bother to watch the 11-minute interview of Kaitlin and Katie Connor. He claimed that there was a NIBIN investigative lead when there was none. But we know one thing, he testified he knew Colin from before. What a world to be treated like Colin Strickland has. So what happened here? Police think Kaitlin committed this crime. They don't know. She fits their story. She fits the story they created. A spurned, jealous lover. That story is so easy. That story is so easy to tell because it ties into a framework of patriarchy and misogyny that is rooted in American culture. Humans want to know answers. We don't want a mystery. That's part of why wrongful convictions occur. Michael Morton, Greg Kelly, what exonerated them?
Wait, so they're trying to say that them looking into Kaitlin Armstrong is misogyny? What are we getting at here, Rick?
DNA. So if Kaitlin Armstrong did not kill Mariah Wilson, who did?
Kaitlin.
I don't know. What a terrible answer. A much better lawyer than me, Bill Fitzgerald, was asked that same question in the Michael Morton trial. If Michael didn't kill Christine Morton, who did? His answer, I don't know. And the reason that answer is so unsatisfying to you is because we as humans demand closure. We demand explanation.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Kaitlin didn't go after Colin and Mariah. Yeah, I don't know. I would have thought she would have gone after Colin too. Maybe she still loves him.
And someone had
Maybe she hoped that she would still be with him.
to sit in 30 years in prison before the real killer of Christine Morton was found, and then that chapter was closed. But we do know a few things. We know what Colin Strickland actually said, that he considered Kaitlin to be an incredibly kind, caring, and sweet person, that Kaitlin had only shown absolute above and beyond examples of human compassion and thoughtfulness and care and going far out of her way to help others. Colin said Kaitlin is a mild and gentle person. Colin
Until she doesn't get what she wants.
said Kaitlin is not a particularly needy person. Colin said he could not imagine Kaitlin hurting anyone. Kaitlin had never done anything violent in her life, according to Colin Strickland. Kaitlin had never been violent, says Colin.
How long was he seeing the other woman? She didn't live in the same state as him. She traveled. They were both cyclists. And so they would have times where they would run into each other. But what was the timeline? I don't remember the timeline. But maybe was it 2 years maybe? Do you guys remember in chat when he met Mariah Wilson? I'm thinking 2 years, but I'm not quite sure.
How did Colin sum her up? Kaitlin was a softie. So what happened? Anyone could have entered that unlocked apartment. Why was it unlocked? Mariah Wilson locked the door to Kaitlin Cash's apartment when she left to go out with Colin. She knew how to lock it. She did not lock the door when she returned. Was she expecting Colin to come back? Was she expecting someone else?
Oh, is that how Kaitlin got in? Because I always wondered, how did Kaitlin get all the way into the bathroom where Mariah was? At first I thought maybe Mariah opened the door and then didn't really know who it was, and then Kaitlin barged her way in. But I don't know, there are some people that don't lock their doors, which I think is wild. Please always lock your doors, guys. You never know who's going to be popping on in. If you got a doggy door, I don't know, Jodi Arias is definitely coming through.
We will never know. Detective Spittler, Detective Connor, the Austin Police Department flubbed this case. But I guarantee you one thing. If you convict Kaitlin Armstrong, and she's eventually exonerated, you'll know right now the basis of it. Untested DNA.
That is an appropriate argument. That is an appropriate argument to the jury. To somehow imply that they might make a mistake and come back home. That is improper to put that kind of pressure on them.
I have no further argument.
Damn, I like how he interjected, but he just kept talking. He didn't even care.
Mr. Courier will join you now.
All right, here comes the other lawyer. Oh my God, this lawyer right here. This lawyer did the opening statements, and he kept getting interrupted so many times by the state prosecutor. And honestly, his opening statement was just it was just fucked. You couldn't even follow what he was saying because he just kept getting interrupted so many times. I think his opening statement was only like 10 or 15 minutes or something. It was super, super short, or 5 minutes maybe. I think he had like, there was so much more that he was going to say, but because he kept getting interrupted, like, I don't know, all that just got cut short.
No. I don't know. A guilty verdict, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, means putting the I don't knows that you have in a box, moving them aside, and pretending they don't exist. The I don't knows that you have are something you need to start thinking about. This is the time to do it. Those I don't knows are important. I don't know why Cash's apartment was unlocked. I don't know that. I don't know why Mo was clutching a black baseball cap 45 minutes after she got home. I don't know that. I don't know why Colin lied. And I don't know why he lied about lying. I don't.
Yeah, I think, maybe for a year. In October 2021, Strickland said he and Armstrong were broken up. Yeah, because I think when they broke up, October 2021, that's when he met Mariah Wilson, had relations with her, but then he ended up going back to Kaitlin. So maybe for like roughly a year?
I don't know that. I don't know why Detective Richard Spittler didn't test the sexual assault kit. I don't know that. And I don't know why he didn't test the swabs from the black Jeep. I don't know that. And you don't either. And that is the whole point of this trial.
Yeah,
is
less
that
than a
those
year.
I don't knows are important. And it's easy to disregard those I don't knows. It is easy to swipe those off the table, right? And just accept Detective Spittler's version of what happened. Just to accept that narrative, right? That's the easy thing to do. But while jury service, the service that you're doing right now, is a privilege, it's also a duty. It's not supposed to be easy. It's not easy. It's difficult. But that's why you're here. That's why you're here, and you're here, and you're here, and you're here. Because way back, weeks ago, when we were talking in jury selection, we observed you to be thinkers. We observed you to be gripped with the courage to ask the tough questions. We observed you to be willing to set aside your basic assumptions about what it means to be accused of a criminal offense. That's why you're here. And it's not easy. It is difficult to ask those tough questions. That is difficult. To address those I don't knows. That is difficult. But that is why you're here. Let's talk about DNA. You heard from at least 3 experts about DNA, and you heard a lot of different perspectives about what DNA is, what it means.
Yeah, so apparently Kaitlin Armstrong, the accused, her DNA was found on Mo Wilson's bike. Wonder why it was on the bike. The bike was not at the crime scene. The bike was actually found, I think it was like 60 yards. I don't know why that number's coming to my head. I think it's 60 yards away from the house. So she took the bike and then she was like, I'm dumping it because I have to go back to my car. She like dumps it in the woods or something like that. And then gets back into her Jeep and drives off.
But one thing that they all agreed on is this. DNA means that a clump of cells was found in the exact spot that they were collected from. That is what DNA means. And we have a tendency to mythologize DNA, right? From what we see on TV, from what we see in the movies. We have a tendency to mythologize it, to put it on a pedestal as meaning something that it doesn't. DNA is an artifact, just plain and simple. Now, I think what you've seen, despite what Dr. Calfett told you yesterday in court, is that it doesn't confer a crystal ball on anyone. It doesn't confer on anyone a time machine, the ability to go back in time, like a Christmas story, to revisit things that happened from an observer standpoint and be able to create a narrative from it. It is not scientifically defensible. It's just not. The state's own expert, Samantha Perkins, testified that you can't fabricate the kind of narrative, the kind of probabilities that Dr. Calfett wanted you to believe he can create in his mind, simply from the presence of DNA. All DNA is an artifact. That's it. That is the scientifically defensible position to take. Now, Dr. Calfett wanted to take it a step farther, right? To write the script for you, that is not scientifically defensible. And their expert acknowledged that. It's just not. Ballistics, let's talk about that. Now, I think, despite the length of the testimony, Steve Aston and Bill Tobin, I think, agree on a lot of things. There's a lot of overlap in the position that they take. Now, Bill didn't get up here and tell you that it's junk science, that it's ridiculous, that it's preposterous, and bring a bunch of conspiracy theories to you.
Hey, Storm, what's up? How are you doing today?
No, he didn't take that position at all. In fact, he worked at the FBI. He worked side by side with those examiners for more than 20 years. He wasn't here to tell you that it's just junk science, that it's completely unbelievable. Quite the opposite. That's what you heard. And I'm going to disagree with the state's characterization of his answer on that last question. He didn't say, I absolutely agree with Steve Aston. I absolutely agree with his opinion. Sure, 4 hours wasted. If that was his opinion, it would have lasted 5 minutes. That wasn't his opinion, and you're smart enough to recognize that. His opinion was, Steve Aston is entitled to his opinion. He's entitled to tell you what he thinks it is. He doesn't agree with it. But it's a subjective science. It differs from person to person. Of course he's entitled to his opinion. Every firearms examiner has their own opinion. It is subjective. That's the whole point. That was the whole point of his testimony. He didn't doubt Mr. Aston's ability to make very experienced observations about tiny lines that may be present on shell casings, on bullets, on projectiles.
Hi, Orchestran.
But just like their DNA expert, Dr. Calfett, Steve Aston wants to take it a step farther, to go beyond the science, right? To be able to say, this gun fired this bullet, this gun ejected this shell casing.
I think it's the hairstyle, maybe, Nicole.
Make it say things that it doesn't say. Mr. Tobin recognized the limitations of what ballistic science, what firearms and tool marks examination can say. And what is that? That based on Mr. Aston's examination, it is consistent with being ejected from that gun. And it was possibly the source of the fired cartridge casings. Possibly. And guess what? That is exactly the language that you'll see in the DNA report. That it can't be excluded. That it is possibly the source of those shell casings. That it's possibly the source of those projectiles. Now, Mr. Aston wants to take it a step farther and say, this is it. We got it. That is not scientifically defensible. Now, I know what you're going to say. Mr. Puryear, you guys paid Mr. Tobin to come in here and say all those things. He's a hired gun, right? Fine. Don't take his word for it. Disregard everything he said. Disregard his opinions.
How was my day? Well, we're quite disappointed in another case, but day's going okay.
Take that off the table.
All right.
But I'll be real with you folks, I don't have the juice or the disposable income to convince two separate groups of the most preeminent scientists the United States has to offer who agreed with his position. I don't have it. I wished I did. I don't have the pull or the ability to go back in time to 2015 and talk to President Barack Obama and convince him of his legitimate concerns for the limitations, the reasonable limitations we can put on that field of forensic science. You had concerns about setting boundaries for the kind of unqualified, reckless opinions that Mr. Aston offered you in court.
No, Patrick Bateman. No. I saw for a second there.
I don't have that ability. Now, I can tell you that our president, back in 2015, had those concerns. I can tell you that those groups of scientists had the opinion that individualization, that ability that Mr. Aston claims to have, is not supportable by relevant science. That was the opinion of the brightest minds, brightest scientific minds.
He just wanted Obama to show up in the transcript. That's all. He just wanted that name in there.
This nation has to offer us. That was their opinion. Don't take Bill Tobin's word for it, but you can trust that group. Now, he has a job. Steve Aston has a job because he claims he has that ability to come in here to court and say, this gun fired these bullets, right? That's why he has a job. There's not a detective or a DA's office in Texas that has any value for an examiner that's going to come in and say, this gun is consistent with a production lot of 2,000 other guns that could be the source of those bullets and casings. Not a one, right?
Hi, I'm in chat. I moved to Twitch so I could minimize the screen. Oh, that's right. Because if you guys don't have YouTube Premium, you can't minimize the screen, right? I saw that they're raising YouTube Premium by like, it's like $16 a month now or something like that. Everything's going up. I'm paying for Netflix now, guys. I used to get free Netflix. Now I got to pay $7.99 for fucking Netflix. Oh, Nicole, I really, really, really wish I can get a cat. We went to the pet store and they had like these cats up for adoption. And they were like siblings and they were just so cute. And like, oh my God. And I really wish I can have cats. But Dennis is allergic. Should I get rid of Dennis?
His testimony is consistent with keeping his job. Testimony like that isn't what the police want to hear. Let's talk about Kaitlin's interview. Why she reacted the way she did. Why she requested an attorney. How much trust would Kaitlin have in the competence or professionalism of the Austin Police Department after that experience?
Obama left the chat when the other judge gave his sentencing.
May 12th. She's arrested on a silly minor charge in front of her house in her neighborhood, dragged into the station. Then she's escorted into a room, and she's told, we need to read you your rights. It's a very important situation. She's never read her rights. And then they come in and say, oops, sorry, no warrant, just kidding. But hey, stick around for a few minutes. And then they come back later on and say, oops, we goofed again. Turns out you do have a warrant. How much trust would you have in their competence? Put yourself in her situation. If that's me in that room, I'm looking around for game show cameras. Is this a joke? This can't be real. That is what you heard. But what else did Katie Connor tell you? That Kaitlin on that day, the day that she left for New York City, the day that she left for Costa Rica, she was as free as you or I or Detective Katie Connor to fly across the country, to fly out of the country, right? That's what you heard. So it's easy to say she fled. It's easy to say that. That is not what the evidence supports. She was perfectly able to go anywhere she wanted to. And from a deeply ingrained primal place in our brains, when faced with fear, when faced in a stressful situation.
What fear? What stressful situation? The fear and the stress was her getting caught. Oh, man. I mean, I think the arguments of the other defense attorney I had way more issues with. Corey, I got YouTube Premium, but canceled Netflix. Never regretted it. Have seen pretty much all of what's... I can't read. Have seen pretty much all that's worth watching on Netflix. I love Netflix way too much to cancel. Yeah, I don't know. It's Netflix for me, and YouTube would be my top. And then I have like a bunch of like other like new subscriptions that I have. But yeah, I don't know. Netflix. There's just so many things on there that I just really enjoy watching. I was spacing out a little bit. Womp, 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 Barack Obama.
Like my colleague said, what do? It's fight or flight. That attempt to retreat, to find a safe place, to find a place of comfort. And she's not alone in that. Colin did the same thing.
What did Colin do?
Colin went to his dad's house. That's a place that I felt safe. That's a place that I felt comfortable. That's a place that I felt good.
Oh, okay. But Colin didn't skip out town and go to like another state and then went to another city, did he? He didn't go get plastic surgery to change his appearance, did he?
That's a natural reaction. And it's easy to say, well, I would have done something different.
Can't compare Colin and
It's easy to project what she would have
Kaitlin.
done on somebody else. We all react differently to stressful situations. Now, I want to talk to you about some other things that we talked about. Do we believe that David Harris killed Mo Wilson? No, we don't. Of course not.
Who's David Harris?
The point is, there was no investigation into him at all because Detective Spittler had tunnel vision and he jumped conclusions. Now, the government wanted to imply that this is a red herring, a rabbit's trail, a smokescreen, to ask any questions of Detective Spittler about the failures of his investigation. That you should just disregard all of those things.
Excuse me, counsel. I think one of our jurors have urgent needs, so we're going to take a brief recess.
No, the first episode of Pluto was so good. That's what drew me in. Pluto is so good. All right, they're taking a little break. Then, oh God, how long is this? Deliberation. Okay, so he talks for 3:15, 3:03. Who is this? Rebuttals? God. I'm gonna hop around a little bit because I'm getting kind of hungry. Actually, this is a long day.
What would be the evidentiary value of a forensic analysis of that rape kit, the sexual assault kit that was collected?
Oh,
I
no
don't
transcripts yet. Darn it.
We will never know because Detective Richard Spittler, didn't care. He didn't care enough to get it analyzed because he determined it can mean something different.
When the Jeep is driving around downtown. But Rick, Mariah Wilson was fully clothed when she was murdered. So when was she sexually assaulted? But Rick, Mariah Wilson was on her phone the entire time she was at the apartment. So when was she sexually assaulted? But Rick, Colin Strickland was only at the apartment to pick up Mariah Wilson for about 7 minutes. But Rick, when did he have time to sexually assault her? And Rick, didn't they go out and have a nice dinner on video after the fact? So when did he sexually assault her? But Rick, Isn't Colin Strickland on video at Whole Burger when the Jeep is...
Okay, yeah, so this is rebuttal right now. I'm just gonna go straight to the verdict. I'm actually like really hungry. It's like another 30 minutes because I didn't realize they took a break right there. It's like another, yeah, like 30, 40 minutes, I think. Hold on, I'm gonna go. We're just gonna straight to the verdict, guys. Order some food. I have food downstairs. Okay, let's go. Bye, Chopper. Have a good one. See you, taxi. There's Kaitlin right there. Kaitlin, we see you. So the jury, they only deliberated for about like 2.5 hours, I think. Wait, what did Judge Newman do? Because he's supposed to oversee the state financial crimes in like 2 weeks, I think. The weekend after, or so the week after Thanksgiving. Really? I feel like Netflix has been releasing some bangers for me. I guess while we're waiting, we're also, I want to watch some of the Adelson trial stuff as well. We're going to get to Wendy and then Charlie Adelson. I want to listen to the testimonies and the direct examination, sorry, testimony and then the cross-examination. But I think I'm going to do that next week, I think. I mean, what day is today? Today's like Thursday, right? Thursday? Oh yeah, it's already the end of the week. Whoops! But yeah, next week we'll do the Adelson stuff. And then I'm hoping the video that I've been working on, I'm hoping for it to be released this weekend. If I can get all the edits in. It's just a lot to edit. Oh, but guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like the stream. Appreciate it. Thank you. Should I forward some more? I thought I was at the timestamp. What do I like on Netflix lately? I enjoyed the... what's it called again? The Fall of the House of Usher, which is from the creators of The Haunting of Hill House. It came out during like Halloween time. Horror, loved it. And I watch Pluto, which is an animated series, and it's just so freaking good. Freaking love Pluto. I can't go through my Netflix right now. I don't know. There's just so many things I usually love watching on Netflix. I just started Vice with the Dick Cheney stuff. I was watching Suits for a little bit. The One Piece live action, I enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the live action Avatar Last Airbender. And I'm just trying to think, what has Netflix released that I really enjoyed? There's this one there's this one movie called Don't Look Up that was released on Netflix. It was with Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence. It was about the world ending, and yeah, it was so good. I freaking loved it. It's called Don't Look Up. And then I watch like K-drama sometimes, because K-drama I realize has helped me not think about Steve if I get like sad about him. So I watch like some stupid trashy K-drama romance stuff. I don't know. I rewatched 8 Mile recently. It was really good. Anchorman 2. But yeah, I don't know. I like Netflix. I like the shows that they have on there and the movies and stuff. I need to watch that actually. Neon Genesis Evangelion. I need to watch that. I've not watched it yet. And people are like, how are you an anime fan and not watch, Evangelion? I'm like, I know. Business Proposal was great. So was Celebrity. Business Proposal. I don't know if I've seen that one yet. What is that one about? I watched the one where the woman was working at a hotel and the guy was like the boss's son. The romance between that. So I watched that, and then yeah, I don't know. Like I think K-drama is trash, but I fucking love watching them. It really helps me get my mind off of things.
Speaking to your full person, have you reached a verdict in this case? If you have passed that verdict to the bailiff, please.
can be fun. Depends when I'm editing. We'd love to hire an editor though, but I don't know who. Oh, it looked like trash. I wasn't gonna watch it now.
The defendant will please rise. In cause number D1DC 22301-129, the State of Texas versus Kaitlin Armstrong, verdict of the jury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kaitlin Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder as alleged in the indictment, signed by the presiding juror on today's date, 2:14 p.m. You may be seated.
We can't celebrate yet though, because we never know what she's gonna get for sentencing. Tim Ferriter.
Does either side desire to have the jury polled at this time?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will ask each of you individually, and you can just answer yes or no, whether this verdict that your jury has rendered represents your individual verdict in the case as well. The alternates do not need to speak as to that right now. First juror. Go ahead.
Oh, we could barely hear them. Yeah, my brother and I thought Fall of House of Usher was going to be like an Usher scandal about him cheating or something like that.
So we receive your verdict, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Logistically, we're just going to have to make a couple of changes before we start the next phase of the trial, which is, I told you earlier, we have a bifurcated trial system, and the punishment phase is separate than the guilt innocence.
Oh,
We're
really?
ready to begin. We just need to maneuver a couple of things around. I'm going to go ahead and
Oh, there's a second phase. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's it. Aww.
maneuver a couple of things around. This is separate than the guilt innocence. We're ready to bifurcated trial system, and the punishment phase is separate than the guilt innocence. We're ready to begin. We just need to.
So now we have the punishment phase. Okay. Well, should I buy the iPhone 15? I don't have iPhones. I have Samsung. Although the guy, oh my God, guys, it cost me $350 to repair my cracked iPhone, or not iPhone, my cracked Samsung screen. $350, dude. Apparently iPhones are more durable than the Samsung phones. And like, I don't know, I crack a screen every freaking year. So I don't know. I might go back to Apple, but I don't want to. Yes, Edgar Allan Poe. It is. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I liked it. I wasn't like super in love with it like as I was with Haunting of Hill House, but I love anything horror, so I'll take it. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, I think I'm heading out too. I'm getting hungry. But again, next week I hope to watch some of the oh my God, what's his name again? Charlie Adelson, the Charlie Adelson trial stuff. When with him testifying, with his sister Wendy Adelson testifying as well. So I want to watch it next week with you guys. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for hanging out with me on Twitch, guys. I appreciate it. And then YouTube, you guys chatting as well. Today we watched Timothy Ferriter sentencing, and it was very disappointing to most of us, or maybe even all of us. I feel like everyone here was pretty disappointed. But, you know, at least, because, you know, he was offered the 2-year for the plea deal, and he denied it. So at least he's getting more than that. I guess that's good. 5 years prison time, 37 days, credit for time served, and then 2 years house arrest. But yeah, anyways, I don't know. I feel bad for the kids. And then other than that, for Twitch, I do want to stream on Twitch this week still. I want to play Five Nights at Freddy's. So I know I haven't played any video games. We've just been busy with all the court stuff. So yeah, guys, it was a pleasure hanging out with you guys today. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for having me in the background. You know, I appreciate you guys lurking. But I hope you guys have a good one and hope you guys take care. I will see you guys later. I don't know if I'm going to be editing this stream and then posting it on YouTube. I might just have just a live stream. I don't know. We'll see. Because the audio, whenever there's like really bad audio, like, I don't know. I hate like reposting it and editing it. It like drives me crazy to edit it. But I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Take care. And then we do have a Discord. Feel free to join the Discord if you guys like. And other than that, I'll see you guys later. Bye.